can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it needs to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, you can never fall. Feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, we are invincible. Invincible, invincible. Invincible, invincible. A million to one. So wild and so young. A million to one. So wild and so young. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, we are invincible.
Our love was what they talk about. Our love was what they talk about. Our love was wild and free. You know everything about me. From your love, never let me go. Never let me go, no go. From your love, never let me go.
Hello mọi người, mình là Matt với vai trò vị trí đi rừng của Cerberus.
Xin chào, mình là BMM, người chơi vị trí đường mid của Cerberus.
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Fly, mình là support của Cerberus.
Xin chào mọi người, mình tên thật là Trần Ngọc Phúc, mình là xạ thủ của Cerberus Esports.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Hiếu Bon, hiện tại đang thi đấu cho Cerberus, đường vị trí Baron.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình là Taco và hiện tại mình đang đi đường giữa cho Cerberus.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Eli Đỗ Thành Đạt, mình là người đi ADC cho team Flash.
Xin chào các bạn khán giả, mình là Jisoo đến từ team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Coyote, người chơi đường giữa đến từ team Flash Tốc Chiến, đại diện cho khu vực Việt Nam.
3 từ mình miêu tả về team Sir rất là đẹp trai, đẹp trai, đẹp trai.
Thì nếu mà để suy nghĩ về team của em thì nếu mà 3 từ đó thì chắc là vui vẻ, hòa đồng và nhiệt huyết.
Kể từ tròn 1 năm Summer Cup cho nên là giải WCS Finals lần này em rất phấn khích.
Mình cảm thấy khá là vui mừng bởi vì đây là lần đầu tiên mình tham gia giải đấu quốc tế.
Tại giải đấu lần này mình chờ mong là team mình sẽ đạt được top 4 và giữ cái vé đi chung kết thế giới.
Điều là mình trông chờ nhất là cái cúp của giải đấu lần này.
Theo mình, đội tuyển mạnh nhất ở phiên bản này là Flatwood.
Vì Blackwood có lối đánh khá nhanh và dứt khoát.
Với sức mạnh hiện tại và nếu như bọn em có thể giữ vững phong độ thì ứng cử viên cho chức vô địch sắp tới chắc chắn là team Flat.
Cảm ơn mọi người đã theo dõi tụi mình. Hãy cổ vũ cho tụi mình giải đấu sắp tới nhé.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình sẽ cố gắng cùng đồng đội mang chiếc cúp vô địch về cho Việt Nam.
สวัสดีครับเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports ครับผมมาร์ชนี่ครับผมโนเอลครับผมโคเดนฟิกครับผมแบงค์ครับ
สวัสดีครับ พวกเราทีม Evos Esports ผม G4 ครับ ผมวรัตครับ ผมลอยครับ
ผมแฟร์พิเยอร์ครับ
ผมลีเนียครับ ผมแคสตานครับ
ที่ว่าทีมสั้นๆเหรอครับก็คงเป็นโหดมากๆครับเพราะว่าทีมเราโหดมากๆครับ
นิยามสั้นๆของ Evos นะครับก็คือกดดันมากครับ เพราะว่าทีมเราเนี่ยก็เป็นตัวเต็งมาโดยตลอดแล้วก็เป็นตัวผมเองด้วยที่ตั้งเป้าหมายไว้สูงตลอดนะครับแล้วก็ผมเชื่อว่าผู้เล่นทุกคนในทีมเนี่ยมี potential ในการทำสิ่งนี้ครับผม
รู้สึกยังไงที่ได้ไป WCS เหรอครับก็คงรู้สึกดีแหละครับเพราะว่าเราก็ได้เป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับในการไปแข่งในรายการระดับนานาชาตินะครับก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุด
รู้สึกดีใจครับแล้วก็รู้สึกเสียใจที่ไม่ได้แชมป์ครับแต่ว่าโดยรวมก็รู้สึกดีครับที่ว่ายังได้ไปอยู่ครับ
เป้าหมายของ WCS คืออยากติดท็อป 4 ใน 4 ครับผมอยากเป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยในการแข่งเวทีระดับโลกครับผม
ตั้งเป้าหมายว่าเป็นแชมป์ครับของทัวร์นี้ครับแล้วก็ไม่อยากพลาดเหมือนเดิมนะครับ
ทีมไหนที่เป็นตัวเต็งครับก็คงเป็นทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports ครับเพราะว่าเขาสร้างประวัติศาสตร์หลายภาคในประเทศนะครับน่าจะเป็นทีมแฟร์บูธนะครับเพราะว่าฟอร์มในการแข่งเขานี่ค่อนข้างจะดีมากครับแบบแพ้น้อยมาก
อยากฝากให้แฟนคลับก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่เชียร์พวกเราติดตามพวกเราไปจนถึงรอบสุดท้ายนะครับพวกเราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับอยากฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆเหรอครับก็ฝากติดตามพวกเราใน WCS นี้ด้วยครับ
大家好，我是来自闪电狼的飞龙路选手拉挺做康，然后我来自大师赛区。
大家好，我是来自 One Team 的辅助位选手宁甲七，我来自 WCS 大师赛区。
我想我们团队的优点应该是稳健、团结、敢打吧。然后我们的稳健的风格，就是因为我们在真物件方面，然后的营运上面也做得比别人好。然后团结部分就是在进行检讨的时候，然后我们不会因为自己个人的想要成一些英雄，然后不去听其他队友的意见。然后敢打就是我们在 争夺一些小龙团战的时候，我们只会打我们想要打的架，我们不会去随便乱打，除非对面想来送。
用3个形容词形容我的团队的话，我相信第一个一定是团结，因为我们认为激斗峡谷这个游戏，如果你不团结，就没有办法就是走向胜利。那第二个话就是互相信任嘛，因为团结中如果你没有互相信任队友的话，其实你并没有办法做好团结这件事情。那第3个其实就是友善，其实我们整体队伍的气氛其实非常非常好，我们认为就是互相良性的沟通是可以很好的建立团队优势的这块。
进入 WCS 总决赛感想是，我觉得蛮兴奋的，因为毕竟很久没有打进，我们已经等级1年了，然后这次终于在比赛上面有所表现，然后蛮令人期待的。
对于进入 WCS 总决赛的感想，就是其实心情并没有到非常开心吧，因为我认为我们在大师赛区总决赛这一块打的地方并不是很好，那希望可以在后面可以做出一些改变。
我希望我们团队在这场比赛中可以至少拿到前2名的成绩，然后尽量是有门票啦。然后希望我个人的期许是至少可以拿一次5连杀吧，因为毕竟没有在比赛上拿过，最多就4杀而已。
那对于 WCS 总决赛的期许的话，我们队友的目标一定是以总冠军为主。那我自己个人会希望我把这个团战给开好，就是帮队友建立一个好的开团优势，然后让队友可以安心的输出。那目标的话，还是以总冠军为主吧。
最害怕的对手应该是 BRU 吧，因为毕竟他们的风格跟我们的风格是完全不一样。他们的风格比较属于那种疯狗式的打法，然后希望这次在遇到他们的时候，我们也可以用相同方式打他们回去，让他们知道他们不能这样玩。
我认为 WCS 总决赛最有竞争力的队伍应该是大师赛区的闪电狼，因为我自己认为，其实，在 WCS 整个全部11支队伍里面的话，闪电狼的就是他们的秩序是做得非常非常好的。他们在所有的规划上都做得有条有序，在所有的比赛上打起来，我觉得闪电狼是最有竞争力的一支队伍。
谢谢各位一路从例行赛支持我们到季后赛，然后到现在的总决赛。如果没有你们的话，我们可能没有办法表现得这么好。感谢有你们，然后希望我们可以拿下世界冠军。
那还是要跟所有支持我们One Team的粉丝说，谢谢你们一路以来支持。那也请你们在 WCS 总决赛中继续支持我们One Team，我们一定会好好的打进世界大赛。
Hi, I'm Lance Hernandez, also known as Kaigu, and I'm from Team RQ. We're from the Philippines.
Hi, my name is Miguel Vincent Quezon, and my IGN is Araisan from Team Fennel Adversity, and we represent Philippines in the upcoming WCS Finals tournament.
I would describe my team as aggressive, instinctual, and mechanical because our team usually relies on the players' mechanical skills and instincts and aggressiveness to defeat and overpower opponents.
Una po sa lahat ay makulit kasi marami lang po silang ginagawang mga unnecessary na bagay. Tapos yung pangalawa po ay gutumin kasi lagi po silang nagugutom kahit mga madaling araw na po sa umaga. Tapos yung pangatlo, maingay po kasi minsan po masyado na nakakarindi sa tenga yung mga ingay na ginagawa nila.
It feels great, but to be honest, we didn't really expect that we would win it all. But I'm glad that we didn't give up and we really tried our best making it through the lower brackets.
Napakasaya po na nakarating kami sa WCS Finals kasi sa lahat ng hard work at practice na pinagdaanan namin sa mga puyat, naging worth it lahat kasi umabot kami dito.
Of course, we're looking to test our team and our team strengths against the top teams of the other regions.
Ang inaasahan ko po na mas tougher yung competition sa WCS Finals compared sa Philippines. Kasi yung mga kasali po ay mga top contender from other regions na mga champions and runner-ups.
for me, it's Flash Wolves from Taiwan because they play really well and they play really clean while there.
Isa po sa top contender na feeling ko sa WCS Finals ay yung Team Flash po kasi po parang masyado po silang flexible sa mga draft nila lagi sa nakikita ko sa tournament sa pag nanonood po ako sa Vietnam. Kaya po tingin ko sila din po yung isa sa pinaka best contender para sa WCS Finals.
To all our fans and supporters out there, please watch and support our team as we compete at the WCS Finals this upcoming May.
Hi po sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa Fennel Adversity since day one. Sana po pagpatuloy niyo po kaming suportahan this upcoming WCS Finals. Gagalingan pa po namin at gagawin namin ang lahat para makapag-qualify kami sa upcoming Icons Tournament na magaganap sa Europe.
Looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if far away. We should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo.
just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there. It's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important, and no one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. I can hear whispers and far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers and far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the veil of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear is all talk, yeah. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top, yeah. That show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can have all that you want. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the veil of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, you can never fall. Feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, we are invincible. Invincible, invincible. Invincible, invincible. A million to one. So wild and so young. A million to one. So wild and so young. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we
Cú vào, có tin một quá nhiều năng lượng nữa, nhưng tuy nhiên là sức khỏe của tình huống này. Kill that triple flip is just too far, and they're going to get killed. Sabi ng karambatan na triple kill, hindi na natin ang mga 4 semua response. Cakep banget, lengkap lagi. Không, nhà biết rồi. Nhưng mục tiêu lực lượng của đội em lại là Harry.
After weeks, up to months of grinding, and down to the gruesome battle after so long, we are now finally one more step closer to our playoff of the finals as well. And welcome everyone to the WCS, the World Rift Champions South Asia. It's going to be the play-ins day one, and I'm Gigi, I'll be your host today. And also the best team of South Asia will actually carve their pathway starting today. What kind of route they are taking? Is it going to be towards the greatness, become the legendaries? Or will they be kind of being halted for a bit? Because we'll never know until we'll see the end of it. And also from this moment, every choice they take will actually carve a new pathway for them. Will it be better? Will it be greater? Will they be the legendaries? And also, welcome everyone again for this is our first day ever of the playoff of the World Rift Champions South Asia Finals. And don't forget to join in our Twitter official hashtag. Don't forget to join. Definitely, we want to hear your voice out with our hashtag, which is going to be WCS, WCS SEA, or WCS Finals. And also, this is brought to you by Riot Games. Also, thank you for our sponsors, not only Coca-Cola, drink it and cool it down, and also Ghosty Gamers and One Esports. As we kicking our first day here on WCS Finals, joining me, we have our amazing, very wise, insightful panelists, none other than Odo Luz. Hopefully he always wins. And also we have Omo on this side. How are you guys feeling today?
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this, brother.
How are you feeling today, Odo Luz?
Big brain for me. And how about you, brother?
Well, casters, right? We're supposed to have words to articulate how we're feeling. A picture speaks 1,000 words. I'm ready to cause some havoc here.
So you're brain freeze right now.
No, he's a big brain.
Big brain.
It feels like brain freeze. So he's like, maybe it's the first day he gone brain freeze for a bit since we were playing. But hey, your side just now, can we see that emote again? Is it going to be fiery one?
I might have lost it, but yeah, very fiery. Looking to cause some trouble here on stream. Hoping I don't get fired too quick. That's my main goal.
But hey, that foro is really on fire.
Well, you have to have your predictions on point.
But hey, for me, I'm feeling this today.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm clapping everybody to the WCS.
Yeah, just give her a fab.
And also this will be one of the most banned champions as well, possibly. But hey, since we're kicking off our day number one, we do know that each one of us have seen all throughout the region. We saw how they've been playing, and also there's so many patches in between, how they adapt. So what are your thoughts regarding this?
We just had a new patch, 4.2, 4.1b, and again, in that patch alone, there could be some diversity, some more changes heading into the WCS Finals meta. Remember, marksmen were not as used during the regionals, but at least in this finals, we have yet to see, or we will see, if marksmen will be back in the meta.
I mean, that's all everyone has been complaining about, right? I want to see marksmen. I want to see AD carries played. It's very likely, like you said, because of the new patch, we will see that a little bit more. But I still feel very strongly that mages, Varus, Senna, champions like that will still dominate the meta, just with a little bit more breathing room for the marksmen to come into play as well.
Yeah, we're going to put on hold for that champion draft and all the patches talk again later on, since not everybody are familiar regarding to the tournament format and how this plays off later on when it comes to the roadmap towards the greatness. So let's just check it out for the video format.
The WCS has reached its final battleground. 11 teams have proven themselves on their local stage. But as the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship approaches, only those who truly deserve greatness will be rewarded. One last competition leads to global representation. This is the WCS Finals. We begin with the play-ins, where 5 teams will fight for only 2 playoff slots. All 5 teams will play in a best-of-2 round robin, where the first place team will proceed immediately to the playoff bracket. For the first and second runners-up, only 1 spot remains, and they must face each other in a best-of-5 showdown. In the playoffs, our play-in hopefuls meet the best Southeast Asia has to offer in an 8-team double elimination bracket featuring the local champions. Make the Final 4 and qualify for Icons. Be the last remaining team and earn the title of the first ever WCS champion. The choices we make define us. For our teams, their choices will lead them to greatness or to their elimination. So, what will they choose?
What will they choose indeed? Since every single person is the start of the day, whatever they want to do, it can change their future definitely straight on. But hey, that's going to be the tournament format we saw just now, so everybody knows who will sit into the Icon Global later on. But speaking of play-ins, we definitely have only 5 teams performing right now. So out of 5, there's only going to be 2 gonna actually proceeding towards the grand finals or maybe the playoffs.
Stage, yeah.
I mean, like, this is the start, but hey, I'm gonna throw the pressure on you guys. Who do you think will actually advance for the first 2 teams?
No pressure for me. I'm pretty confident. How about you, Omo?
I think the answer is clear. I'm going to just throw mine out there right away. I think the answer is clear. Which 2 teams are going to make it to the main stage? Cerberus is the best team here. They are going to compete for top 4 in the main stage as well. They're definitely making it out. Next up, believe it or not, I think you're going to like this one. I think it's FLA.
Really?
I think FLA
I did
are
not
making it
expect
out.
that, brother.
Yeah.
Well, okay, for me, no bias. Fennel University will come in first. And one team, again, as a region, rich history, and when it comes to discipline, that's how I love my games, right? Autolus is more into macro rather than the micro, and yeah, I know, it sounds boring, but to me, that's a skill that has been unlocked by these teams, and I believe that will carry them onto the next stage.
Now, funny that both of you guys have pretty much almost one similar team, while mine, I'm sorry, but I'm leaving FLA out of the equation.
For me,
it's
Omo
gonna be
is now my good friend here.
Hey,
right.
hey,
We're on the same page
hey! At least I'm having one of each of your team, which is going to be Cerberus and also one, because we do know. Well, I do agree, Cerberus might be looking as one of the strongest here, but I have to say one is one of the teams that take it slow, steady, and safe. It might be looking like, hey, come on, fight something, but you know, whatever it takes to win, right? Whatever it takes to win, because right now it's too much at stake. Definitely, if they lose, they are losing themselves in the play-ins. They can't advance to the playoff later. If they can't advance, there's no chance of getting the champions. We do know the champions got seeded straight away towards the group of the Icons. And also, the other 3 will actually get into the Icon play-ins again. So, I mean, like,
There's a lot of pressure on the line here, right? I mean, like you said, pressure can amount to a lot of things that will come into play as we consider the play-in stage as a whole. But the main thing is, if you play too safe, it really allows some of these teams to take advantage of you. That's my concern with one team, and that's also, to some extent, my concern about FLA as well, right?
I agree. It's about playing on the wild side, right?
Exactly.
And I think that's what our
Bonus for
teams need right now. You know, choosing greatness over everything. Believe it or not, this 5 teams that we have has a chance to beat each other, right? This is a dog eats dog.
Not all 5.
Oh, okay. So you're slowing there,
but not all 5.
Hey.
Okay, Omo. All right.
Keep it cool up a bit. Now, don't roast too much here, Omo. We still have a lot going on. But by the way, speaking of which, who do you think have the least? Now that's going to be hard. Now, before that, we're going to talk about the schedule first. Now that's going to be really tough. But speaking of the schedule here, we do have Cerberus Esports versus Evos Thailand first, and then we have FLA. Definitely, you guys are rooting them out, and also versus One Team Esports. Now this one going to be really tough. The first two are really tough, and also Evos versus FLA later, and CES versus One Team Esports later. So of all these 4 series here today, which one do you think is the hardest one?
So I'm gonna let you in on a little secret here, Choo Choo.
Oh,
I think
definitely.
all of these games are gonna be very tightly contested, and you know why that is? Because SLG isn't playing today, so all 4 of these teams have the chance to take
we're
games
trying to
off.
avoid it. Just
No, I'm just gonna double down.
That's a bit bold and straight up front. I'm hopefully, you know what? They are Smash Logic, right? So if they smash your Logics later, you know.
Look, I spent a couple years in Australia myself. I coached some Australian teams. I'm an Aussie at heart. I'm an Aussie at heart.
Okay.
But
yeah.
nah, it's just not gonna happen, man.
But also, that doesn't give you the license to, you know.
I had to put that out there so people don't think I'm bullying.
Maybe that's the reason why SLG is having a tough time, because he was there.
I will cost this
Possibly,
curse.
possibly.
Maybe I'm cost
Or I'm actually eager to find out what your face would be like if they get a win, right?
Now we feel like we want to vote for them.
You see, that's the
Just
thing. You guys are
because.
saying get a win, not even make it out of groups, right? That's the expectations for this team. If you get a win, that's big already. Not even getting out of groups, right? But I
Wow.
think let's not fixate too much on this team. Let's take a look at the other great teams we have here as well.
Also, we're not even looking this team, we're looking over the other great teams. Definitely, it's going to be Cerberus versus Evos Esports first. So, when we talk about Cerberus and Evos, what's the storyline? I do know there's some spicy stories behind it, especially
Exactly.
Evos. So, what are your thoughts about this sort of news?
I know that we will talk more about Cerberus and Evos and their rich history later. Again, these are 2 teams that are no strangers into the international scene. But looking at Cerberus Esports and their journey to get here, they're basically the 3rd seeded team in the regular season. They lost to Team Flash in the upper bracket final, but won against Saigon Phantoms, which is actually a pretty impressive win as well. Now, the question remains, is it just Team Flash that they are, you know, struggling against? Because again, we now have a new floor here with 4 new teams trying to battle it out with them, and I feel that Cerberus will feel confident.
Exactly, and I think that's a great point as well, right? When assessing teams like Cerberus, when assessing a team like One Team, it really begs the question, how good are these teams? Because they got destroyed in finals. Team Flash, amazing. Flash Wolves, fantastic. Is it because their opponents are just too strong? Or are these teams, Cerberus, One Team, are they also suffering from issues within their core identity? We'll need to find out here today.
Yeah, definitely, especially Cerberus. We do know, and we do always mention it, Masters region and Vietnam region is always going to be the strongest one usually. But I do want to see a new region.
PH.
Rise up
PH.
I'm sorry.
Horizon Cup 3rd, but...
All right. Subtly. Yes, subtly. But hey, speaking of, now we do want to mention about Evos next, right? So,
But before that, a little bit more about Cerberus, a fun fact.
That's so fast, but okay.
There we go, we're back up.
There we go.
We're working out the kinks here.
Just a couple of things, you know, just to put more emphasis on how they got here. Again, Cerberus Esports placed 2nd during the regular season with 11-3 score. Again, was able to beat Saigon Phantoms to get their spot in the grand finals. And again, for every regionals, at least here in the WCS, get to top 2, you get invited.
Simple as that.
So, okay, they are pretty much coming through a lot of grinding, definitely. And Cerberus, we do know when it comes to, this is my biggest question actually. If you compare Cerberus, yes, I have to agree that Team Flash is one of the strongest, but are they really? What if there's another team that actually stronger than them? Then we can see. We'll have to see. But speaking of Evos Esports, now this team, there's so many spicy storyline behind them, especially with the lineup that changed from the previous one. We do know they had a very high ranking back then with Lloyd, Valdez, G4, Kitsin, and Fairplay. And before this, it was a different total lineup. Do you think it impacted quite a lot when it comes to that?
Oh, definitely, especially in the current meta and where you have to rely on your side laners. I believe that Tipper is a lot more formidable as an opponent on the side lanes compared to Lloyd. But do not discount Lloyd, especially at you know, especially looking at his experience, G4 and Lloyd are like the greatest of all time for the Thailand region, for the League of Legends PC. And for Fair Player, I know that Miracle and Rich was, you know, a bit more aggressive, but we will see. Because as we have heard here, Omo, there there might be a substitution happening in where G4 will be placed in the support. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to bring it up right away, right? The roster on the screen is not going to be the roster that we see playing here today. We're going to see G4 move down to the support position. And I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of a joke, okay? I saw a meme on Twitter today. You either die a carry or you live long enough to see yourself become a support. That's exactly what happened to G4. It's very natural career progression for veterans to move down to that support position where their experience will shine, where they can show their shot calling, the map movements. Not to say that G4 is washed up. I don't think that's the case at all. I think his mechanics are still fantastic. But I think this will allow him to better enable Velders throughout the game. And I'm excited to see what their new mid player, Linia, I believe he's debuting here today as well for the main stage. We'll see what he can do against Cerberus.
What a rookie. Right?
Wow.
Debuting on an international stage.
Yeah. Anything, what it is, whatever happens just now, it's going to be Omu to blame. But also, just now we saw the stats looking about the achievement previously. So some teams, especially when we mentioned about all the teams, right? Some teams have a lot of experience, some have none. Some we haven't seen even before. We have so many fresh looks looking these days. And also, maybe some of them are quite an old lineup, but having a couple of roster swap and maybe even during the game they might swap over for roster. Speaking of Evos, they finished that during the regular season. So, and also they lost the upper bracket semi-final final against Invade Esports. So
yeah, but the best part about Evos is that they were able to redeem themselves against the same team. Against Invade Esports, they were able to win the lower bracket finals, advancing themselves to the grand finals, and eventually here in the play-ins.
And that's the point we will always be making about a team like Evos, right? You can never really count them out because, like you said, the veteran experience, especially of their mid and top laner, just too good, right? Well, I say mid laner, but he's the support now, I guess. G4 and Lloyd, right? Throughout the season, they lost twice to Invade Esports in the regular season and then in the upper bracket yet again. But when it counts, when everything's on the line, they prove true. They make it to the grand finals against BRU. Wasn't even close, right? They stomped them in the lower bracket finals. And here they are today. We can never really count out a team like Evos Esports because of the experience that they have, because of the caliber of the players that they have, frankly. We'll see if it matters against Cerberus, though. I think Cerberus is just far too good.
really, I'm gonna have to wait and see because they were fighting against their grand final, fighting against a team that in a very different region. So maybe there's a difference of region playstyle. They kind of have to adapt to it. That's one thing we have to put in mind. But hey, we have also Fennel Adversity. Peanut Pride all the way.
That's right.
Yeah.
Adversity.
But hey, I feel like Fennel Adversity, right? It feels like a Cinderella story, but the stepsisters version.
Wait, what?
Yeah, but because they were always up there first.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll try to ride on your analogy and going on the fairy tale route because basically, Fennel Adversity, again, going back to last year, their story is all about progression, right?
Yeah.
They have been improving over and over again, and come play-ins time, they fell short, right? They were not able to perform well to their expectations, and what they did is to add 3 new players. They have 2 Baron laners and 1 mid laner. And similar to Evos, we've been hearing some changes along the way here, Omo. And it does appear that Horizon, the ones that you're seeing in the Baron lane, is going to try his hand in the support. Insider info tells me it's all about Danny. Basically, Fennel Adversity is Danny's team, and I'm waiting for him to pop off.
I love that point. I love that point. So, Autolus, who's coming in to play Baron lane then?
It will become.
You were telling me earlier on, this change-up enables a couple of things, right? Lets them be aggressive, lets them set up Danny for success. And I think that's going to be very big here because we were talking about this a lot. Marksman meta might be coming back. And if that's the case, then, well, Danny might be one of the players who could be the keys to success, who could hold the keys to success here for Fennel Adversity.
I tell you, he's the best Dragon laner there is in the Philippines. He has proven time and time again in almost every international competition that you cannot scoff at his skills. And that's the thing about Danny, right? It's about him delivering us to the promised land.
That's fantastic, because guess who else is playing here in the play-in stage? We have Genza, who is the best Dragon laner in Vietnam. We have Yumao on one team, who might be one of the new up-and-coming talents in the Dragon lane position in the Masters region as well. A lot of things for us to look out for, and it seems like bottom lane, Dragon lane, that might be one of the keys here.
So basically, the side lanes are really important these days when in regards of the current meta. But hey, also fun facts about Fennel adversity from the Philippines region. They finished the regular season on second. Definitely, this is really devastating for me. Upset. The last minute for which gonna be the grand final, the last one, they lost to ROQ. It was just really unfortunate for me.
Yeah, well, again, the thing here, if you look at it, second place at 9 and 5, and the third and fourth or fifth place was at 8 and 7 or 8 and 6, and that's how close the Philippines region as a whole was. Eventually, it was the number 5 team RQ that was able to beat them in the grand finals, but I still remain confident. Again, regarding the changes that they did on their roster, it allowed them multiple compositions to play. And now that they're going back to the marksman, now that we're going back to the marksman meta, Danny is so ready.
And to run with that analogy a little bit, if you think back to the story of Cinderella, you would remember there's more than one stepsister, I believe. UDG as well. They were a dominant powerhouse in the Philippines one day. And at the end of the day, RRQ, they blazed through both of these teams to make it as the number 1 seed here. Still, though, I think the Fennel Adversity have a lot to offer on the international stage, and I would think it would be remiss to count them out. That's why I think that they are one of the teams that will make it to the main stage.
That's why they are in the play-ins right now, to redeem back the loss and making sure they might actually take the champions away. But hey, speaking of just now, we do know one more team. You mentioned about the side lanes, the Dragon lanes, the strong ones these days. One team having one of them. So, speaking of one team, this is the slow and steady team. For me, this is a team that whatever it takes to actually win it, they just have the perseverance, the patience. But when it comes to mid-game power spike, they are there.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one esports for you. It's not just one team, but also Fennel Adversity. Many times, people, especially the viewers, would question people that are not going into fights, but it actually takes a lot of skills to choose.
Okay,
It takes a lot of skills to choose your fights wisely, right? Knowing your power spikes, and that's one team for you. They know even that they draft, something aggressive. Even if they draft Olaf, you would still see them choose their fights wisely. Is there any objective to fight for? The answer is no. We're not going to fight. That's one team for you, and I believe Cianyo is still the leader of this pack.
Yeah, I think he's definitely one of the best players we need to be looking out for in his position here. But I think when you look at one team and you look at their passiveness, you look at their, like you said, right, patience to wait for objectives to fight for. I would say there's two sides to that coin, right? One side is, of course, you're patient, you pick your fights very well. The other is you don't get to choose your fights. Your opponent forces you to fight them anytime they want to, right? There's a dragon, we know you have to come fight us. We set up first, you're forced to walk into us. And that was the exact story of their grand finals against Flash Wolves. That's exactly why I think one team are gonna struggle against some of the faster paced teams, because if you take a step back, teams like Cerberus, they can just run all over you.
But I just want to compare for a bit, right? If you compare like how Ninja 7 used to play as ADC, and right now he's being pushed down to support because Yumao adding in, is that sort of a better dynamic if you compare with the last one?
I have an issue with that personally. I think Ninja 7, I loved him in the Dragon lane. I always sang his praises. But I think him moving down to support, it's one of the causes of their main issues right now. Indecisiveness, lack of someone to pull the trigger, lack of a clear engager. That's his role. It's him and Cianyo. Cianyo's always playing a carry. He's new to the support position. He's a little bit lost, out of sorts sometimes. I think that's exactly the root of the problem for one team.
Yeah, and for me, it's about, the growing pains of having to transition from one lane to another. But if there's one champion that I really would love to see the supports on, it's the Rakan. Rakan has been, a very big playmaker, not just for one team, but for every single team that we have here in the play-ins. And again, for one team, we have to look out for Yumao. Yumao has been so good on Ziggs. Will he still stick to the Ziggs, or will he now play the...
Just don't play cocky. Just don't play cocky. That's all I ask.
But that's the thing. Mostly they'll be playing Corky and
exactly.
just... you know.
Corky's is the only region that first picks Corky, which is why I'm also so down on them.
But that's true. Just to give you guys a brief history as to how one team was able to get here. They finished second during the regular season. They won against QWQ in the lower bracket finals, and that was the thing that happened in order for them to set up another date with Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves has always been defeating one team. The same question prevails, right? Is it just against Flash Wolves that they're struggling, or is it, going to be the thing here in the play-ins?
And it's even more extreme for the Masters region than it is for the Vietnam region, because Masters, I'll be frank here, it's a 2-team region. You look past Flash Wolves, you look past one team.
Heavy.
Who's next, really? It's really a 2-horse race. The rest of the teams just don't stack up, whereas in Vietnam, at least the other teams are competitive. You see Cerberus take down Saigon Phantoms, you can say, yeah, that's a decent opponent. That's a win, which means something. One team, who did they take down to get here? They took down QWQ. What does that mean to you? Absolutely nothing, I'm going to be frank. So I feel like we really need to see what kind of performance one team can deliver on an international stage before we judge them.
But, do you want to change your my advanced 2 teams later in playoffs?
No.
It's like, my prediction might be right later on. But hey, when we talk about prediction, this is where I want to ask you another. You know what? Sometimes some of us don't like the prediction. We might jinx the team.
Nope.
We're
All
okay
in,
with
let's go.
But hey, speaking of first series of today, which is going to be Cerberus Esports versus Evos Esports Thailand. So who do you think will take away, and how much score and why?
Well, I believe the prediction score will be revealed later. I just know that, all throughout this game, we have to focus on their star players. For Evos, we know that they have veterans, but it is still the Valda show. Almost every single time, their jungler will
After
be
Tito
like...
leaves,
I know, it's, he will have like 5k gold lead ahead of his opponent, or even Lloyd. Lloyd sacrifices a lot of his resources for Valdez.
Yeah, I think going to the finals, especially against BRU, we saw Lloyd take on a more carry-oriented role against a player like Noel. It's no easy task at all. A lot of expectations are on the line here for Lloyd, but I think at the end of the day, like you guys said, it's the Valda show. What I'm interested to see is how G4 will function in the support position. Will he set up Valdas for success? That's the big question on my mind. Because when we were discussing Evos earlier, we said, what's their win condition? It has to be mid-jungle pop-off. Maybe that's still possible. Maybe if Lina comes in, he's a goddamn star. Maybe that happens as well. If not, it really comes to, can Valdas be enabled by G4? Can the two of them, jungle support, lead the charge here?
So basically, you are comparing both team jungles and support when it comes to controlling the entirety of the tempo of the game itself, how they set actually the tone. So we don't have too much into mid lane this time. Well, based on the current meta as well, mostly it will be depends on the herald. It will depends on the side lane, especially the dual lanes. We do know support these days plays so much role when it comes to controlling the game and also making sure the early push is not possible by the enemy team, right? But the thing is, you guys are still not saying your prediction because you're waiting for it to just pop it because you don't want to jinx your team. I get it, but just say it out loud.
No jinx possible here. It's going to be very clear. It's going to be a Cerberus 2-0, and there's no jinx possible. I don't think it's going to be close.
Same.
So there we go. We're on the same page here, aren't we?
It's because
he's leaving me hanging, so we're not anymore, I guess.
It's more of, after hearing the swaps that is happening again, if you swap at the wrong time of the tournament, it turns, it will turn out bad most of the time. It takes a lot of veteran presence, which Evos has, to really fast track the adjustments. But for me, Cerberus, at least their composition is very well balanced when it comes to drafting, and Mess is also very aggressive. So it's not going to be a free jungle for Valdez to roam.
I have to disagree about certain, especially Maths. It depends on his mood. If it's messy or not, that's it. But hey, speaking of the head-to-head, just now we saw how the supports. If you actually have to choose between the two supports, which one do you actually prefer between these two teams?
We have a new support.
Yeah, we have a new support. I mean, I don't know if you guys can see it, but there's a bit of a graphic going on behind me right now. We picked the head-to-head between supports. One of the big reasons for that was we said, let's not talk about G4, okay? We have the whole tournament to talk about G4. We'll wait till we get there.
Okay.
Guess what? We have to talk about G4 anyway. We can't escape it. Well, I think it's going to be a very big part of the bottom lane matchup, right? We talk about Cerberus' support. We talk about how he's insane. You raised a great point. He was perma-banned, target banned throughout the entire finals.
Definitely. It was, I believe, the most banned champions against Cerberus was Thresh, Lulu, and Karma. All supports.
Rakan as well.
Rakan.
Yeah.
So Fly is definitely flying above the radar and will make plays.
Can I just make a real quick joke here before we go to predictions?
ahead.
Yeah, go
Do you guys
ahead.
remember that old song, Fly Like a G6, like a
Yeah,
G6?
yeah.
Well,
We have a
now
G4.
we've got Fly Like a
Like a
G4. Let's
G4.
see who's going to
Fly
make it.
against the G4, okay.
But the thing is, I do want to know, since G4 is not playing mid, so
Yes.
the one actually going to play mid is...
Linear.
Okay, it's a debut for Linear, then it can they actually execute there. But hey, you guys want to change your prediction
No,
again?
2-0.
I have Cerberus
Especially
2-0.
after Evos changed the
Yeah,
sort of
well-
role, maybe.
It will bring more harm than good, to be honest.
That's a bit blunt. Now,
2-0. I mean,
not too subtle, innit?
changing ahead of, a very big competition like such as this, it will not go unpunished. I tell you that.
Okay, we're gonna have to see it will go unpunished or not, since also there's a bit of a blunder last minute changes when it comes to the role swap in the last minute. But here comes our predictions. Any last thoughts, guys, when it comes to the first match today?
Clear 2-0.
Let's
Let's get to it.
It's just, are they doing the right thing, changing at the last minute? We have no clue. But hey, also, let's just also predict a bit when it comes to the second series here. We do know Pinoy Pride all the way for FLA, one team eSport. I'm one person all the way with one team eSports. But hey, who do you think take the, maybe it's a 1-1, maybe it's a 2-0, but who and why?
It will be Fennel University, clean 2-0. I know that they did
Clean.
changes.
Oh, wow.
I know that they did changes, but for me, no
bias.
no bias.
Not biased at all. Definitely clean one. Yeah.
If I vote against them, I mean my countrymen will, will
fly
not let
home,
me
stay
home.
here.
Let me go home.
Well, it's a bit of a tough one for me. We were talking about this a bit yesterday. I was conflicted as to whether it would be a 2-0 for FLA or if it would be a tied matchup 1-1. I think after we see the changes, we'll need a bit more time to determine the true caliber of this new FLA roster. I think it's going to be a 1-1. I think we're going to see a tie between these two teams to start things off. Okay.
Why do you think it's a tie?
I think one team just have solid fundamentals, and if FLA, they're still feeling out the waters, they're still testing out their new roster, especially Baron Lane to support. That's not an easy swap to make. I think that gives one team the potential to snatch a game, maybe the first game.
So your final prediction is going to be 1-1 for Omu. Funnel Adversity versus one team esports.
That's right.
And yours will be
A clean 2-0.
very clean.
For one team, right?
No! Do you
I
want
don't want
me-
to get you in
do
trouble,
you want
I'm
me to
sorry.
swim over to Philippines? Right, this is going to be a clean 2-0, and then afterwards, I'm going to welcome you to the hype train of Fennel University. Why not?
But hey, this time, I'm going for Fennel Adversity.
Okay.
Let's go.
Mabuhay, Mangadampo, all the way.
There you go.
I'm
You
gonna
said
go.
one team are going to make it out.
But I want to see Funnel Adversity winning first. So, hey, we're going to go for this one, Funnel Adversity for both of us. We're going to be a Pinot Pride all the way.
All right, then we'll have a bit of a gap going on.
He's not our friend anymore. He's
It's
not our
okay.
friend anymore.
I know Twitch chat is over there as well, so it's like a 3-on-1 right now.
But hey, speaking of our matchup between Cerberus and also Evos Esports at first, but we have to wait for a bit because we have a little bit of sneak peek for you guys to see what's coming up. And right now, we're gonna talk about our predictions of the draft between Evos Thailand, Evos Esports Thailand versus Cerberus Esports. Between these two, I think definitely Gragas, Galio, and also Olaf is gonna be one of the famous every region there is.
Yeah.
But
there's,
hey,
there's
you
a lot
think-
for us to consider going to the draft here. I think one of the big things as well is regional differences in their read on the meta. But one thing I want to talk to you about a little bit, Autolus, is how these two teams got here, right? They both had an amazing international debut in summer. Things started to slip up a bit for them. And now they're back. This is a bit of a redemption arc.
Again, Evos has been the crowned champion, the strongest team during the Summer Super Cup. Meanwhile, Cerberus Esports not too far behind at third. But come fall split, Evos was at 5th, 6th. Meanwhile, Cerberus was not even able to play a thing. Now, heading over to the draft, we are seeing that Evos did their homework and went to ban Lulu and Thresh.
Yeah, so the support ban sparked a bit of an interest. And then I look at the roster. I'm not sure if we're getting bamboozled or if the roster is actually not changed and Evos is sticking with what works.
You're still letting G4 for playing mid. I think they heard you guys just now since Cerberus is quite strong, so definitely they don't want to try something experimental.
This is an interesting first pick, though. For me, a Senna?
Okay, so I'm getting word that what's on your screen right now is wrong. So it's gonna be indeed G4 playing support still, and Linia is playing mid lane. And that is exactly why I wanted to raise the support bans as well. I play autofill support sometimes, and when I'm playing autofill support, I'll always say, ban trash, because I don't want to deal with it. This champion can dominate the lane, dominate the game. So G4, he's a new support player. I mean, he's played League of Legends for like, what, 30 years at this point. So it's understandable for him to want to get rid of a champion which can just take over the game. Senna pickup for Katsutan, I like that. It's something that's been a staple for Evos, always works for them.
It's a very balanced champion for me because it allows them to scale well into the late game while still be able to, you know, to crowd control their opponents to the ground. But looking at the picks here by Cerberus Esports, we have our first taste of a Riku special. The Karma.
Yeah, we have a Karma Fennel on the Katsu side as well. And we do want to mention about Gragas being separated from Senna. Definitely, is it a force sort of draft they're taking, or they really want to use Gragas?
I think it's just very clear that Cerberus, they have a very easy time just snatching up power picks. We normally say it's true for blue side to just snatch up power picks. It's very easy.
Who let the dogs out?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a Senna Nessus bot lane. Nothing really special here. I expected something like a Galio that's been a staple pick for G4. He's played that pick for years, even on PC. But Nasus is going to give him a bit more potential to really just take over the game if he gets the farm. And it's going to be, what is this? This is going to be a cocky mid here on Linia's debut.
Yeah, it seems like you guys mentioned you don't want Corki, but they're giving it straight in your face. Hey, let's go Corki all the way.
Right, Renekton being picked up here by Cerberus. Still a very stable power pick in the Baron lane. I'm trying to look for other Baron laners that still hasn't picked here. We see that there are bad. Well, it was bad firsthand, right? Jace, Camille, and Seth has been bad. And now Garen is being targeted because then again, Evos, Lloyd has been known to play the Garen sometime in the playoffs.
What's curious to me, though, is this Jace ban and this Camille ban. I understand that Camille is a flex pick. They don't want Veldus to get it. Jace, it's a flex pick. Maybe Linia has cracked at it. I don't know. But the fact is, if you're banning these champions away, especially the set as well, you're targeting a lot of Lloyd's champion pool. That raises question marks for me because he should be one of the weaker spots on the Evos roster. Are you just trying to shut him out? Are you trying to give him a hard time here? Because the Garen ban certainly indicates that.
Well, we do know definitely Darius being nerfed these days, so I don't think that's going to be used quite a lot. But on the side of, you know, a lot of players kind of use a lot of Lucian these days if they're fighting. So
that's good.
Zincho
is
actually pretty
one
good.
of the best picks in the current meta.
I have to
think
agree.
He's extremely underrated. I think the Zin just gives you so much power in skirmishing. And what this does so well here for the side of CES, it negates the power of Veldus. No matter how cracked you are mechanically, you run into the Zin, he's going to point and click you. He's going to do the same things.
Yeah, and also, not to mention, you know, once you pop that ultimate, you basically have a free win wall, right? So those folks that are coming in from the double marksman composition that Evos right now basically was negated by this Xin Zhao pick. But I got scared for a bit because I thought it was an opening for Cerberus Esports to already bring out the Jax, but they turned out, you know, it turns out they were the ones who banned it.
Oh, I did mention about Lucian. He always be picked these days. Either you put in a dual lane or even in Baron lane, it's kind of okay for them.
Real quick, I need to break down this draft. I need to tell you guys what you need to look out for. Okay, the Senna Nessus, it's going to be a big scaling bottom lane matchup, right? But what's super interesting to me is this jungle matchup. A lot of potential to pop off on either side. I like the mobility that Lee has over the Zin. Can escape the fights he doesn't want to take. But Zin, is this going to be a Zin Karma? What's the flex is going to look like? Yeah, I do think it should be a Lucian mid because that's devastating against a Cocky. You get the mid prio, and then I think you might have some trouble for Lloyd because that top lane matchup, it gets extremely difficult. A stack and dive, extremely possible here on the side of CES.
I agree, and this is going to be very interesting because Lloyd is on a highly mechanical champion in that Riven. Again, you have to know that combo just to make sure that you maximize your damage output. Valdez being put on Reason, I expected him to be on the Riven, to be honest with you. So something, you know,
Honestly.
something that Evos' identity is about. And Cerberus is now mixing it up. Lucian in the mid lane, and now we have a double AP in the bot lane that's all about pokes.
Really, really good. I love that because you know what your opponent bot lane wants to do, and there's two answers to Senna lanes, right? You either stack them, dive them, or you outpoke them. This bot lane allows you to do that. You don't get the AFK farming mid matchup between Karma and Koki. You get the Lucian, which can dominate the lane. You dominate the lane. If your top laner wins trades, you know what they're gonna do. Zin, Renekton, Lucian, all three of them, they're gonna run up there, they're gonna kill Lloyd over and over. He has to play this game out so well.
Let's throw it to the Riv itself for a fanatic of Karma, which definitely in the game. Riku and also Brandon the Scientist. Take it away, guys.
Alright, welcome back mga kaibigan at ito na tayo ngayon sa mainit na laban natin. Evos Thailand versus Cerberus Esports. At tayo natin ngayon na pinag-usapan nga ng ating mga panelists yung paparating na laban na ito. Looking at the lineup, especially the Dragon Lane, this is going to be very interesting. We have a Nasus Senna versus the Karma Gragas. Ano masabi mo dito, Erp?
Grabe. Hindi natin madalas nakikita to, no, yung Karma Gragas, lalo na dito sa WCS PH. Pero ito pinapakita kayo na Cerberus from the Vietnam region. Yung kakaiba nilang flavor dyan sa Dragon Lane. Para sa akin, sa tingin ko, maganda yung poking potential nito, maraming damage. Pero meron sila ngayon tinatry dito. Pero tatlo sila pababa.
Yes, early aggression coming from members of Cerberus Esports. Mapapilitan ka nila magkaroon ng first blood. But this is the normal meta, no? Crazy Apple. We normally see a lot of players na talaga nag-clear kagad namin yung with the mid lane together with kung sino man ang gusto nilang mag-boost kagad, may it be the Dragon Lane or the Baron Laners, tapos saka sila lumilipat ng lane to get more XP and at the same time gold para sa kanilang mga champions.
Yeah, yun na nga. And may isa din kasi nakikita natin na minsan na yung mid lane na shab nila kaagad tapos mag-ward pa hindi. Yun nga, pinwestohan kaagad nila. Binigyan nila ng mas madaming XP itong Karma at Gragas para ma-hit nila yung mga level spike nila ng mas maaga. At ayun na nga, makakapag-dominate sila doon sa lane. Kasi alam naman natin, Senna, Nasus, medyo safe to. At ayun na, nagkaroon biglang ng labanan dito, no, between sa Renekton sa Riven.
Yes, obviously nakita natin dito talaga yung aggression nitong si Taco against kay Lloyd. And we, of course, this is going to be a matchup between Renekton and the Riven. At alam naman natin na pagdating sa ganitong matchup, normally, Renekton will really have the upper hand talaga when it comes to the poke. Pero bot lane, early aggression coming in from Genza mismo. Pero mas napuruan siya dun because of the damage coming from the Spirit Fire nitong si G4.
Yeah, potentially nga kung iisipin mas masakit ang bawas or mas maraming poke na pwedeng iba to itong si Genza sa kasi fly on that Karma and the Gragas. Pero pinapakita doon ni Cat Satan at ni G4, hindi sila magpapatinag, hindi sila uuwang, malakas pa rin talaga ang Senna Dragon Lane. At para sa mga viewers natin kanina na baka na-miss out yung pag-usapan sa panel, baka na-expect nyo na si G4 ay ang nasa mid lane. Nagkaroon ng palitan ngayon ng Evos dito sa mga roles nila. Nasa support ngayon si G4, mala EXO yung palitan niya galing mid lane pumunta sa support. Habang mayroon silang rookie mid lane na ngayon si Linya, ito ang first ever game niya according sa panel for the pro scene. So very exciting and also sabihin ko risky dito pa talaga sa play-ins, no, ng WCS nilabas itong bago nilang player. Pero means sabihin kung ano ang kanyang mapapakita sa atin ngayong larong ito.
Yes, actually, kanina rin na-mention ni Otolus, no, kapag may mga ganitong klase ng scenario na nangyayari sa mga teams, alam mo yung mga last minute or yung mga biglaan talaga na role changes sa kanilang mga bagong players sa kanila is madalas nag-turn out na hindi ganoon gaganda yung nagiging resulta. But again, we have so much time to, alam mo yun, para dito kay Linya to prove himself na tigil sa laban na ito kung pwede mapakita niya with that mid lane na meron sila ngayon. Corky, now he has a BF sword, Linya, but we're seeing a lot of movements right now coming in for Cerberus Esports going for the bot lane Mess, pero wait lang, wala silang vision dito. And they're not gonna go in muna for now kasi malapit na tayo magkaroon ng mga objectives. 3 minutes na kagad, or going sa 4 minutes natin for Dragon and Referral.
Yung Dragon natin na mauuna para sa ating Game 1. Ito ay isang best of 2. So 2 games siguradong malalaro ng dalawang teams natin ngayon dito sa match na to. Unang Dragon nga ay ang Ocean Drake. So malamang, wait a minute though.
Napakasakitin naman siya nakalit doon. The first blood was secured ng Cerberus Esports dito coming from BMM with an Ignite na ginamit niya kagad. And that's going to be an information once again kasi nagamit din ni Linya yung kanyang exhaust and flash.
Yun na, nagamit niya yung exhaust at yung flash at nakakuha ka na first blood siya kagad. Pero mo si G4 medyo na malapit dito.
Kumakapit nga indeed. Ginamit na naman niya ako yung Spirit Fire together with the ultimate to root them down. Yun nga lang, nagiging maingat si Fly and si Genza sa bot lane. Because again, nakakatakot ang threat itong si Senna at si Nasus.
Medyo safe lane. Pero going back nga, no, rookie to si Linya, madami pa siyang kailangan patunayan dito sa larong to. At first blood nga siya ni BMM. Pero dahil sa mga nakita natin pangyayari doon, nag-recall ang Cerberus. At nagkaroon rin ng chance itong Evos. Kinukuha nila ngayon itong Rift Herald. At mukhang libre-libre nila makakuha ito. Pwede pa silang pumesto, marami silang oras para pwestohan itong Ocean Drake. Pero mukhang gusto nilang puntahan na itong topside. Baka binaplano nilang isama din yung Rift Herald para makakuha kaagad ng early tower sa topside.
Yes. So, kumbaga, sulitin talaga yung trade na meron sila dito. And surprisingly, hindi kaagad sinimula ng Cerberus Esports yung pagkuha ng Dragon. I think they're just trying to, making sure na magkaroon sila ng magandang objective control, making sure to read yung possible na gagalawin or yung gagalawan dito ng Evos Esports. Now that they were able to summon the referral to the top, hindi nga lang nila nakuha yung first tier nila dito. So, medyo sayang yung referral natin.
Medyo nagdalawang isip doon yung Evos pero mukhang si Fly hindi magdalawang isip dito.
Hindi. Tinamaan na kagad. Uy, medyo maaga yung kanyang paggamit doon. Explosive cast. Gathering fire wind there as well. Pero not enough damage para sa Evos Thailand. Here in the mid lane at buhay pa rin sila. And the sustain is still there.
Ang dami natin nakikita action early na dito, Spear, pero walang nakakakuhang kills dahil ito yung unang game. No? At nga, top lane, nakuha na doon ng Evos. Sinumulan nga doon sa Rift, binalikan nila, nakuha nila yung Torre. Pero going back nga, ang daming naging action. Wala pang mga clear kills. Pero may isa akong nakikita ditong strategy na sinusubukan ng Evos. Hindi natin nakikita madalas pero naka-hull breaker ngayon si Linya doon sa Corki. So malamang gagawin niya dito, split push Corki. Hindi pa to madalas nakikita at hindi ko pa to nakikita sa totoo lang. Pero let's see paano niya magagamit ito kasi hindi naman usually split push champion naiisip mo ang isang Corki.
Yes, at the same time, you would normally have a Corki talaga to join in every team fight because, well, that's a Corki. Important of the damage, having the mitigation of yung armor, pag degrees na armor, together with yung kanyang Gatling gun. So, yeah, for now, medyo questionable, I would say, but we'll see kung ano pwedeng gawin ito ng Evos Thailand. Again, aggression here in the mid lane, coming in from Genza and Fly. And in terms of rotation, I think medyo may kalamangan dito ang Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, sa ngayon na yung rotation nila medyo may kalamangan sa unang mga minuto natin sa larong to. Pero gusto ko lang din dagdagan na pwede hypothesis natin dito sa Hullbreaker na nakikita natin Corki. Dahil nga, kakapasok lang niya dito sa roster na to, unang laro niya dito sa pro play, kahit may nakita tayong ultimate lang galing kay Fly, binato doon explosive cast. Hullbreaker, pwede siya mag-split push, pwede siya mag-isa. So makakakuha siya ng space. Pero hindi nga lang siya mag-isa, sinashadow siya ngayon ni Baldus.
Talagang sinusubukan nilang sabayan dito, no? Kung ano yung mga possible na maging movement ng ating mga junglers right now. But again, 7 minutes pa lang tayo mga kaibigan. Papunta tayo sa 7 minutes. And still, hindi ganun kalaki yan yung ating mga goal difference dito. Starting with, of course, the first tier to sa being taken down kagad ng maggabilang panic. But now that Evos Esports has the first tier turret na nakuha nila kanina in that top lane, let's see if they're gonna make it work right now. Pero bot lane, tripping nila. Meron tayong delivery package. Hindi pa kinakuha dito ng linya. Pero Taku, gonna go in with the slice and then dive sa puntang minion para mapagsilang ng ating Binion Bay. Pero Lloyd naman dito mga kaibigan sa top lane. Donic Shadow para magkaroon ng heal. Fury of the Suns. Hinahabol niya dito mga kaibigan. In-exhaust pa nga itong si BMM. Pero ito na si Genza. Binigyan ng kanyang inspire para ma-inspire yung kanyang tropa sa top lane. Pero Fly clear with Binion Bay with the mid lane para lang magbigay ng pressure din dito kay Val.
Yan na. Nakikita ka natin yung galawan ng magkaiba yung naging priority ng dalawang team. Cerberus, pumunta muna sila sa bot side, dinepensahan nila iyon. Pero dahil nga pumunta si Fly doon sa ating Dragon Lane, na-open up nung si Mes naman nagsubok kumuha ng tower dive, nagsubok kumuha ng play sa ating Baron Lane. Nakasagot ka agad ng Evos, so nakakuha pa sila ng isang kill doon. Sobrang batas pa ng laban natin ngayon. Magwawalong minuto pa lang tayo dito sa game na ito. 1-1 in kills, 600 gold lead pa lang ang Cerberus. And kanina nga sabi ng ating panel na overwhelmingly 2-0 sila para sa Cerberus. Pero so far, no, mukhang dikit ang laban.
Grabe si Valdez to, no? Alay ang kanyang sarili para sa isang scatter card. Nakuha niya sana, pero nakuha na nga yun. Yun nga lang kapalit ng kanyang buhay. Remember, nabawasan ng malaki yung experience na makuha nila dito sa ating scatter card. But important to have that vision since Dragon ay pop na.
Yeah, pero dahil nga namatay siya doon, nakuha nga niya yung Scuttle Club, open din itong Herald. Kung nakuha ng Evos ang unang Herald, makukuha na ngayon na Cerberus ang pangalawa. At 2 seconds, up na nga, tulad na sabi mo, itong Infernal Drake, may package na hawak-hawak ni Linya, pwede niyang gamitin ito pag pumasok ang Cerberus. Sinisimulan na yung Infernal Drake.
Aabot nga ba dito si kaibigang Valdos ha? Medyo malayo pa yung kanya tinatakbo. Referred big summer BT para magkaroon ng pressure kagad habang kiniklear dito ng Cerberus Esports ang rest of the minion wave here in the mid lane. Nakuha nila dito yung damage doon. But still, not enough to secure that first tier turret in the mid to have a lot of movements pa din lang gawin dito. This is going to be a 5v5 situation. 9-minute mark mga kaibigan. And Dragon, Infernal Drake ito. Again, important Dragon para sa dalawang team. Tumama yung kanyang Sonic Wave. Papasok nga ba siya? Pumasok siya! Tatlo yung tira niya na nakap dito with the Dragon's Rage. But they're not gonna go in muna for now. Tamang chilling lang like a villain. Ginamit na yung delivery package para magkaroon ng harang dito.
May
Parang
linya.
voiceless lang ang ating peg. Pinagbabato sila ng rocket with the ultimate big pop dito mga kaibigan. Together with the calling na nga. Pero si G4 naipit sa Dragon Pit. Ginamit na ngayon yung kanyang ult together with
G4!
Kinabayan din naman sa loob. At namatay si G4. Pero Sonic Shadow. Look at the damage there. Dragon is ang phone. But Cerberus got one at pinapasok nila dito, unti-unti naubos ang miyembro ng Evos Thailand. Si Katsitan ang huling namatay, but Lloyd was able to disengage. Triple kill plus a dragon sa Cerberus Esports.
Grabe naman yung laban na yun doon. Spear ang tagal, nag-push and pull sila pero nung nahuli ng Cerberus Esports doon ng Evos, ginamitan ni Genza ng kanyang ultimate. 4 ang nahatak niya sa gitna. May kita nga natin sa replay. Yun yung donut mo. 4 yung nakahatak doon sa Evos na tamaan pa sila lahat ng AoE damage galing dito sa Cerberus. At napitas na sila isa-isa tapos doon. Nakuha na yung dragon. Sabi nila ng Cerberus, okay, pwede na natin sila patayin. Makakuha pa tayo ng gold dito. Apart doon sa nakuha na nilang objective. 2 to 6 na in kills ang lamang dito na Cerberus. At bago nagsimula yung laban na yun, pinag-usapan pa lang natin na wala tayong gana nakikita ang kills. Mukhang dikit itong laban pero proven wrong tayo dito ng Cerberus. Gusto na nilang palawakin ang kanilang lamang laban dito sa Evos.
Yes, tama ka dyan. No? Grabe, crazy hapon yung nangyaring team fight. Dito talaga pinapakita ng Cerberus Esports kung gaano sila kalakas when it comes to the team fight. Diba? Team fight oriented yung kanilang overall lineup dito. And at the same time, mahirap talaga yung pwesto ni G4. Nasa loob ka ng Dragon Pit. What you gonna do dun sa loob? Pero sinusubukan nilang depensahan yung ating second tier turret. At ako, mga tropa natin ha, nakakita natin dito. Magandang laban pala yung mid lane natin. Si Levia versus BMM. Talagang match-up na match-up. Sabi niya, mga tropa dito. But ito na yung ating second tier turret. Uy, Dragon City naman palayo. Sinipan nila dito. Ginamit na explosive gas para matulak sila. Ito ang ating second tier turret. Ang next target nila dito ay walang bakot ng G4. Linya ay naipit sa loob. Ang gagawin niya dyan sa loob. Medyo mahirap. Last embrace wait with there. Pero nakuha nila dito ang buhay ni Taku. Now we have the second tier turret being taken down by Cerberus Esports. Probably gonna translate this one into another push sa ating mid lane.
Biglang tinapakan ng Cerberus Esports yung gas. Nakita natin doon na another hatak galing kay Genza gamit ng kanyang ultimate doon sa Kalma. Tapos sabay na bunggo ni Fly gamit ng body slam ng Gagas. Na lockdown yung Evos. Nakakuha pa ng 2 miyembro. Nakakuha ng 2 kills doon ang Cerberus. 12 minutes na tayo sa laruan natin dito at malaki na nagiging lamang ng Cerberus. Kailangan makahanap ngayon ng Evos ng way para makabalik dito sa laban na to. At ang isa doon ay makakuha sila ng pick gamit nitong Lizzie. Pero going back dito sa ating replay nga, no, nasira na yung Torre, naipit na doon. Wala nang magawa ang Evos. Nahatak kasi sila ni Genda, nakapasok siya doon sa may backline at nagamitan niya noon para mahatak ang member ng Evos. Kaya, yun na, nakakuha ng 2 kills, nakakuha ng isang tower. Evos, kailangan talaga nila makahanap dito ng picks laban sa Cerberus. Kailangan nila makakuha yung shutdown gold kay BMM para ma-boost yung members sila. Ang layo na ng gold, doon sa mid lane. Sabi mo, ang ganda na labanan, pero pinapakita dito ni BMM yung laki ng lamang niya laban dito sa kay Lenya dito sa mid lane.
Alam mo naman, mainit yung laban dito, pero sinamahan na naman dito ng Curse of the Black Mist, rather the last embrace para kay Fly, pero laban pa rin talaga. No? Nakikita natin dito na ginagawa pa rin ng Evos Esports yung kanilang makakaya to make some counterplay. Pero eto nga, yung nakita ko rin problema dito is that yung hull breaker medyo hindi gumagana kay Lenya. Parang medyo may kulang at may konting pagkakamali dito, no, sa napili nilang item decision making coming in from Lenya. But we'll see, hindi pa naman tapos ang laban. 13 minutes mga kaibigan, 3-8, 20 seconds on the clock bago mag-up yung ating Dragon.
Nga. Pero sabi mo nga na yung items at kahit nga yung overall, yung gold ngayon, yung gold lead ngayon itong Cerberus 8,000 na. With the Dragon about to come up, ang ginagawa ngayon ng Cerberus, matalino. I-set up natin itong Dragon para makahanap tayo ng picks. Pero sabi ng Evos, dinoble think din nila. Tayo naman pupunta sa kabila dito. Wow. Steam pa! Ni Genza yung blue buff. Naku! Pero yun na, nakita na dito na Cerberus. Alam nilang nasaan yung Evos. Pinuntahan doon sa Baron. Tumakbo din naman ng Evos kasi sobrang behind sila. Hindi nila kayang makahanap dito ng isang magandang laban. At alam din ngayon ng Cerberus na pick up lang yung package eh.
Oo,
Hinihilit niya. So,
parang nangyayari na eh.
Oo, ngayon na nga, nakuha na nga ditong Mountain Drake eh. At yung nakuha na nga yung package, no? So, hindi wala din gagawin ng Evos kasi kailangan nila pumilit lumaban. So, tina-time out lang ngayon ng Cerberus. Expect natin, pag wala na tong package, hahanap ulit ng away tong Cerberus.
Yes, tama ka dyan. And tsaka lang nagkukulang na overall si damage dito ang Evos Thailand right now. With the items that they have, but G4 already has yung kanyang Leandris Torment, so I think the Inner Flame will do some damage na. Syempre yung damage over time na nakuha natin dito, but overall, we're looking at the items talaga dito ng Cerberus Esports. BMM having B403 right now. Tatlong critical items meron siya. Infinity Edge, Charge Blade, and yung kanyang Storm Razor. And probably that will deal so much damage for sure na sa mga mangyayaring T5. So we'll see how Evos Thailand are gonna be able to counter this one out. Inner Flame lang itong si Genji sa mid lane. Eto na pasok sa try. Ginamit na yung body stamp sa loob together with the Hextech Protobit. Pero baka mahuhuli nila si G4. Nanlambot yung aso. And that's gonna be a secured kill para sa kanila. Once again, giving them an opportunity to go for this Baron.
Yeah, at yun na nga, nakakuha na ng pick, kinukuha na ngayon, sisimulan na ng Cerberus itong Baron. Pero nagsusubok sila makahanap pa ng vision. May isang ward silang na-miss doon. Alam ng Evos na hindi nila sinimulan. Alam ng Evos na nagtatago, naghahanap dito ng picks ang Cerberus. So tingnan natin kung ano magiging sagot dito ng Evos kung sila ang makakahanap ng Cerberus. Alam nila, nako, 5, pupunta ngayon.
Ito na, tumalon sa loob, ginamit na yung kanyang Inspire para magkaroon ng movement speed dito. Pero wait lang, nagkaroon sila ng information dito. Valdus na nag-recall back home para umuwi muna for now. And si Fly, sinubukan magkaroon ng information para sana makita niya kung saan pupunta dito si Valdus. Pero wala na, nakauwi na si Valdus dito. There's the members of Evos Thailand now gonna go for the response to try to stop them on getting this Baron. They're gonna be able to secure this one nga. But
Valdus!
Nag-chase sila ng target dito. Dominus spin use na para kay Taku. Pero si Valdus hinahanap pa rin. Papasok sa loob. And they're now gonna try to get this Baron. But then, nakuha nga nila dito. Pero kapalit ito ng buhay ng Evos Thailand. Dalawa ng miyembro ng Cerberus ang nawala. They're still trying to turn this one around. And they're able to do it. And naiwan si Taku. At naku po, tumakuyaki mga kaibigan. Dahil Baron has been secured and an ace for Evos Thailand.
Grabing turnaround naman yon para sa Evos Thailand. Na-steal nila yung Baron. Grabe yung tenacity doon ni Baldos. Hindi niya hinintuan. Ngayon 3 miyembro pa ang Evos ang nasa mapa. 12 seconds pa bago makabalik ko si Genza at si Fry. Makakuha ng maraming tower ngayon ng Evos. At alam naman natin, nasusto kahit AP ang build nito, kahit tanky ang build nito. Mabilis pa yun mag-push to dahil sa auto-attack resets niya. Pabalik na nga lang si Genza. Tingnan natin kung kayang matsira dito ni Lloyd. Mukhang hindi niya aabot. Hanggang 2 plate lang. Pero, ay, kaya ata namin yan.
Kanyon, bigyan mo ng buff. Binigyan ng buff! Ayun na nga. Nakuha nila.
Pinagbigyan doon, paring spear. Pinagbigyan ng Baron buff at ng minions ang Evos doon para masira nga yung to. Pero going back, no, kung paano nakuha yun ng Evos, si Valdus, nakahanap siya ng pick-up eh. May in-insect play siya na sinipa pamunta sa team ng papunta sa kanyang team. Pero, medyo nagkulang siya ng layo. So, ginamit niya yung stasis para bumalik yung cooldowns ng kanyang safeguard at ng Sonic Wave. Tapos, pasok labas siya doon sa pit eh. Hanggang nakita niya ang mga 500 na lang yung buhay na smite down niya. At grabe, ang naging turnaround dito ng Evos. They're buying themselves a lot of time. Ang laki kasi naging lamang na kanina ng Cerberus dito. Pero Evos still in this game.
Yes, talagang susubukan pa rin nila magkaroon ng pagkakataon to find the right opportunity to go for the comeback once again. After getting that Baron, ang laking momentum na nabawi dito ng Evos Thailand. And again, mga kaibigan, we have the Mountain Drake about to go up. Since 3 yung Dragon dito ng Cerberus Esports, malaki yung mabibigay sa kanilang bonus dito pag sila na naman ang makasecure ng Dragon na ito. But since the movement of the minions dito ng Evos Thailand is focus on the top lane kasi nga meron sila ditong nakuhang inhibitor kagad. Inhibitor turret. Kaya medyo may kalamangan sila dito. In terms of manpower, 5v4 situation natin. Medyo matagal yan pag kinuha nila itong Dragon. So they won't go for this one muna for now. At sila ito medyo may ipinap sa loob. Buwasok na naman sa loob. Ginamit si Fly dito kanya ipasip ka. Pero sinusubukan na lang. Uy! Delivery package! Buka mahuhuli yata si Lenya. Pero nakamagmamaut siya. Ascendant Embrace. Nag-stasis! Hindi naman nilabutan yan! Pero nasa loob si Fly! Lumilipad siya! Fly high,
Diyan si
my
Baldo.
friend! Ang next target ay wala ba ako na si BMM. Meron siya ditong shield, pero sinipa palayo! Together with Sonic Wave! May Guardian Angel pa siya! Ang anghel sa kanyang likod! Katsaitan hinahabol si Fly, and Fly will fall down. Si Kenza ang next target, tumama! Ang Sonic Wave, nag-proc yung Guardian Angel niya!
Habutan ba?
Sink down! Itong si Kenza, pero ito na, ang Crocodile na si Shin Zhao was able to get one champion, but Valdos is engaging. Meron tayo dito blasting code, tumalon sa loob, tumalon sa labas, and Taco still chasing him down, pero ito na ang protekta ni G4 para kay Valdos. Because of that, nagkaroon lang ng trade pero wala pa rin objective na nakuha.
Wala kang objective na nakuha. Isang mahabang laban na naman nakita natin doon. Pero yun na, pinilit ng Cerberus yung fight sa Evos kasi naramdaman nila yung momentum na pumunta na sa Evos. Nag-up na nga yung Mountain Deck. If nanalo sila doon, nang sila yung malaki ang lamang, pwede nilang i-secure na itong Elder Mountain Deck. Katulad na sabi mo, malaki ang makukuhang lakas. Marami silang makukuhang buff dahil ito nga tatlo na ang kanilang dragon sa kamay nila. Magandang naging resulta doon para sa Evos ay hindi naging decisive ang pagkapanalo doon ng Cerberus. At ito nga, pasok tayo sa replay. Nakita natin dito na unang natalunan ng Cerberus ang Evos, pero maganda dito ang pasok ni Valdos. Malayo ang pinanggalingan niya. Pinashgrab niya kasi yung Dragon Lane Wave noon para maka-push dito sa turret. Pero babalik na nga tayo sa ating game dito, Spear, at makikita natin na nasa-set up na sila para dito sa Elder Mountain Deck. So, mangyari dito ay kung sino unang makaset up, sino unang makakuha ng pick. Yun ang hinahabol dito ng Evos, ang pick para sa kanila. Habang team fight naman ang hinahabol dito ng Cerberus.
Pag ito nakuha ito ng Cerberus Esports, sila na ang may dragon na may 3 sisiyo kasi 3 dragon pa yan nakasama nila dito, pero baka mahuli nila ng exclusive ka sa huli ang isa. At delikado ang buhay ni Lloyd! Lloyd involved! What you doing, my friend? Not a good idea. At hindi ata magandang sitwasyon ang Evos Esports right now. Kailangan lang gumawa ng milagro itong si Valdos. Papasok nga ba siya dito? Ito na mag-play na yung Demise Telemino, pero kaling na ginamit dito ng BMM. Pasok sa loob, ginamit na yung kanyang ultimate as well, pero Valdos will beat the Dragons reaching yung kanilang mga kalaban dito. But blasting cone, shaktat, tumalon sila doon sa kabilang wall. And mukhang susubukan nila kunin dito ang Dragon, but Valdos, the threat is still there. Nakakabangan naman na meron kalaban dito. Itong isang lisin, pumasok sa loob si Fly, parang pigilan. Ito na naman. Kukunin nga ba niya? Hindi! Hindi niya nakuha yung Dragon! Ito na yung Dragon naman itong sisiw! At ang next target ay si Lenya, he will fall down! At wala nang makakapigil dito sa Cerberus Esports dahil isang laban at meron pa silang Dragon plus a Baron na pwede nilang makuha kung hindi man nila tatapos nila. But Toyd ay nag-respawn na.
Hindi pa nila matapos kaagad yung laban, no? Kasi kailangan nila defend yung Nexus nila, pero si Lloyd na ang nagde-defend sa 30 seconds pa kay G4. Mukhang kaya na tapusin dito ng Cerberus Spear.
Ayan na nga, mukhang wala na dito, kaibigang Oso. At talagang didiretso na nila itong base nila dahil Lloyd lang natira. Unfortunately, Lloyd will defend this one. Walang una kayang mabuhay na mag-isa,
Wala nga talaga. Si Lloyd, sinubukan niya up to his last breath doon kung kaya niya madepensahan, pero grabe ang pinakita sa atin doon ng Cerberus. Cerberus ang nanalo sa ating Game 1 ito sa ating Best of 2 series dito. At grabe ang naging turnaround. Mukha nang ang kaya na ng Evos That's nila yung Baron. May momentum sila. Pero pinilit ng Cerberus ang mga laban at nahuhuli nila doon ang Evos Thailand.
Namdam ko, yung pigati nitong si Valdos na nangyari sa laban na ito. You know, the efforts there, every attempt na nakita natin dito to try to secure those major objectives, especially that Baron and the Dragon. Overall, it's just, talagang nakita natin kung gaano din ka-effective talaga yung naging strategy dito ng Cerberus Esports. I would say, really commendable kasi kumpleto sila. They've been going together, especially that first Dragon fight kung saan second Dragon rather, na biglang nagkaroon ng solid pa na pagkapanalo dito at talagang naging consistent para sa kanila yung lamang na yun na nakuha nila sa laban.
And sa totoo lang, sabi nga ng panel kanina, 2-0 ang kanilang prediction. Pero sa nakita ko sa game 1 na yun, medyo close pa rin itong dalawang team na ito. Nakuhuli ng Evos na sa early game. Medyo nga lang questionable pa rin ang Hullbreaker galing kay Lenya. Pero alam mo yung mga laruan ni Valdos, grabe talaga.
Yes, always effective. And yeah, going back, that's the item na medyo questionable pagdating sa Corky. But we'll see if Lenya still has a lot of opportunity kung sakali. Pero mga kaibigan, that's just the game 1. Magkaroon pa tayo ng game 2 pagbalik namin. Pero punta muna tayo sa ating mga panelists.
So much, our casters here, Riku and also Grandin. Definitely, there was a breathtaking matchup, and we have for the day, the first day ever, we're having already our roller coaster of emotions playing into the game. But hey, I'm Chichi, your host, and also we're back on the Panelists desk. We have none other than Omon and also Odolus. And speaking of which, just now the game, I have to say, BMM, he was the MIP. The most important player in the game. And for the side of also the side of Evos, this is going to be Valdes. We definitely know how he tried to overturn the game. But hey, at first he was really calm for the pace of the game. But suddenly, when it comes to almost the mid, not really the mid yet, it's 4th minute onwards, things get really chaotic on this. What are your thoughts for that game just now, Omo?
Well, I have a lot of thoughts about this game. Like the panel said, we have a lot of choice words as well. First off, let me start off with one thing.
Yeah.
Our casters were completely wrong about that prediction. I mean, that's why we're on the Panelists desk, that we're here for a reason. I think Evos played the game closer than it should have been. There were a couple of factors for that. The big one, of course, was the Baron, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Valdus just bought them a lot of time. Again, we reviewed their draft. When we saw the Senna plus Nasus, it's infinite scaling, right? Even if you go for a Nasus, it will still be a scaling champion because of the first skill. Similar thing goes for Senna. Now, for Evos though, again, the mid laner is the highlight here. The rookie, his debut, he got solo killed. And that's a problem that they need to solve quick and fast if they want to proceed in this tournament.
Yeah, I think it was a really great draft coming in from Cerberus to start it off. Put Linear in a very uncomfortable position from the get-go.
Exactly.
You see the Karma Gragas, you kind of assume, all right, Karma Gragas, one of them has to go mid here, right? No, not the case. They just throw both in the Dragon lane. You pick up a Lucian. I said it was going to be a very tough matchup. They demonstrated exactly why. I think it could have gone even worse for Evos, and they did a relatively good job stabilizing. A lot of that comes to Valdus as well. Typically, you see the first Scuttle Crab spawn. You will see junglers come to the mid lane, shove out the wave, make sure everything's good. What did Valdus do? He ran top lane, helped Lloyd catch the wave, saved him from a matchup where he was half health getting chunked out in. And I think it's good job recognizing and adapting the situation.
Again, this is Valdus that we are talking about. Still the player to watch for Evos. We now saw that G4 is now being relegated on a Nasus.
Relegated.
I would love to see changes. For me, keys to victory, at least in this, for game number 2, we have to face the fact. I don't think Linia is ready, especially against the high caliber players that we have in the mid lane. BMM just baptized Linia out of the rift at the first 5 minutes of the game.
Welcome to the big stages, right? But
Exactly.
something we got to keep in mind as well, we got word from production, sides are going to be swapped. Now, on red side, maybe Evos can drop his pick, maybe they can get him a counter pick, maybe he can still show what he's capable of. I thought the first game, the matchup was really hard. It definitely did him no favors in his debut. Maybe on a more even playing field, we can see something from him. I won't write him off just yet. Next game, maybe, though.
But hey, you're talking about swapping over to the side red or blue, but really, it doesn't matter when it comes
What,
to
matters
this.
in draft?
No, the lineup for Evos, because we do know right now it doesn't feel like that comfortable with this lineup yet, and we do know it takes a bit more time for Lina to get used to it, to actually ease into this kind of lineup. But we saw just now, maybe because of the cheaters and nerves as well, since it's day number 1. So there's potential in there, definitely, yes.
But
yeah, go ahead.
To me, I mean, we prepared for this tournament. They prepared for this tournament for months. This is months in the making, and only now that you decided to bring out a rookie, that to me is already, I would say, a questionable call.
It's red flags, right? It
Yeah,
signals something's wrong.
exactly. Then again, if that's what the team thought would bring them closer to the next stage, then yeah, I would trust their coaching process or their thoughts process. But at least for game number 1, it didn't work. And game number 2, if it will still be the same in where Cerberus can still play around their draft so well, which they did. They really did so well. I believe that Evos will really have a hard time, especially Linia in the mid lane.
I want to touch a bit more on Cerberus, but my final point to wrap this off was I would say don't take too much away from game 1 because a couple things, right? The draft didn't do them any favors. It was too hard to work with. And G4 wasn't playing support. He was basically playing Dragon Laner because he's funnel farm, right? He's not roaming. He's not moving on the map. His goal is very similar to a Dragon Laner. I think this is not going to be a good representation of what Evos will look like in other games. I say let's just chalk it off as a bad draft. Go next.
Yeah, I agree. And I hope they kind of stick with what they have when it comes to their roles. Because if you keep swapping role, it get confused when you're the player. But this is gonna be their
G4 will be
previous
fine.
ban and also pick. But we did mention about Gragas and also Karma. It's such a huge potential, but it's not being executed there just now.
For me, the whole draft of Cerberus here has been so genius.
Yes.
Starting off with the Karma, we all expected it to go to BMM because then again, they love playing around Mess, right? Mess, as you have mentioned off cam, he did say that Mess carries the mid game into the late game. Now, what allows that to happen is BMM on Disenchanters. We also know that Genza has been a very good Lucian player, but when they saw the Senna Nessus, there's no reason for them to have an AD in the bot lane, right?
Yeah.
You can put double mages, and that is a very easy counter in the early game. Now gives you a winning matchup in the mid lane. Just a genius draft overall from Cerberus.
It's twofold, right? It does two things. You get a double poke matchup to really just keep Senna Nessus under their turret, keep them chunked out, which is exactly what we saw in that game. And you saw how the mid lane matchup played out. I said this 6 times already. Lucian Cocky, it's extremely one-sided. It shows the flexibility of Cerberus. I think it's a good sign of things to come for them.
I guess, Omo, my question for you is, are you confident with Lloyd playing the Riven?
I mean, honestly, he didn't have too bad a game. His lane phase
was pretty
a little
okay.
bit iffy. Yeah, his lane phase was a bit iffy. He got chunked out a bit. He could have maybe traded a bit better. Fine, these are minor things. I think his team fighting was decent, honestly. I don't think it's the best pick for him, but I don't think it's the worst. I was pleasantly surprised.
It
My
can be
expectations
better.
are low.
Well, he was the one who got caught at the end of the
That's very
right?
important to raise, actually.
Yeah.
The mid lane catches around the dragon fights, that was how CES won the game, how they set up for the dragon fight. You would always see they would allocate 2-3 members to shoving out the mid wave. The moment someone showed to try to contest that wave, Evos were clearly not on the same page. And the way they pulled the trigger on the last 2 dragon fights, immaculate there from CES.
Well, the thing is, will they actually do the same draft? Well, where you did mention about a bit outdraft when it comes to the side of Evos just now. And Cerberus just knows how to counter that and take the advantage of it. But the thing is, firstly, we have to really keep our eyes out when it comes to Evos. Are they swapping players? Secondly, are they really playing the comfortable champs for them? And does it really push up the potential? Because right now, they really need every single point they can get.
Doesn't really show that we will have any substitution, at least for Eva's side. We will see Linya once again being the mid laner for Evos, and their response for CES is to still mess around with Mess and banning the Olaf, and of course, Thresh for Fly. I think that will be permanent banned against this guy.
It really has to be, right? And he has still a lot of supports left available. He played the Gragas, amazing at playmaking. Rakan's still available. A lot of options. Alistair, Leona. I I don't think you can truly ban him out, and that's going to cause issues.
You ban whatever, like Gragas, Leon, whatever, but he
open.
still can play Rakan pretty well for Fly as well.
Amazing.
He is a very good engager
I
for
know.
support.
But now, okay, so they're going to stick with their guns, the big guns from the Sentinels of Light, and that's going to be
Wait, they
Senna.
didn't swap sides?
Yeah, they did
I got
not. This is
bamboozled.
more of like a choice.
They
this
love the
time.
blue, man.
Okay.
Cerberus
It's just the blue.
Esports now will most likely go for the same Karma prioritization.
Yeah, I
Possibly.
see no reason to deviate from this Karma Gragas. It worked fantastically. You have the flex potential. That's amazing on red side. And you also got to consider they're playing the whole season. I think they make it to main stage for sure. I think they're a contender to make it to Icons. So you got to consider the entire tournament run rather than just winning every single game.
Not
so show
showing
us little
cards.
cards. Yeah, show us little
Exactly.
cards as you can.
But hey, we've seen also Senna with Galio before as a combo. It's not
They
really
could.
that
See.
wrong. So
They could.
it can actually be played here. And definitely when there's somebody takes Senna, Gragas is definitely
That's really
beloved.
good.
But Xin Chao, this is a very good jungler. We do know his potential.
A skirmish champion that really elevated
Okay.
Cerberus.
Fantastic here from Evos. What I think they lacked in the last game were tools to pull the trigger. They had a poke comp, but it was a bit out of sorts because the Riven doesn't really fit within the context of that. Now you have the Xin Galio. This is really good. It gives Veldas the power. Sure, he doesn't play make with it like he could with the Lee Sin, but raw power here. Xin, Galio, Evos is going to have that.
And G4 is more comfortable on the Galio.
But hey, I'm not surprised if Maz actually tagged Lee Sin here because he's not being banned and he's really loving Lee Sin so much. It
We'll
might
see-
be a
we'll
bit
see the ban
late.
phase.
I will probably, focus my bans if I'm Evas on the Lucian or on the mid laner that could bully out my mid laner. just my thought process, at least in this particular.
Yeah, what Evos really needs to decide right now is what are we taking from mid on 4-5, and then ban for that. Galio could still go mid, and then if they ban Lucian, or if they ban Akshan, that's a sign that
That's
they want
still a
Galio
thing
mid.
though. Galio in the mid lane.
I think it's pretty bad, but you never really know, right? I would say the best thing, you just think about what you want to pick for your mid laner, and then you ban for that, keep him safe. Banning away a good strong pick like Jax, which is pretty decent in this, that's fine as well. I would say next you ban a mid and 4-5 your mid.
I'm not surprised because Maz is the type of person who really love to farm for a bit in the first few minutes.
Exactly.
If he can actually skill to make game, like even Kha'Zix here, we do know he can actually play that well as well. But
Kha'Zix is a really good pick.
If they go for Kha'Zix here, they will have tons of damage from the early, the mid, and the late game. So that won't be surprising. That's Illusion targeted against BMM or Genza.
You 100% pick Kha'Zix here. I think you were right on that front. You take Kha'Zix here, you save mid pick for 5.
I mean, like you mentioned about Lucian, they definitely put it on Taku as well before. Taku or Hubon are actually playing. So it's kind of... This is not a surprise. They definitely love the poking when it comes to early match, when it comes to Cerberus, and especially they do want to have that range. Since they're fighting against Senna, which have high range when scaling to even late game, so they have to be extra careful. Now we're left down for Evos though.
This tells me that on the side of CES, it's likely going to be a Greg. Okay, I'm going to place my bets right now. Okay,
Right.
Greg is Kha'Zix mid Juck, Varus, Karma, double poke bot to try to chunk
Possibly,
them out.
yeah. Against the Senna Galio, that will just be so
again.
Okay,
I know, you're hating on Koki. It's just so much right
Terrible
now.
champion. Haven't seen a single good game from Corki in my life.
At least in this particular draft, there is no Lucian to really take away your laning.
Sure,
game,
that's
right?
Varus though. The Poke coming up from piercing
well,
arrow.
I think this is going to be a Corki in the mid lane, and the Varus will be playing in the Dragon lane.
Riven.
It does seem that they are very content with the draft
salty
that they
run
have.
back.
Yeah, run
Salty
back,
run
brother.
back.
The only difference is that, you know, Lee Sin has been changed over to Yusin Zhao, and the Galio is now going into the Rift in exchange for Nasus.
I think they're pretty happy with this on the side of Evos. It's basically last game's draft, but a little bit better because the Xin gives you things that you were lacking, the Xin Galio in particular. You can really just jump into the Varus, jump into the Khan.
Don't say I didn't tell you so. There you go.
You did your
We're
homework.
definitely going to be a mess with the Lee Sin. And also, speaking of which, I do agree. When it comes to Corki, it's best to play as a early push and also as a team play. Corki can't really scale up to late game solo-handedly, honestly speaking, for me. It's sort of a hybrid. So if you scale out to Varus, which is okay this time, but the poking wise coming out from CES, it's going to be a bit hard from Evos to sustain their lane for a bit.
Go ahead.
And there's also another, another element to the Corki that we have to consider. That's the package usage. At least in game number 1, Linia's package deliveries were not as impactful as they hoped for. At least in the Dragon fights, at least in the 4 minutes, 8 minutes fights, you could easily win that with the help of the package. But because of the early lead that BMM was able to get to him, he had to use the package defensively.
Yeah, I think CES, their draft choices here say one thing. You guys picked up power, we're going to match you, we want power. We're going to fight you in the early mid-game, we're going to just do what we're good at. And I don't think Evos have an answer. I think the cocky Riven makes life too hard for them to try to match power.
A bit more greedy there.
Too
I have to
much,
say,
yeah.
A bit more greedy. But hey, they got the power. So can they actually make it? Because just now we saw the first match. Definitely there's a bit of tiny bit of hope in the end of a tunnel for Evos. It might be possibly now the second game they sort of got getting themselves that momentum. Maybe when it comes to this one, they have a bit more confidence when it comes to fighting against Cerberus Esports right now, since they already know what kind of gameplay they are going for. But will it be the same history repeated as we speak? And we're gonna jump into the wild action of the Rift. Take it away, the fanatics of Karma, and also our bio-marine person, which is gonna be Brandon and also Riku.
Maraming salamat sa ating panelists at ito na naman tayo sa ating Game 2 of the day. Unang series pa lang mga kaibigan. Evos Thailand versus Cerberus Esports. 1 win na mga kaibigan dito. Ang Cerberus which is very kasama ko pa rin syempre si Crazy Apple para sa mainit na Game 2. Herp, nakita naman natin yung naging resulta ng Game 1 natin. Tingin mo ba may pag-asa ngayon na makabawi ang Evos Esports?
Tulad nga nasabi ng panel na guys, kung napakinggan niyo ang mga sinabi nila kanina doon, ang lacking sa composition ng Evos ay yung pag-force the issue, yung pag-force sa mga laban sa Cerberus. At nakita nga natin dito, pinalitan nila yung Nasus, ginawa nilang Galio, at meron silang Shinzao. Nagpalitan si Valdus at si Mes ng junglers, and I think better equipped ngayon ang Evos sa laban na to para makaforce ng issue. Kasi nakita naman natin maraming laban doon. Pangatas naman sila eh. Nakikipagsabayan sila sa Cerberus. Yung konti na lang, kaya pa nilang lamangan to. So makikita natin dito kung kaya ngang gawin yun na Evos. Kaya nilang tapusin na at least magkaroon sila ng draw dito sa kanilang laban na to.
Sabi nga ng isang kanta, di ba? Almost is never enough. Kailangan talaga swapatin mo yung mga pwede mangyari dito. Again, in the mid lane, we're seeing that Linya will still be using Corki, but this time BMM siya naman ang may Karma. Kasi kanina si Fly ang may gamit sa Karma dito. But this time, it's going to be a different story na talaga nakikita natin dito yung early aggression against sa Palarado, no? Siya yung gumagamit ng Karma kanina. And kanina nakita natin yung first game, ang kasama naman ng nag-clear ng wave sa mid lane is, teka lang, bot lane muna. Tinamaan dito ng piercing arrow pero hindi sila papasok kasi medyo low na yung HP ni Genza. Winds of War, tumama lang doon sa may lupa para hanginan.
At gawin ba ano rin yung doon sa laban din. Kung dumaan lang si Valdus, baka na-tower din na sila doon eh. Pero alam ng Cerberus nasaan siya. Nako, papunta na dito sa blue buff. Kaya tayo mag-steal.
Uy, kakaiba yung aggression na ginagawa ko ng Cerberus ha. This is incomparable to what happened kanina sa ating game 1. Medyo mas nagiging aggressive sila ngayon and they really want to shut down Valdus sa kanyang jungling camp dito. Pero it turns out na mas nahirapan pa dito si Mes kasi siya yung nakakuha ng kanyang jungle camp dito.
Oo nga eh. Ayun na nga no. Going back din, gusto ko din yung pag-usapan itong mid lane natin kasi kanina. Minute!
Teka lang! Level 5! Level 4! Wala pang ignite. Di pa naman gamit. Gamit nila kanina pero fire was used as well. Level 5 na ngayon si Lloyd pero wait lang ha. Nag-aabang sa Gidley. Itong si Valdus hindi pa pasok kasi uuwi muna si Lloyd.
Ay, nakakabayan para sa ating paring Lloyd. Muntikan siya doon. Laban kay Taco. Pero buti nakataka siya. Nagamit nga niya yung flash at barrel niya. At si Taco din, ginamit din niya lahat. Binuhos niya lahat ng lakas niya doon. Ang flash at yung ignite ay ginamit din niya. So patas naman sila sa top side. Medyo lamang lang ng konti sa gold at sa experience ngayon si Taco. Pero going back nga dito, paring Spear. Sa mid lane, kanina si Lenya namatay ng maaga kasi bully yung katapat niya doon sa lane na Lucian. Ngayon si BMM, iba na ang gamit. Karma naman ngayon. Mas safer lane naman to kay Lenya. Pero ang tanong, magka-halbreaker ba ulit ang ating Corti sa mid lane? Kasi sige ko na very questionable yung item choice na yun.
Actually, parang ganun nga yata. Kasi naka-BF sword siya ulit pero tignan natin if he's gonna be able to utilize it this time compared to what happened sa ating game 1. Kasi, well, hindi pa naman na tayo sure at this point kasi that's just a BF sword and a long sword. Mamaya, baka ibahin pa niya yung item choice niya. Pero bot lane, tumama yung last embrace. Hindi sila papasok doon. Movement in the bot lane. Top lane ladder by Mes and BMM. Take note may mga inspire sila, may mantra sila dito na pwede na mag-gamit for the shield and inspire for BMM. Pero hindi sila papasok kasi mas focus sila dito yung pagkuha ng mga objectives natin. Set up muna and prepare for the referral and dragon.
Now, yung idea doon ng third dip. Teka!
Uy, ano yun? Ayaw din na magpakawalit ng Donic Shadow Winner coming in from Katitan pero hinabot na si G4. Napakakuha naman si G4 dito. Ang laki at ang tigas ng bato na meron itong si G4 at walang mangyayaring bakbakan. Parang deja vu kasi ganun din nangyayari nung game 1.
Oo nga at yung nakikita natin gano'ng kakunat itong bato na to na Galio. Pero going back to sa top side kanina, yung idea doon ng Cerberus, alam din nang walang flash pet, saka barrel kanina si Lloyd. So kung tatlo silang mag-tower dive doon, kasama yung Renekton at yung Karma, kaya nila patayin yung Riven pero nag-back out sila kasi iniisip nila baka nandoon na nga si Valdus. Medyo nga nag-clip around doon si Valdus. Although ngayon, Spear, 4 minutes at 30 seconds na tayo sa ating laban. May package na dala to si Lenya at up na ang Infernal. Kung ano, Halbreaker nga ulit. Kala ko kanina nung BF Sword, baka pwede mag-Storm Razor yun pa pero talagang dead set siya dito. Talagang decidido siya napakita sa atin tong Halbreaker Corki.
Tingnan natin kung gagana to this time. May dala siyang delivery package. Tingnan natin, nakapag-book na siya ng delivery dito. 5-star ba yan? Malalaman natin yan. Kasi Dragon is up na together with the referral. Tingnan natin kung sino mauna sa team fight dito. Pumasok sa loob ni G4. Nahuli walang boot! And Genza will fall down in the first match kagad. Dragon Stage palayo. Sonic Wave connect para dito kay G4 pero wala papasok sa loob. Meron na muna tayong question to Blackface para magkaroon ng mumu. Hanapin nila yung kalaban dito. BMM is engaging. Tumama yung kanyang inner flame. Papasok pa sila dito. They're still thinking. This 4v5 situation mga kaibigan. Pero tinamaan ng root. with Inspired. On top naman, pumasok sila dito. That's going to be the chin of Torad as well. Pero naiwan si Lloyd na loob. Dominus pa na kay Taku. They're still trying to make some trades. However, pinaguhuli sila ng Inner Flame itong si BMM with the Ignite as well being used sa team fight na yun. At doon sila pa ang makakakuha ng grab dito despite getting Genza sa first na team fight natin sa mid lane.
Nga eh. Haba na laban na pero kala ko mas pa yun ni Timo ang lapit. 120 something na lang yung HP nung Dragon pero hindi niya na steal na secure ng side ng Cerberus at going back nagsimula itong laban na yon na na-catch out na si Genza. Hindi ganda ng play doon. Masyadong lumapit itong Varus at napatay nga nila kaagad pero habang sinismulan yung Dragon ang CS, lumato pa break pero si G4.
Nakupo si G4 like a G6 nga, sabi ni Omo kanina. At siya nga, ang nakuha ditong isang buhay ng Cerberus Esports, giving them the opportunity once again to go for the referral. Pero teka lang, Taku, walang pakundangan dito. Gagawin takoyaki yung kanyang kalaban. Tumalon ang ating Crocodile para lang makapag-up ulit over the wall sa ating mid lane.
Yeah, at going back na kanina ang pero actually hindi na tayo makago back kasi ito Herald nakuha na si Fly nagbody slam pa kay Baldus pero mukhang nagkakitaan lang nag-high lang tinapik lang niya na pare amin na yan hindi man na pwedeng tingnan yan sa amin na yung Herald kami na bahala dyan at yun na nga nakuha secure ng Cerberus ang dalawang objective sa mapa ang Infernal Drake at ang referral. So sila ngayon ang may tempo, sila ang magde-decide saan nilang ilalapag yan. Madalas nakikita natin nilalapag sa magandang lapagan yan ay sa mid lane para mabutas ka agad at maraming avenues pero mukhang may huli din si Baldus.
Naku po, Baldus ginamit ang ultimate pero hindi niya mahiwa yung kanyang mga kalaban dito dahil tatlo yung kanyang nakasalubong doon sa members of Cerberus Esports. Out of position at yun lang ang naging trade na nangyari sa kanila sa top lane.
And going back na ito, Herald pa rin. Okay, medyo naglalaban na dito si Lloyd sa Sitako. Pero yun yung madalas nakikita natin pag dalawang baron lane ay nakikita, nagtatapikan lang sila. Pero going back, itong Herald, tingnan natin saan yung sasamod ng Cerberus kasi pwede na isama to sa mid lane. It will open up a lot of avenues para sa kanila para makapasok pa lalo makalagay ng wards deep inside sa jungle ng Evos. Although kung nakita nyo lang din kanina, dalawang ward. Think isa sa red side at sa blue side ang talagay ng kanan Cerberus. So, matang-mata nila, may CCTV sila doon. Kitang-kita nila kung saan ang ikutan ng Evos. So, yan natin hawak pa rin ni Mes itong Herald. Pwede pa niya intayin ang kasunod ng Dragon. Ilalagay niya sa top side para malinlang. Kailangan magbagay ng Evos ng tao para bantayan yung tower nila doon.
Yes, and delivery package is up, no, that he could use potentially to go for the objective dito. Pero Lenny medyo malayo siya. Meron na si Ferdy Big Salmon here together with the shield. Dito gamit si G4 para madepensahan yung ating first tier turret. At baka makukuha nila dito 200 HP na lang. Hindi ko mabot. Muntik nang ma-secure yun. And that is supposed to be yung first tier turret sana nila. Pero Mes going for top lane. Tinamaan dito mga kaibigan. Ang focus hold. Itong isa, Transcendent, Embrace! Nakuha nila kagad ang buhay doon ni Lloyd. At ang next target nila, ito si Baldus. Fly, BMM, kasama dito si Mes going against two champions ng Cerberus at Evos Thailand. Pero yun nga lang, may Heroes Entrance. At ito na ang piercing arrow. Hindi tumama yung kanyang piercing arrow. Dalawa, isa lang tinamaan dito. And just going to the chain of corruption as well. Pero G4 buhay po rin. Napakakulat naman ni G4. Like a G6 nga. Si Genza ay nawala. Double kill para kay Baldus. Fly ang kanyang next target dito. Pero dahil may honey fruit, nakaligtas doon si Fly.
Nag-back away doon si Baldus, hindi na niya pinilit patayin si Fly kasi nakita nga niya may honeyfoot nakapag-heal up at na yung Renekton galing sa bot side, pumunta na sa mid lane para back upan, mess back sa Cerberus at sa Fly. Kaya yun na nga doon, naka-double kill din ang Evos Thailand doon. Medyo naging tabla ang laban natin dahil doon. Pero going nga ito sa lane na to, kasi mula doon napatay na sa top side, na-pick off na si Lloyd. Pero si G4, nag-green kill flash in front, nakakuha pa ng kill at si Baldus talagang nadire-diretso na niya kasi naubos na yung flashes, naubos na yung mga summoners, naubos na yung mga spells na ginamit doon ng Cerberus members. Pero going back into game tayo dito, malalim sa jungle ng iba sa Cerberus na yun.
Naku po, Sonic Wave, nakuha ang din yung buhay ni Kate Satan dito. Pero Lloyd Aguilar, ginamit tayo kanya Blade of Excel para magdamag ng to. Ang tinamaan na shield of Toraro with the delivery package. Sakto lang. Pero si Genza buhay pa rin. Yun nga kapalit ang buhay ni Messi dito. They have one jungler down. Lenya going in. What are you doing, Lenya? Ang next target ay itong si Genza. At ang satitira na lamang ay wala iba kundi si Fly. Together with Taku, with the flash and Summoner spell, Ignite being burned right now. At mukhang walang mangyayaring pag-take ng objective kasi patay yung dalawang jungle.
Patayin dalawang jungle, dalawa lang din natitira. Parehong yung Baron laner at yung support at pareho pa silang low. So kung sino mo kumuha doon ng dragon ay mapupunta sa isang very dangerous na situation dahil binabukas-bukasan din sila ng objective na yun. So wala pang kuhaan ng objective doon. At sa start of that fight, kita natin sa replay na to, maganda yung package usage dito ni Lenya. Naka-burn down agad ng isang member ng Cerberus. Pero medyo na-hype siya masyado Nag-flash over the wall, lumapit siya. Ang nakita niya isang malaki at galit na crocodile. Isang malaking buhaya na hinati-hati lang ginawa siyang takoyaki. Pero back into the game, doon nakita natin ito na ton.
Shield of Durant, connect kay Taco, pero again, nagiging maingat sila dito. FB50 naman ito mga kaibigan, meron tayo Dragon pa rin na up until now. This is just the second Drake, no? Hindi pa ito yung third Drake natin na talagang pinagagawa ng magkabilang panig dito. Now, sinusimula na ngayon ni Messi yung ating Dragon. Nakapwesto na dito ang rest of the members of Evos Thailand. We'll see if how they're gonna be able to steal this one. Take note, this is a different story para kay Baldos. He's now using a Shin Zhao. Unlike kanina na namilisin siya na pwede siyang gumamit ng safeguard even without any target na pwede niya pasukan. Ngayon, kailangan niya mag-audacious charge sa kahit na sinong champion so that the top lane being taken down by the minions of Cerberus Esports. And it seems like they're just doing the Dragon Dance. No one's going to start his Dragon as of yet, but they're just preparing for the inevitable kung ano pwede mauna dito mga kaibigan at talagang tinatansya nilang mabuti kung sino mauna sa ating Dragon. Kasi yan till now, they're just clearing the minion wave with the mid lane.
Talaga.
At eto na yata ang talagang deciding factor for Cerberus Esports. They're now going in. Ginamit the Curse of Blacklist in 2093. Ang nakita sa Dragon natin, tumulong sa loob, tumulong sa labas, and best with just yung Sonic Wave para magkaroon ng information for the Dragon na reset yung HP niya. And Audacious Charge! Saktong-sakto naman yung Crescent Charge niya doon. Pero si G4 ng lampot sa piercing arrow, tumalon sa loob. Yun nga lang naharangan. And there's the break. Hinataklat sila at talagang nanlamig ang kanilang mga puso after what happened. Now that they have one champion down, medyo delikado ang buhay dito ng Evos Esports. They will have to defend this Dragon right now. The Mountain Drake giving them the shield kung sakali naman sila makuha dito. And Baldos may blasting cone na nag-aabang sa Genji. So sinasabi nila yung rocket dito. And Dragon will be secured finally by Cerberus.
At nakuha din na Cerberus sa wakas yung objective na ang tagal-tagal nilang pinaglalabanan doon. Gusto ko lang i-point out sa amin ng panel kung ganong kagaling ang Cerberus mag-control ng lane. At pinakita nila doon, never ang Evos makahanap ng pwestuhan, never sila makahanap ng way para makapasok. Pero nakita natin dito, nung nagsimula na yung laban, si Cerberus nagbaback away, group up as a unit sila dito at kaya nilang pakayon isa-isang member. Grabe yung doon at doon nung Kalma, 4 na member ang nakuha niya doon sa kanyang malaking bilog. Kaya ito naman natamaan. Pero si Baldos ngayon, dumidepensa dito sa bot side.
Yes, na-donut sila doon, no? The Transcendent Embrace once again, sobrang solid so far na ginagamit dito nitong si Karma. That is again a full AP Karma, no? Oh, di siya nakakita. Hindi naramdaman, hindi nakakutuban dito ng Evos Esports. I think that this time they're just gonna get this first tier turret sa bot lane para magkaroon ng konting pagbawi sa lead na nakuha dito ng Cerberus Esports. But still, Baldos waiting sa Gedli. Meron tayong Tribush dito. Papasok nga ba si Fly? Liliparin nga ba niya ito? Napakabilis with the Dead Man's Plate. Pero di sila papasok muna for now at magre-recall muna ang Evos Esports habang Cerberus will try to get this first tier sa bot lane.
Kaya medyo pahinga muna tayo dito habang ang dalawang teams ay nagko-consolidate, nagpo-push-push lang, gahanap ng mga objectives sa mapa habang binigay nga dito, nakuha na sa Cerberus Esports yung bot side first tier third. Pero going back, tingnan natin naman yung mga items natin dito, Spear, dahil halfway ka nga pa rin to si Lenya at naka-black lever siya ngayon. Nakita natin na sa top side siya ay nagsisplit push, pero mukhang magkakitaan sila dito. Okay, kung wala namang laban, so going back din tayo dito sa items. Doon na sabi mo, full AP itong si BMM on that Kalma. Kaya sakit ng poke damage niya katundahan. Kung gano'n katagal yung mga laban, kaya silang slowly whittle down nitong Cerberus Esports lineup. Meron pa silang Varus na kompleto na yung Muramana na kayo mo Ghost Blade pa. So masakit na rin ang poke damage coming from Cerberus Esports. So kaya the-leverage nila yun yung kanilang poke damage ngayon. Nakuha sila ng lane control at mukhang magagamp dito pa si Lenya.
Ako po, si Fly medyo malalim yun. Ginamit yung kanyang stick together with the body slam. But they're not gonna go in really deep for now. Hindi niya nagamit yung kanyang exclusive cast doon. So no information as of yet. Pero whoop! Here comes the pain! Mes sa loob. Pinamit na yung kanyang Sonic Wave. Pero wala siya nagamit ng Dragon Stage dito pa loob. There's the shield lamang. Pag-against na buhay pa. Pero napakakulat pa rin ng G4. Transcendent Tempest na naman. Para manakaw sila sa loob. At here comes the hero central. Ang bayani na inaasahan ang lahat. They're not gonna go in muna. Pero super low na yung HP dito ng members of Evos Thailand. Will they go in? Will they back off muna for now? But si Lois, ang naking target nila dito. Dragon Stage will be there. Inner Flame na harangan ng minion. Pero yung turret stop na kanila focus dito. Got Satan para nahulo sa kanyang mga tropa. Ginamit na yung last embrace niya dito. But they're not gonna go in muna for now. Just want to defend this first year. Second tier threat rather sa ating top 10.
Nag-wave clue lang doon ng Evos habang tatlong miyembro ng Cerberus ang kanilang natapatan doon. Kaya nga nadepensahan nila ng mabuti yung tower. Naghahanap si Lenya doon, may package siya. May ilang member pa dito ng Cerberus.
Naku, bakit naman po isa-isa itong susunod mag-isa doon? Hindi siya mag-inhilot para sa kanila. Pero taplote naman ang kanyang shield. Dalawa pala. Kasi nakapag-stasis just in time itong si Mes. Safeguard out. Hindi umabol. One more hit na lang sana. Muntik nang mapitas dito si Mes. Pero again, medyo makalat. Kaya hindi siya nakuha.
Piso pa ang buhay ng nakaalis. Nakakuha pa siya ng second life doon. Pero mukhang tupilitin pa yung Evos dito.
Pilitin niya ba? Tinitiktok na. Paisa-isa. Tinamaan ng shield of Durad ang wala. Wait lang. Si Taku nakatakas. Hindi pala dahil gano'n ni Fire. Tuloy na Transcendent Embrace para pumasok sa loob. Nakuha nila ang buhay ni Taku. And Evos Esports still buying kalaban natin kasi pa-up na yung ating Elder Drake.
Pa-up na ang ating Elder Cloud Drake, no? Late na nila nakuha yung isang dragon, kaya Elder na tayo kahit dalawa lang ang so far nakukuha nitong Cerberus Esports. Kaya yan ang next big objective dito sa laban natin. At katulad ng Game 1, Cerberus lang ang mayroong mga Elemental Drake. Ito na yung Elder na lumilitaw ngayon. Isa na namang malaking sayawan, sila malaking contest ang mangyayari dito. Baldur's time to get that Scuttlecraft.
Nakuha niya yan para sa kanilang team. Pero nahuli si Mes. Naku po, hindi ito maganda for Cerberus. That is a dragon and without a jungler, what you gonna do? Ako mabubuhay pa lamang yan mga kaibigan. Tatlong miyembro dito na Cerberus Esports ang sinusubukan sila mapigilan. Pero ang ganda naman doon ng Shield of Turan. Dito nahuli si Genza pero mamba out si Fly. Flying high, disengaging mag-get ng ating dragon. Ito na si Taku. Gagawin Taku, yaki-yaki ng mga kalaban dito. Hero Central para madepensa na kanyang mga tropa. And they're not gonna go in muna for now habang si Lloyd nag-clear lang ng minion wave. Dito ako ginamit na yung kanyang domino sa pasok pa sila G4. Eto na, pasok sa loob ng upo na untog na kauntugan ng bato sa taba ng tiyan. And si G4 will fall down. Nanlambot ang bato. Nalagay sa tubig. Pero yun nga lang, si Baldus pasok sa loob. Sinuhuri niya si Genza dito. Ginamit na kanyang flexing guard. He's still alive up until now. Patakto yung kanyang kalaban doon. So he will fall down as well. At apat na miyembro ng Evos Esports ang wala na. Lemia will try to defend his second tier turret. Ito nga ba ang dahilan kung bakit siya naka-hullbreaker? Tignan natin kasi ang mas focus dito ng Cerberus and I just forget the Elder Drake para matapos na natin.
Tapos nga doon ang laban nakuha ng Cerberus ang mga kills. 4 na napatay nila sa Evos at makukuha pa nila itong Elder Cloud Drake. Mukhang mahuli din dito si Lenya. Binabox out lang. Hindi can fly pa. Hindi siya makalapit at makasubok ng skill dito sa ating Dragon. But going back, no, grabe ang team fighting talaga ng Cerberus Esports. Kahit 4 lang sila doon dumepensa sa 5, kayang-kaya nilang pahintuin ang Evos. Ginamit lang nila, nileverage nila ulit ang poking potential ng kanilang Valos at ng kanilang Karma. Ginamit nila inspire ng paulit-ulit para makakite away sa laban. Nakita nga natin dito si G4. Ilang beses, ilang subok niyang sinubukan makapasok at level niyang nagawa hanggang sabi na ng Cerberus, mababa na buhay mo, malambot ka lang kahit gano'ng katigas ang bato mo, kaya ka natin patayin ng dahan-dahan at patumbangan nila, nawalan na ng way to engage doon.
Uy, grabe!
Grabe ha? Yung bawas doon kay Luminia, yung bawas sa buhay niya. 40% na lang siya ng HP. Mukhang kailangan niya ulit mag-recall habang Barrel is up. At mukhang mahuli pa dito si Lloyd.
Naku po nakuha na. Scatteloutop, mga kaibigan si Mes. Naku po, Mes. Yun, pakicheck kung may bukol. Si kaibigang Lizzie after what happened. Pero teka lang, ang target nila dito ay mag-mid lane na lang. Pumasok sa loob! Uy, naku, ang ganda naman! Delivery bangan siya na Shield of the Run! Pero wait lang, Dawning Shadow! Nakuha sila na isang champion! Patay na si BMM! Nagamit niya yung kanyang flash kanina! Pero si Brian kanila next turn, Talon Strike! Papasok ka pa sila sa loob! My mind's telling me no! But my body, hindi mo napapasok kasi teka lang, 4 sila dito! Wala silang shield! Wala silang support! And G4 will still disengage muna kasi tumama yung Sonic Wave sa kanya doon sa C5 there.
Isang pick dito ang Evos Esports, buying time para sa kanila. Isang di natin na pag-usapan ay yung late game potential ng dalawang team na to. And the longer the games goes, the Corky and itong Senna, palakas ng palakas yan. Dahil nakita mo ngayon yung items dito ni Lenya. Oo, naka-halvey ka nga siya, naka-black needle pa. Natapos yung tornadoes niya. Pupunta na siya sa Infinity Edge. Pag pumasok yung si Taco, iba yung maggagawa ng takoyaki, siya yung gagawin takoyaki dito ng members ng Evos dahil lalambutin lang itong crocodile natin. Pero going back nga na 20 minutes na tayo in the game here. Ang Evos naghahanap ng pick, si Fly nakabody slam away lang. Itong mid lane outer tier turret, buhay na buhay pa para sa Cerberus at kailangan ito mapatumba ng Evos para magkaroon sila mas malaking threat dyan sa Baron na yan.
Tsaka in terms of movement, mobility, ngayon lamang na lamang ang Cerberus because of the Cloud Drake, Infernal Cloud Drake that they have. Elder Cloud Drake pala, nagsama-sama na, di ba? Makita natin dito, give it the movement speed para makapasok sila kung sakali na gusto man nilang pasukin ang kanilang mga kalaban dito. But turret in the mid lane will fall down at second tier turret right now. At mukhang mas gugustuhin nilang gumo for the Baron to potentially end this game na kung sakali. Pero habang tumatagal, mas talong sumasakit in damage itong si Genza because of the piercing arrow that he's been using. Looking at his items, 3 armor penetration item together with yung kanyang mortal reminder and yung Yomos Ghost Phoenix. Wait, if papasok nga ba sila dito or they're just gonna wait patiently until Cerberus Esports will try to get this Dragon Baron sa game natin.
Sa tingin ko, Spear, magiging mas patiently dito ang Cerberus. Pero ang Evos, hindi sila dapat maging patient dito. Kailangan nila pilitin. Ay, Cat Satan! Kailangan mo ng malespe! Baba ng buhay mo! Uwi ka muna. Pakuha ko ulit ng HP. Pero, yun na, no? Okay, muntikan. Ginamit yung explosive casnog.
Pasimula pa lang yung laban, duguan ka na. Kumbaga, napuruhan ka na ng husto. Itong si Cat Satan, imagine inner flame lang yun, tsaka yung piercing arrow, napakasakit, Kuya Eddie. Pero ngayon, tamang patchila, poke lang. In the mid lane, we have 5 members of Evos together with Cerberus Esports ang buhay. Pero parang normal na lang itong ganito katagal na laban no? Sa ating magiging WCS Finals. 22 minutes at parang hindi pa tayo sigurado kung sino mananalo.
Oo nga Earth, mukhang ganun na nga, ito yung bagong standard. Sanay tayo sa region natin, sa WCS PH na pwedeng 14 minutes natatapos, 18 minutes usually. Pero mukha nga 22 minutes ang laruan dito sa WCS Finals. Gaano kainit ang mga laban na nakikita natin dito. Si Fly, no? Baka maka-out dito.
Shield of Durant, tumama sa isa pero inner flame nandyan. Kamingin si Taco mga kaibigan para gawin takoyaki ang kanilang mga kalaban dito. Fly, binabato lang ng kanyang barrel roll. Explosive cast was used as well. Medyo matagal yan ginamit rin yung kanyang explosive kanina. Wait lang, we'll see if ipipil ba nila itong madepensahan mga kaibigan. Baron is still not being taken down by anyone. At mukhang walang kukuha ngayon dito ng Baron natin. Instead, they're just gonna give the pressure. Pero wait lang, waiting patiently sa Genji. G4 mo ka mahuhulog dito, tumama kanyang Injustice Punch, but wait lang, naman din ang shield to Durant, mga kaibigan ng isa. Miyembro ng Cerberus Esports, but they're not gonna go in. In-wax out talaga yung laban natin sa naging na to.
Ganun lang talaga ang mga laruan dito. Pero may mga na-burn naman ang Cerberus doon. Wala nang gargoyle, wala nang enchant. Dominated enchant ito si G4. So mas lalambot siya pag pumasok siya dito. Habang sinisimulan na nga ng Cerberus dito ang Baron. Pwede nilang intayin dito ang Evos. Meron silang mga catch potential. Meron silang Kalma na nagdodon at meron silang Chains of Corruption. Pero tinituyman lang nitong Baron na to. Hindi makapasok ang Evos.
The thing is, medyo matagal talaga yung pagkuha nila ng Dragon no? Kung you look at our lineup, medyo kulang DPS nila, pero G4 tinamaan dito ng Transcendent Embrace. Ito na, tumamang dulot na Shield of Dust sa dalawa. But G4 Lord coming in from behind. Yun nga lang, nag-stasis siya. Doning Shadow Wheel to death. Lenya, natin ang damage na binibigyan niya sa kanilang mga kalaban dito. Pero 4v5 ang ating laban mga kaibigan. Nakuha na naman ang buhay ni Katitan. Si G4 ay wala na rin dito. Tumama yung kanyang Sonic Blade kay Lenya. And Lenya will fall down. A double kill para sa members of Cerberus Esports. And si Baltus papaltugan ng kanyang mga kalaban dito. Dahil lang dito naman isa, Merchant Guardian Angel, pero wala siyang Crescent Guard para matidepensan ang ating Nexus. And this is Pansit, wala nang paligoy-ligoy pa. And Cerberus Esports will get that 2-0 win sa ating first series of the day.
At 2-0. At tulad na sabi ng ating panel, tulad ng kanilang predictions dito, CES, ang Cerberus Esports galing Vietnam ang makakasecure ng 2-0 sa ating best of 2.
Secured indeed.
Take over, Spear.
That first series, that was pretty huge mga kaibigan. for Cerberus Esports dito as we keep on mentioning sa ating mga nangyaring laban in these first 2 games pa lang na parang mainit na ang talagang naging bakbakan dito. They've been, trying to make some trades here and there, and at the same time, as the game continued to progress, di ba, mas tumatagal, kumbaga parang nagkakapit tayo dito. Mas habang tumatagal, mas talong sumasarap. Yes. Yeah, overall, again, this was a pretty interesting matchup. Medyo nagkaroon lang din tayo. Again, we keep on mentioning the Hullbreaker for Linya, but we're not sure, kung ano talaga yung plano dito overall ng Evos Thailand. Maybe they have a different plans on this one. Maybe when it comes to yung kanilang overall strategy, nagawa na nila to before. I know for sure, even itong sila, Evos, even Linya, di ba, since being the new player or new additional sa team ng Evos Thailand, I would say na sinusubukan pa nilang gawan ng tempo dito kahit na alam nilang for sure na kaya din naman ni Linya manalo sa ating video. But overall, again, it's just a matter of winning the team fight. Talagang Cerberus Esports, they've been preparing for this one. And yun yung talagang nakikita nating lamang nila. Mga kaibigan, that's just the game 2. Series 1 yan. Pagbalik natin, series 2 muna tayo. Pero we'll go back to our panelists muna.
Predictions, right, guys? We're back on the panelist house with Elsa Omo and none other than Otolus. What's with the question mark? I thought you guys were going for CES just now. It was supposed to be this amount.
This is more of a taunting one. I think there's a lot of nuance behind this, Penguin. For me, I read it as, I told you so. Easy. I mean,
tell that to our casters.
I will. Don't worry. They'll never hear the end of it.
Why with the face palm, though?
It just feels to me that Evos needs to really find their identity very fast. Again, this is a champion squad, right? In G4, oftentimes you have pointed it out earlier that he got caught out in multiple positions that he doesn't want to be in. And again, as a support, you're not being given resources that you usually have in the mid lane. So, yeah, maybe that mid lane mindset is still kicking in that, hey, you know what, at this minute I would survive this. But in fact, it's not true. And for me, Cerberus Esports, the composition was so pure, but it was karma. For me, the karma needs to be respected.
Yeah, there was a couple things I raised in draft. There was a couple other picks I would have liked to see more than what we saw from the side of Cerberus. And why is that? Because at the end of the day, their team composition is hard to execute. It requires a lot of finesse. If you look at it, there's no clear carry. There's no clear who's going to really just DPS here. It requires a lot of team fight finesse. You need to be able to use your poke spells. You need to be able to kite in and out with the Karma speed boost, with the Gragas repositioning. And to their credit, CS, they put it off.
They're so good.
So good.
Oh my.
About what I have to say for Evos right now, their identity is G4, G-baited. So hopefully they can actually work things out and not being taking a bait way too long. And we do know, from my perspective, Cerberus Esports just love playing baiting all along. But the only team that can defeat them for now, we know it's going to be the side of Vietnam, the Flash region. So they never lost to anybody else. But hey, just to recap things a bit, if you guys actually missed that moment just now when it comes to 2-0 win, clear one, clearly a clear one, like Omo mentioned before. Cerberus won that fight, and we do know when it comes to first and second match, just to compare, based on you guys, both panelists, what do you think about if you compare the both game pace it comes to the draft itself?
For the draft itself, I believe it will be a better draft. It was a better draft overall for the second game for Evos, right? The identity is already there. You have the Sinjao to start it all, and you have G4 on a more comfortable champion in the Galio. As we look into game number 1, G4 was relegated on a Nasus, and I love me some G4, right? Right, G4 is like my go-to guy when it comes to mechanics. He plays the Zed, he plays the Akali, and now he is a dog on game number 1. And a wither bot, you know, a crowd control bot, and I do understand that there is some planning that goes through this, but for game number 1, Evos overall, that draft was heavily countered by CES.
Yeah, it truly was. And I think if you look at game 2, I think Evos did a good job at adapting. I think they made the game a little bit closer. They played the lanes a little bit closer. But at the same time, I think it's twofold. They improved their draft a little bit, but CES, their draft was far harder to play in game 2. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. They're just a better team. It's what we kind of expected.
Exactly. That's where your swag was coming from, right? Vietnam, the best region? Well,
100%.
we'll see. Again, don't look down on the region of Toulouse. But on game number 2.
But I can't say enough. I have to voice this out. BMM actually zoned out so many of the core players behind. That was just incredible. And I have to say, the bait coming up from the side of CES against the trying to bait out, especially the heroes entering coming up from Guardian. Every single time we saw
G-baited, right?
G-baited, there you go.
Exactly. And we also would like to put an emphasis on the solo player highlights that we did say, right? I know that we did highlight the support. It was supposed to be fair player, but Fly was flying with colors, right? Flying colors.
He did an amazing job. I think if you look at all the team fights closely, it's very easy to see. He made a big flash play, he got a big engage, he got a big off. But I think if you look at the team fights a little bit closer, especially the ones that look a bit iffy for CES, you actually notice Fly is throwing his body on the line to try to zone for his team, to make space. He does a very good job. He identifies the team fights very well. And I think Fly overall performed amazingly, as we kind of expected.
Definitely the player to watch out for Cerberus Esports. Again, it's not just him. It's a whole 5-man squad. That's just Taku.
Really
we haven't,
yeah,
Hyubon.
Hyubon, haven't seen him yet.
It's still, you know, in the bench
I don't
waiting.
think they need him yet.
Not yet.
When it's really critical, that's where he get called. But hey, Cerberus, I have to say, just now there's a lot of crowd control on the side as well. Whoever jumps in definitely will get wiped out quite early. But that was what an exciting match opening for us in day number 1 of our play-ins in WCS Finals. And congratulations, none other than Cerberus Esports. Definitely got a 2-0 just now. In the overall rankings, they are the number 1.
3 points. 3 points. Again,
3 points for a clean win.
Every single game really counts. And for me, Cerberus just put them, you know, put themselves in a very, very good spot.
Can I ask a quick question? So every team plays 4 games, correct? And if you 2-0 a series, you get 3 points, correct? So you're telling me at the end of the play, and Cerberus will have 12 points, correct?
No.
Why is that? They're gonna 2-0 everybody.
Did you vote for them to come in?
I said they're my first seed, 100%.
Well,
I think they will have 12
Fennel
points.
University will get a win.
Okay, there we go. Let's take a look. They have to beat one team first.
But hey, it's going to be all talk on our lineup here. Our panelists is just going to be all the talk because the walk will be done by the player side. So we do have a short break for our second series. Definitely it's going to be more exciting. And we're going to have a bit of a Coca-Cola break, a drinking hour, just to quench our thirst for a bit. But you guys have to stay tuned because Wildlings don't go anywhere. After this break, we're going to have more action to go. See you guys in a bit.
for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you.
Welcome back, Wildlings. Hope you actually have a very cool Coca-Cola break. And also, welcome back. And you just tuned in with us with the Wild Rift Champions Southeast Asia Finals play-in day one. There you go. I'm going to giving all the intros away for you guys. But we do join in by our panelists, the marvelous panelists. We have none other than, we have Omo, the most oppa guy out here. We do have Odolus, the macho man. Yeah, you did.
Why are you laughing?
I'm not
I'm giving you compliments. Yeah.
Now I have to live, you know.
Yeah, you gotta sit like that. So he's the authority on the desk here. So he's the big boss.
And now being the boss, I
Yes.
just want to double down. This is going to be a Fennel University 2-0.
Oh, we're starting.
wow.
You see, everyone always says, "Oh, Omo, you're provoking stuff. Why are you saying stuff like that?" You started it this time.
Because I have to be the matchmaker.
Fair shot.
I'm
But
like,
yes.
we're both 2-0. You're the only person
Exactly.
You're not in
How
our
dare you.
circle anymore. You're not our friends. But really, do you think they can actually go for 2-0 on the side of one?
Well, I don't think it's possible for 1-2-0. I think there's just too many flaws in their gameplay. I think it's at most one game. Honestly, there's a part of me that says FLA 2-0 as well. But I just like to be a contrarian, you know? So 1-1.
Okay, all right. Well, first off, my question will be for FLA. This changes, if you guys haven't heard earlier, I did discuss this. And to our Filipino fans, do not be surprised. Our fan favorite support, Rafe, is not going to play at least on game number 1. They are putting a veteran in Arisen, a very staple name in the local scene. I believe he's the most searched player, number 3 in the Philippines. Yeah, he really has a fan base. And now they're mixing it up, putting Arisen on the bot lane to partner with Danny with a promise that they will be more aggressive.
I love that because when we talked about FLA, when we talked about one team, we kind of predicted this would be a bit of a snooze fest of a matchup. Right?
Yeah.
If aggression is the name of the game here for FLA, I hope we see something a bit more exciting.
What's more exciting right now, we get to see a little bit regarding both our teams, FLA and also one team Esports. Just take a pick what's really behind there somewhere. We'll take the crown away when it comes to second series. Yeah, 2-0, all three of us here. But who would get the O? Who would get the 2? Oh, he said a draw.
Yeah, I
too.
said 1-1.
Oh, yeah, there you go. He's playing it safe.
The coward's 2-0.
There you go. Yeah, coward. Just gonna play it neutral and safe. But hey, what are we expecting when it comes to both team compositions here?
I just love me some Danny's progression into the promised land. He promised me that he would carry Philippines to the promised land, and what better way to do it than picking a marksman? But for now, my question for at least from the series number 1, will Xin Zhao be a contested pick? Because that's actually there was a heavy priority on that champion.
My hope right now, my fingers are crossed that one team they first pick Corky. Because that means that my predictions are right and they are not going to make it out again.
Hey, Danny's a very big Corky player. Just wanted to let you know that.
He just mentioned today he's not liking Corky that much when it comes to the scene. But
Danny will make you like Corky if you voice
Okay, I have my fingers crossed with that one because every single Corky I've seen so far. You know what? We'll let that point rest unless it's picked up again.
Right, now we are starting the bans against one team from the Masters region. The Masters region as a whole, again, has a rich history in League of Legends. And to me, I still give them a huge amount of respect. Again, one team, Flash Wolves, those are 2 Goliaths in the region, and one team is a problem for Philippines region as a whole. There are games that really went the distance, and this is going to be a new game overall. But looking at the drafts already, we have Jace, Jax, and Seth being banned away by one team.
Yeah, really good bans, targeting things which FLA do play and are good at playing as well. But FLA, their bans are a little bit curious to me, especially this Garen. I know that the Masters region does favor that pick a lot, but when you look at a player like Kit, I think the team is so reliant on him to really have a good performance. That Garen is something you're happy to have him on. Oh, it's banned.
No, it's banned. The first ban.
Karma was
straight ban out.
That's great.
It's not cocky.
Good
we'll
one,
take that.
FOA.
Yeah, we take those. It's not cocky.
But hey, one thing I worry about if FLA actually did a ban out for Ziggs, because we do know that's going to be one of the most major pick coming up from one.
Will Danny play it then? Will Danny play the Ziggs?
Danny plays the Ziggs, but then again with the promise of being the aggressor. I love this pickup. This is an Olaf. Olaf was perma banned on series number 1, and Domin plays this champion so well.
Yeah, I genuinely think Olaf is one of the strongest champions in the game right now, but the problem with that pick is he puts you on a sort of a timer, right? He gives you a timing window where he's so strong, he's the Viking, and then once he reaches mid-game, late-game, he runs in, he gets popped, he dies. He can't really do too much.
But I think it depends on the... I have to say it depends on the composition.
Six.
If they actually have sort of, example here, 6 to actually kite out so they have room for a bit for Olaf to go in, I mean, that's possible for Olaf to do so.
For me, an Olaf that goes behind stays behind, right? There's no catching up. So if you're drafting Olaf, you have to press the pedal to the metal and just go full speed. And this Ziggs pick, I'm curious to see if this is going to the hands of Danny. Now that's a Kha'Zix pick, which is also a very good jungler. Now going into the hands of their quote-unquote captain or star player in Xian Yao.
I have a question though. I do like Kha'Zix actually being combo with Twist of Fate just to find a pick off quite early on. But do you think this guy are going to go for mid? Or is going to go towards the support side?
It's likely still going to the support position. I don't think you really need the Galio mid, but he still functions, he still performs the same function, right? Kha'Zix opens with Voidus out, he moves in, Heroic Entrance comes in, and it's really good for getting on top of a champion like Ziggs. I also really like this Kha'Zix because it's a typical traditional counter pick to the Olaf. What does Olaf like to do? He comes into the river, he runs at you, he fights you. What does Kha'Zix do? He isolates you, he chops you down.
He kills you.
This matchup is great, right?
Whoa! There you go.
Finally,
I want to mention.
We are that one region that really loves the cat. There you go. Fennel University brings out the cat in the bag.
I really love this for FLA. I think it's perfect with the Olaf in tandem. And I also like it because with the Ziggs, you can kind of leave him to his own devices. And that gives you an earlier timing window that you can start following your jungler around.
I have to say, this is a scary prospect coming out with Yuumi Olaf combo. Now, the Olaf, we do know how crazy he can get when he opens up his Ragnarok and just being helped by Yuumi all the way. He's kind of not dying at all.
That's the plan.
That's the plan.
That's scary.
I mean, the tandem of Garen and Yuumi is not on the picture. So how about, put out a Viking with a Yuumi? Then again, this can still be countered. Again, when looking at the one team, they still have crowd control in the Galio. So they can interrupt, the second skill of Yuumi and just pin down the Yuumi. Then again, what this does is it allows Fennel University to play around their jungler more. They can leave Danny on the Ziggs by his lonesome, and Yuumi can start joining Olaf level, post 2 minutes and 30.
First recall, really. First recall, you could probably start doing it already. Only issue with that is you would then start to lose some experience, and then that gets to be a bit tricky to balance out if the Olaf doesn't find kills. But at the end of the day, you said aggression was the name of the game, and I said my favorite form of FLA is one where Doming is an absolute madman. And this draft allows for that.
He has a skill. It's called Doming Phobia.
Doming phobia. Well, one team hasn't experienced it yet, I believe. I'm not sure if they played a C champs.
We'll see.
He needs to start putting the fear
But their counterpart, Flash Wolves, I believe,
Yeah.
really did experience it firsthand. Front seat. The Doming Phobia was so clean on that one when we remember back in the C Championships. But looking at the last man here, Harry has been banned away. There is still an Akshan that Fennel University can go to.
Yes.
One of a pick that Arise is really comfortable with.
That's bad.
Well, just for you guys, a bit of information. The fourth ban on the side of one team is actually Akshan. I do know Akshan is really troublesome, especially he can actually revive the one that actually getting quadra kills. So.
Right. Wow, okay. What is this a mid lane Kai'Sa?
I think it's... Oh, it's going to be a Kai'Sa. I love this. I love this. It's Kai'Sa Senna double bot. It's going to be Galio mid, right? So your game plan here is we need to enable our jungler. So Galio mid allows for that. But what's the rationale behind this Kai'Sa Senna? You know you're playing a 2v1 lane. No, this is really good here from one team. They're putting everything really into the pockets of Cienyo. He's going to void us out in with Shen on top of him, and Galio's going to come in. And your 2v1 bot lane, they're going to try to perma scale up. They're going to let Yumao try to pop off, and then their game plan, dive into the backline. What does Olaf do? He dives your backline. What do? We dive your backline. We trade sides.
And now...
Oh, wait, it's Ziggs mid.
Yeah, it's a Ziggs mid because they have remembered that this is Danny's time to shine on the marksman. And what better way to do it than on the Jhin? Remember, there has been nerfs, quote-unquote nerfs, on 4.1b, but that's just his damage onto neutral objectives. When it comes to combat stats, it's still pure and very fearsome.
And I do really like that 5th pick Jhin here for FLA. Two purposes it serves. First one, it gives you a much better lane phase against Kasa. It's actually going to be Senna mid? Is this going to be finalized? Is it actually a Senna mid here for one team? No way. Okay,
no,
this is probably just not
that's
fit.
not gonna
Yeah,
happen.
I think it's impossible.
Unless they're crazy.
We'll see. We don't want to talk too much about that. But the Jhin fulfills a dual purpose. His other goal here is to set up team fights, open the curtains call, slow them down, let Domain pop off. That's the name of the game.
I mean, like, this is very unconventional.
It is. It's in the mid.
Oh
okay,
my
wait,
God,
this might not be accurate.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. Yeah.
Don't keep your hopes too high here. Maybe there'll be a bit of a change, possibly. But when it comes to the picks, I have to say this is kind of unconventional. Coming up from both teams, actually.
A little, yeah.
Especially the Jhin. Do you think it's kind of a forced pick here?
No, I think it's really good.
For me, Jhin has been a champion that Danny was able to win with already, so that's not a surprise for me.
Oh, well, I don't know what we're going to talk and what we're going to say anymore because Ryan is out down to the actions. Wild Rift, here we give our casters taking the wild action in the Rift. Take it away.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga panelists, and this is Pansit mga kaibigan ng Series 2 natin for the day, and this is going to be Team Philippines versus, of course, from Masters 1 Team Esports versus FLA. At talagang nag-i-edit tayo kanina pa lamang sa ating mga picking kung ano ba talaga ang mga mangyayari dito. Now, is it up ating Game 1 sa ating Series 2. Anong masabi mo sa lineup ng FLA?
Okay, ano nga to? Sa FLA ito lineup. So meron tayo dito. Imbis na Ziggs nasa bot lane, nakita natin siya ngayon dito sa mid lane. Nagbabalik ang Ziggs sa mid lane habang ito nga Jhin Yuumi. Ito na sabi ng panel kanina, gustong-gusto ko din tong last pick nila dito sa Jhin dahil kayang abusuhin nito ang Kai'Sa kung nakalaban niya. Pero galing din ang ginawa dito ng adjustment Ang One Team Esports, nilipat nila yung Kai'Sa, nilagay nila si mid. Si Yumaon gumagamit nun habang si Shu ang kanilang mid lane na kasama ngayon ni Ninja 7 dito sa Dragon Lane. So good adjustment for them, pero overall itong FLA lineup na to, talagang dapat makita natin umalangkada kaagad to dahil kaya nila kaagad ipanalo ang game na to mid-game pa lang.
Yes, and they really have to make sure they can get the early lead that they need. They have to get para sa laban natin in order to be very much effective in every team fight. Kasi nga, napakaganda na kanilang early to mid-game potential. But, One Team Esports for sure some counter here and there pag nakita natin yan. Now, Xianyo and Yumao in the mid lane making some movements together with Domeng in the rise. Sino ba papasok rito? Sino nga ba maghihintay? Tinamaan ng palakol, tinamaan ng bomba, at walang pumasok muna sa kahit dito sa ating mga junglers.
At para sa mga viewers natin po kanina, ay nako, pero nahuli dito.
Nahuli ang pusa. Wait lang, Arisen. Try to make some trades dito. Dito mama, yung kanyang deadlift. Pero wait, no one's going in muna for now. No one's committing really hard. But you just gave some poke as well. Hindi nga lang, medyo low na yung kanyang HP.
Narinig lang din, sabi ni paring Spill. Si Arisen yun nasa pusa. Si Arisen gagamit ng Yumi. Kung di niya napanood kanina yung panel, nagkaroon ng counting role swapping dito ang Fennel at Versity. Ang nakikita natin dati, si Rafi ang nasa support position. Pero ngayon si Arisen nag-role swap. Nandun na siya ngayon. Gamit nga niya yung pusa habang si Calm ang nasa top side natin ngayon. Gamit nga itong Renekton. Pero going to dito sa laro natin ngayon, si Domeng medyo sumilip lang. Nakita niya si Shanyo dito sa blue box. So dito niya subukan i-steal yun. Habang ito pa, nakita natin yung usual na tapikan ng mga Baron lane natin.
Nagkakapalitan lang sila. Wala pang nangyayari so far, no? Na malalim talaga na engagement coming from these two teams. But FLA so far, siyempre, alam mo naman, sa mga team PH yan, ilabas yun na yung mga hashtag natin, FLA win. At Yumao going really aggressive here in the mid lane. Void Seeker did connect para dito kay Arise. Still, wala munang papasok, wala munang mag-iinit dito. Kumbaga, wala pa naman kasi yung ating mga objectives. But looking at the lineup overall, pinag-usapan na natin kanina, talagang naniniwala ako na maganda yung lineup ng FLA dito. But they really have to make sure that they can make it work, especially with this Jhin na nagawa nila dito during the playoffs, no? Pero hindi lang siya gumana.
Yun din medyo mix ang ating history so far dito sa Jhin pick. Nakita ko sa ibang regions na papagana nila to Pero sa PH meta kasi medyo nahirapan tayo. Pero kung gumagana nga to sa ibang region, malamang gagana din to. Ngayon sa kalaban nila, Masters region galing itong one team Esports. At alam naman natin gaano ka nakakatakot ang mga team sa region na yan. Pero tayo naman, alam mo, Spear, niniwala tayo na PH lang ang malakas dito natin sa tournament na to. Kaya FLA all the way tayo.
Ewan ko na lang kung iba pa ang iboto mo dito, no? Kung doon ka na sa kabila manood. Lahi na natin. But eto na nga mga kaibigan, 3 minutes mark. Wala pa tayo 4 minutes dito. Hindi pa ang ating mga Dragons and Rivera. But they have to reset na muna sa ngayon. And Yumao is actually getting a pretty good lead sa ating mid lane kahit na medyo pantay yung ating gold. Remember, that's an AD carry na kailangan talaga magkaroon din ng early lead sa laban natin because if mag-on-in siya kagad, Yumao can pretty much dominate yung mga teamfight natin and dish out so much damage against FLA. Now, they're gonna go for the Ferald habang ang one team naman will go for the Dragon, making a trade sa ating objective. Hayaan lang nila dito si Shanyo na magkuha ng ating Dragon. They're gonna try to stop them. Sonic Shadows will be there. Masisecure nga ba ito? Secured yan para sa kanila. Heroes entrance. Here comes the Ragnarok. Galit na si Domeng. Sinan Domeng pero first blood sa kanila. At the killer instinct sa loob. Meron pang Stand United double kill kay Kid, rather kay Yumao with Exhaust and Flash.
Ang ganda na sagto ng one team, no? Nahuli nga lang ang FLA habang nakuha nila yung Herald. Nakuha na secure ni Domeng pero nasabi mo, nakatont ng dalawa sa likod doon si Kid. Wala si Calm doon sa laban kaya nakakuha sila ng first sa bot side. Wala din doong miyembro ng one team. So overall, no, sa good. Nakabawi naman na FLA. First blood at lahat ng plates niya nakuha nila.
Losing two champions in that particular team fight, tumawang pa rin dito kahit paano ng FLA kasi nga nakagawa sila ng counterplay in the bottom lane in which nakuha nila yung first hit team curtain call, nakamagpachilang piu, walang naman kahit na isa. Uy, si Shandio last hit, ang huling bala, that's number 4 for you my friend, at hindi pa nila nakuha yung buhay ni Shandio but still the damage is there coming from the referral.
Muntikan dahil si Shanyo. Kinabahan yun. Pinagpawisan yun ng matindi dahil muntikan na siya makuha ng 4th bullet. Sadly, nagkulang lang ng konti yung bawas doon ni Danny. Pero malapit na rin to mapatumba yung turret sa mid lane. Natanggal na yung dalawang plate, 900 HP na lang at merong Ziggs itong FLA. So pag binalikan nila yun, tamaan na ng konti, pwede na lang isa-satchel charge para masira yung turret. Mukhang nagtitingin dito, no, ang one team Esports, naghahanap sila ng mga papatay sa top side pero nag-recall na ngayon si Danny at si Domeng. So hindi na sila mahuhuli dyan. Going back doon, naka 2 kills nga ang one team. At si Yumao, yes, nasa mid lane siya na Kai'Sa kanina. At alam naman natin gano'ng ka-awkward ang build path ng Kai'Sa. Kita mo ka dyan, nadami siyang mga pa-konti-konti lang. Alam ko, ikaw nagsabi nito dati, Spirit, chop suey. So parang kanyang item build sa ngayon. And kailangan niya muna makascale niyan. At yun yung pwedeng opening makita dito ng FLA habang mahina pa. At yun na nga, may laban dito.
Laban na naman, final chapter sa update. Pero nakabawi na ngayon ng FLA. Securing that first kill para sa kanilang team. And that's going to be Siu going down sa ating top indeed. At yun nga, Erp, no, tama ka dito kasi in-half grade pa ni Yumaw yung kanyang yung kanyang i-catch and rain para mayroon tayong maraming AD sa kanyang champion. Pero bote, sutukan ng mga Geddy natin. Shen, Ninja, laban sa isang crocodile. Mahirap yun pag kinagat ka, pumabakat. Pero yun nga lang, nakakaiwas si Kid sa ating bot.
Malaki din kasi ang spadang nilalabas ng Shen kapag ginagamit yung first ability niya. Kaya masakit-sakit din dito kay Calm. Nagamit nga lang ni Kid yung kanyang ignite. So one summoner down. Tsaka habang itong si Calm, meron pa siyang flash at barrier. Pero kailangan nila mag-recall ngayon. 7 minutes in the game. Sinisip itong mid lane do. 72 HP.
Tamang pachi-pachi lamang sa ating mid lane. Nakakapukan. Dalawang poke yan, ha. We have Ziggs. Meron pa tayong mga bala dito. Nitong si Danny. And Erp, first item ni Ryzen. We have yung ating staff of the flowing water in which hindi natin makikita yung focus nila. Cooldown reduction muna, ability haste, and not the attack speed na pwedeng mabigay kay Doming with the potential yung ating Ardent Sensor.
Yeah, tsaka kumbaga kasi kasama din ngayon si Danny so it makes sense na 30 parts ng game kailangan niya munang samahan to si Danny para nga ma-boost up itong Jhin na to kasi pag nakakuha din ng item si Jhin, yung fourth bullet niya bumabakat. And also kapag kasama niya itong Jhin, pwede sila mag-set up ng fights. Yung Jhin, yung Yuumi, papatayin yung projectile niya. Pag natamaan, follow up na second ability ni Danny para makaroot. At yun na, pwede na nilang isa-isahin, pwede na nilang pasukin gamit nitong Renekton at ni Doming. At pwede na lumipat doon yung pusa. So, yun yung nakikita ko na paraan dito na FLA para makakuha ng picks. Lalo at palapit na tayo dito sa next objective take. Infernal Drake, pabuhay na dito in 5 seconds. Ang nakapwesto na ang FLA at alam ng one team to. Dapat kailangan. Feeling ko, pupuntahan nila to kasi Infernal Drake to, importante ito.
Yes, they really have to get this one. Stand United Disruptor pwede magamit dito kung sakali na magkaroon ng magbaka. Pero pasok sa loob, itong si Nia 7. Nakuha na yung Dragon Secret para sa kanila. Pero final chapter, ang dayo ni Xianyo. Nakuha nila ang isang member dito. Curtain Call para kay Danny, that's number 4. And here comes the front. Going buhay pa. Pero look at the sustain. Healing galing. And Yumao ay Yumao na. Target na dito ay siwala ba ako disikin. Tumatang mo sila dito kasama si Xianyo. And si Siu. Wala kayong katapat dito mga kaibigan. Dahil ang ating pusikat na si Ryzen ay palipat-lipat lang na may ibang mga tropa dito. Securing the dragon and getting 2 members of one team.
Yeah, beautiful fight there para sa Fennel Adversity. Nakuha nga nila yun. Dragon, nakakuha din sila ng 2 kills with that equalize ng ating gold at ang Dragon. Si Carlo, tignan nila dito. Makakatch ba niya siya ito?
Wala siyang dominus ha. Hindi niya nagamit yung kanyang Rooted Predator. Pero si Xianyo, target niya lang dito. Hindi niya lang nadepensahan itong si kaibigang Calm. But okay lang yan. Kasi kapalit naman yan ay ang Dragon na nakuha nila kanina.
Nagpalitan lang sila dito, Spill. Kanina, the one team na nakuha ng Dragon. Ang Herald naman napunta sa FLA. Ngayon, balik na naman. One team naman ngayon ang bumawi. With that regard, in terms of objectives, patas na patas sila. At sa totoo lang, bago tayo kapasok sa laban din, expect natin na medyo tahimik ang laban. Pero going to this replay, nakita natin dito paano na paipanalo ng FLA yung laban. Inabsorb lang nila yung pressure galing dito sa one team. At alam naman natin sa PH, isa sa mga pinakamagaling na mag-team fight itong Fennel Adversity. Kayang-kaya nilang mag-counter punch. Ang tawag nga sa kanila ni Parik Otolus. Ito yung pinakamagaling counter punch na team dito sa ating bansa. Kaya nga nakita natin doon, no, pinasok sila ng one team, umurong lang sila ng konti, ginather nila bearings sila at sinuntok nila ng mas malakas pabalik ang one team.
Yes, indeed. Talaga naging solido, kumbaga, yung counter punch ginawa ng FLA dito. And which we're seeing that they're also making some trades naman sa ating mga first tier turrets. Nakuha dito yung bote. Habang kapalit naman yan ng first tier naman din sa ating top lane dito. Or one team. Tumama. Naku, yung last embrace, di yata papasok. Magiging maingat sila dito. And at the same time, wala muna tayong engaging ulit na team fight dito. Kasi mas madaling makagalaw dito ang one team. Lalo na nakuha nila kagad yung first tier sa mid lane ng FLA.
Yeah. Ito nga lang, no, Spear, madalas nakakita natin ngayong araw na ito na medyo mas matagal natatapos ang mga laro natin. Malapit na tayo sa 11 hits at hindi pa rin ganun kalaki ang lamang dito ng Fennel Adversity dahil ang team composition nga nila, itong Ziggs at itong Jhin, kailangan nila makakuha ng early lead para ma-empower itong si Doming on that Olaf. Di pa nila nakukuha yun ngayon dahil one team kilala nitong team na ito na magaling magpatagal ng laro. Pero isang laban lang talaga. Isang decisive win dito ng FLA. Kaya nilang makakuha ng isang decisive lead or decisive na lamang against 1Team Esports.
Pero Erp, yung Ghost Blade together with yung kanyang Storm Razor dito, ginamit tayo kanyang curtain call para magkaroon ng kurtina yung kanilang mga kalaban. Turret, will fall down nga ba? Mega Inferno Bomb, tinamasa na ito, pero Donic Shadow, nandyan na ang final chapter, huling haraba. Pero nag-Killer Instinct, what are you doing? No! Lamang dito pa rin ang 1Team Esports because of that. Dahil may kasabay na Stand United. Ayun lang para kay Ryzen. Pero yun nga lang, Paisa na nawawala ang members ng FLA. And triple kill for Yumao. Getting the camp of one again. Laban natin.
Grabe yung pasok doon ng 1Team, no? Nakita nila, pinilit kasi ng FLA. Yung Toyo sa mid lane, hindi na nakuha ng FLA na depensa ng 1Team. At sabi mo nga, killer instinct. Si Yumao talagang killer ang instinct niya dahil alam niya maraming pwedeng mess back sa kanya. Yung shield, galing doon sa Shen. Yung heroes entrance galing doon sa Galio. Pag nagpatong-patong yung magugulo talaga ang formation nito ng FLA. May kita mga dito, no? Nagsimula na kaagad yung ating replay doon sa killer instinct at pumasok ng yung mga engaged tools din ng 1Team at nahirapan ng mag-group together dito ang FLA. They only had to back away dahil nagamit na nila lahat ng kanilang pang-engage kanina. Nagamit na yung ultimate galing doon kay Alisen on that Yumi doon sa initial fight. Kaya wala na silang pwedeng maibitaw nung napasok sila doon ng 1Team. Nasira pa nga yung mid lane inhibitor turret. Isang malaking butas ito sa base ngayon ng FLA.
And they have to make the comeback that they need in this particular matchup, mga kaibigan. 12 minutes pa lang tayo, papunta tayo 13 minutes, pero Dragon is up na. At the pressure is being given by the minions in the mid lane because of that first inhibited turret na kumakagad ng 1Team Esports dito. Napakaganda talaga ng stock of shield that they are providing para kay Yumao sa mga nangyayaring teamfight natin. Talaga nagiging solid, kumbaga, yung mga binibigay nilang shield in which nagkakaroon sila pagkakataon na makapag-free dito. Target tayo si Shanyon, naamoy sila dito ng Wang. Wait lang, Oracle Lens, sumasok sa loob, the damage is there. But they're not gonna go in muna for now. Damage will be there as well, coming from Danny Poke here in the mid lane, pero wala muna papasok kasi nga nagiging maingat ang magkabilang panic natin.
Ako si Doming nahuli.
Ako, mukhang walang maingat dito. Ginamit tayo kanyang Ragnarok in the final chapter. Will be there as well. Nahuli na dito si Shu. Shu will fall down. Heroes entrance, pero di sa bottom, baliktad siya. And here comes the killer instinct once again. And the Stand United kasama pa yan ng shield na binigay dito para kay Kid and kay Yumao. Naiyong mag-isa, pero dalawa pa rin sila. Danny and the Ryzen, kaya mo nila mag-depensa nitong ating mid lane? No, they're just gonna go for the Baron. Kasi nga, isa lang o dalawa lang ang buhay sa kanilang version.
Yeah, pinili dito ng 1Team Esports ang safer calling din sa dahil na nilang tapusin ng laro dahil may Superman sa mid lane. Doon sa battle curtain call, kaya mo i-steal ito?
Medyo malalaki yung mga bato na nakaharang dito. Pero delikado ang buhay. Itong si Danny, nakapag-uwi. Nag-taunt sa kawalan. Itong si Kid, yun nga lang, nasecure pa rin nila yung Baron.
At medyo surgical ang ginagawa dito ng laro ng 1Team Esports. Iniisa-isa lang nila ang member ng FLA. Pero going nga dito sa ating replay, nagsimula itong laban na ito na munti ka mahuli si Domain, pero ang una nakakuha ng kill dito ay ang FLA. They try to get away, pero yun nga yung killer instinct ulit ni Yumao na may kasamang Shen at Galio na engage. Ang hirap pigilan nun ngayon sa composition FLA dahil wala silang yung mga classic na disengage tool, wala silang gagas na explosive barrel, wala silang Janna ultimate para matulak pag lumitaw itong Shen. So unfortunately for them, kapag napatungan nga sila nito ni Yumao, nakalapit sila, natabayan sila, wala na. Libreng pasok yun para sa Shen. Kaya kailangan dito makahanap ng FLA ng peak na malayo dito sa Shen at dito sa Kai'Sa para masimulan nila yung comeback dito sa Game 1.
Yes, even Ziggs is having a hard time, no? Arise right now, medyo hindi maganda yung kanyang sitwasyon na makapag-free hit from behind. Because again, there's the Shadow Dash, may Taunt, may Kha'Zix, ang daming pwedeng kumigil sa kanila. Ang daming pwedeng mag-penetrate na kanilang backline dito. Even Yumao, kapag gumamit siya ng Killer Instinct, talagang pasok hanggang dulo ng mapa. Pero Yumao, medyo malalim ka, dito mamay, the Flourish, may get further bubble there. Final chapter ay mahuli si Yumao. Pero eto na, ang Stand United, out kayo ngayon, di maganda ang sitwasyon nila dito. At ang Killer Instinct na naman si Yumao, na napakasakit. Nakuha nila ang buhay dito ni Shu. Shu will not fall down muna for now. Nakapag-Guardian Angel na. Pero tignan mo naman yung pagpasok na yun na ginawa dito. Itong si Xianyo to make some trades. Or Shield of the Run. And waiting, we have the Nexus still up right now. Pero nakuha nila yung first tier, yung inhibited first sa ating top lane. At ito lamang yung kanilang bot lane dito. Pinabibigyan lang ng trap ito si Danny. Pero kakayanin pa nga ba nila? Take note, wala tayong killer instinct, wala tayong Stud United, walang shield. Pero yun nga lang, wala rin sila ka-rifle. They're now going in. Mukhang mahuhuli pa nila dito. Uy, si Calm! At ginamit niya pa yung kanyang barrier. Pero not gonna be enough to save himself. And Danny will be the next target to si Shanyo. Napakasakit ng damage na ni Kha'Zix. At lahat ng inhibited turret is down na sa kamay ng one team.
Naubos na lahat ng inhibitor turret sa FLA. Expose na yung kanilang Nexus habang ang one team Esports nagre-recall. Bumibili ng mga items nila para sa isa pang push laban dito sa FLA. Malalim ang kailangan hugutan dito ng FLA. Malalim ang kailangan nilang hanapin para man mag-try, makasubok, makakomeback dito sa ating Game 1. Dahil, alaki na lamang nag-iwaka sa totoo lang, yes, itong Kai'Sa na late game. Kanina sinasabi nga natin, diba, chapsoy ang item build niya. Malayong na sila, nakalimutan na niya yung panahon na yun dahil isa na lang ang kanyang item na kailangan mabuod dito at full item na ang ating Kai'Sa. May BM Sword na siya nakatira dito. Hindi ko na sigurado kung ano, bibili nila, probably Storm Razor ang kanyang huling item, pero buhay na nga ang Elder Cloud Drake. Lahat ng inhibitor wala. So kailangan magdepensa dito na FLA. Ang one team naman binibait na sila dito papasok sa Dragon Pit.
And the thing is, kahit si Shan yung mag-isa, kaya niya makuha itong Elder Drake. Kung siya lang mag-isa, no? And the rest of the members of one team Esports will just try to push yung ating mga turrets. But we'll see what is their plan right now. Mukhang mas gugustuhin nila na magkaroon ng pick-off habang dinidepensa nila yung bot lane dito. Curse of the Black Beast, mukhang mahuhuli si Cal, CCTV, Domeng, kasama niya dito, wala silang pusa, at apat na kanilang kalaban mga kaibigan, kinirisip pa loob, Sonic Shadow will be there, pero tamang mamba out lang, pero ang matalo na Apace ay masakit talaga, and Shanyo, kasi subukan dumipensa dito, uy, tinamaan ng Shadow Dash, and isit yata mga kaibigan, kasi this is going to be an ace, and straight to the Nexus, para magkaroon ng isang panalo, ang one team Esports, ating second series of the day, against Fennel.
Yeah, yun na nga, mukhang one team ang magwawagi dito sa ating Game 1 between FLA at one team Esports. Best of 2 to, guys, so meron pa tayong magiging second game later on between these two teams. Pero first off, congratulations sa one team dahil pinakita nila noon na kaya nilang lampasan itong medyo kakaibang flavor ngayon ng FLA. Yung Doming Phobia na lampasan nila. Kanina sabi nga ni Otolus, isa yun sa mga hindi pa naramdaman dito ng one team. Pero congratulations sa kanila na nag-adjust sila. I think ang isa sa pagkasusi sa pagkapanalo nila doon ay yung adjustment nila na nilagay nila yung Kai'Sa sa mid lane imbis na yung Senna, imbis na yung Kai'Sa ay nasa bot side para labanan yung Jhin.
Yes, medyo ang hirap talaga, no? To be completely honest, yung Kai'Sa na yon, Kai'Sa with Ashen together with Galio, that's again the real threat, no? Overall, yung effectiveness of having two global champions or semi-global, let's say si Galio, that's just the big threat talaga. Plus yung killer instinct na medyo malayo rin yung range niya that could give you even a shield. And put that into an AD carry, sobrang hirap talaga. Mga kaibigan, that's just the game 1 of this series 2. Series 1, pero series 2 rather, pero again, sobrang solid na laban natin dito. And feeling ko talaga, Fennel versus Eagles could still make a comeback. Maybe this first game is medyo parang, alam mo naman, medyo pa-spicy lang, kumbaga. And we'll see if sa game 2 kung ano yung pwedeng gawin ng FLA dito. Kasi yung ating game 1, medyo di naging maganda,
Oo. Sa tingin ko naman yung Fennel, andun yung plano eh. Pero hindi lang nila na-execute yung mga steps. Sa tingin ko kung na-put behind nila yung Shen, baka kaya pa nila yun. And unfortunately, walang yung mga early game ganks. Maganda din mga sagot ng one team. Pero yun na nga, malapit tayo makarating sa game 2. Pero bago tayo makarating sa game 2, we'll be throwing it back to the panel.
I have to say that's the emote that I have in my mind right now. But before that, welcome back, ladies and gents. This is the panel. I'm your host, Chuchu, and also we have a lot to talk about. I definitely know why ninjas have to step back and maybe step to the side, as we saw how Yuma was a monster. But hey, I need to ask our panelists. Yeah,
how you doing, man?
Autolus still okay? Baby
Well,
rage.
it's okay.
Baby rage. Yeah.
This is definitely not what I expected. Again, they are trying to at least surprise everyone, and they surprised themselves the
Did
most.
they surprise you?
Yeah, kind of. Again, looking back as to how I really watched their journey, like Fennel University is like the counter puncher. They're going to study their opponent and will plan against their opponent. But this time, they kind of want to be the aggressor. And I think what really threw off their plan is the Shen. It always throws off almost every aggressive composition that you have because, one, the Shen can play the side lane and could still be influential in team fights. And the second, the switch over from on that Kaisa from the bot lane to the mid lane allows him to free farm and not be bullied by the Jhin.
So much space for the side of one. Actually, it's okay. Don't cry.
It's
I
okay.
can see you tearing up right now. But Omo, you saw just now the composition coming up from one. Whatever they play is just they excel in it.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. There's a couple of things I wanna bring up here. First of all, I wanna continue on your point, right? FLA, they were put on the timer. They had to pressure the map. All the while, they were pressured by the scaling coming in from the side of one team. You had the side lane pressure coming in from the Shen. So many factors at play here. I love that draft in particular, the lane swaps. Really just a chess match between these two teams. You flex the Ziggs, okay, I flex the Karma. I flex the Kaisa, I flex the Senna. But at the end of the day, what I wanna touch on is I don't think this is the end of the world for FLA.
Oh, definitely.
I feel like they were forced into a very tough situation with the draft, much like the Evos game 1 that we saw. I think the draft left you with very few options to play it out. I think you were pressured from the get-go. Take it back a notch. I understand you want to put your pedal to foot on the pedal. What's the saying? I lost it. Doesn't matter. You want the Olaf to run the game. Yes, I get that, but it also makes it so hard to play, and I especially don't like the Ziggs flex to mid. I get that it gives you a better bot lane matchup, but the problem there is who then is going to enable your Olaf? There were many issues in the draft for FLA.
And again, there's also a trademark playstyle for FLA, especially if they have the Ziggs. Again, at 10 minutes. At 10 minutes. This has always been the Fennel Adversity identity that we're talking about, right? FLA loves their first tower in the mid lane. Oftentimes, if they're winning, it will be standing strong at 14 minutes, 16 minutes. But it was broken down at 7 minutes and 30 seconds, and that was actually a consequence of the botched Rift Herald fight. Not to mention the biggest swing of them all, the forced takedown of the tower in the mid lane, in where one team at the backs of their new player Yumao just went Super Saiyan and went on rampage.
Yeah, Yumao played extremely well. I think if you look at the KDA of everyone on the side of one team, I do believe Kid, Yumao, as well as their bottom lane, 4 players, had 100% kill participation throughout the entire game. And it just shows, this is kind of what we expected of one team, right? They play as a whole unit. And I feel like the way the draft played out really allowed that to shine. It was really just you're trying to punch a hole in a brick wall on the side of FLA. You're trying to play into what one team does best. Change that for the next game.
I have to say, before the game even started, there's going to be one usually win first when it comes to the draft-wise. They know how to counter-pick, they know what they're doing, they know every potential of each of the champions they actually choose. And we saw, it's not flawless. We have to say, it's not flawless. We saw a bit of a misplay here and there, but hey, they redeemed it back by taking the game quite early. And also, still mentioning of about, you talk about it seemed like Evos, they kind of have a bit of jittery and nervousness when it comes to the first match. So when it comes to
not so much
second
jitters, but more of just a bad drafting game.
He's just gonna slam it down in the face.
Corky. You're not really a fan of Corky in the
It's just
mid lane,
Corky
right?
all the way. Just blame it on Corky.
Yeah. Looking at the draft here, I feel, you know what? I actually love the Corky, at least for the side of Fennel Adversity, if it was used here. I mean, I understand that Jhin has a certain niche of being able to set up picks. But if you're going full committed on the 5v5s and forcing forcing the other team to respond, then having that Corky and having that package will allow you to force team fights in your favor and force Shen to make it a very big decision. Use the ultimate or continue to split push.
Yeah, the Corky pick is definitely something I could see. I understand why they didn't go for it, because they wanted a stronger bot lane laning matchup. But I feel like the biggest issue of them all here is where is your scaling? Your team comp, all 5 members, are basically all in on getting that mid-game power spike, on hitting that timing window. You could argue, you know, maybe Jhin is scaling. Sure, Jhin can scale. Jhin can do a lot of damage in the late game, but look at who you're playing against. You're playing against multiple champions that dive you, and a full tank Galio, a full tank Shen. You saw the Baron fight. He was tickling that Shen. The other argument is Yuumi can scale. Sure, Yuumi can scale, but who's the Yuumi gonna ride on? Who's the Yuumi gonna scale with? Olaf falls off, Jhin does no damage, you're gonna ride the Ziggs? Like, that makes no sense. Renekton? He just had no one to ride.
I agree. There's nobody actually that can pair up with Yumi that can actually do
in the late game.
Yeah,
In the late game,
can pair up.
The
at
plan
least.
was to really
1v9
have
Olaf,
Olaf
right?
be on a rampage. Like a 3-0 start was the target, was the goal.
Yes.
If not for a 3-0 start, in terms of kills, at least a tower, a momentum, territory advantage for Fennel University. But it did not happen because one team just played it so well.
I agree, especially we saw how forced they were when they're trying to get the fight, to be on their side, to get the territory, the map control at least. But it's just so hard because one, they know where to stand, they know how to bait, they know how to actually force things out and when to dissipate when things are not in their favor. That's the advantage they have on side of Masters region. I have to say they're really good at this kind of plays. Even though it looks a bit, a bit mundane, a bit safe,
Resident
too safe.
sleeper.
I'm not saying that. That's gonna be you. But hey, they have results. So, are you gonna cry for the next one?
We'll see. I will never lose faith unless my countrymen ask me to not predict for our teams, right?
You become the jinx.
I know.
It feels like you're the jinx right now.
Because right now I don't want to swim home.
So Auto lose, you need to change your name to Auto win.
Yes.
Whichever team you predict after this will be automatically win.
We'll see.
It feels like that's the
think
reason.
It's very winnable still for Fennel University. That was a
Exactly.
game where one team got to show off their chops. Fennel, you drafted into that. Change up the draft for game 2. I think they have a fighting chance.
I'm curious, will we see a player change at least for game number 2? We're heading into the draft here, Chu.
Yeah, because right now I do want to see they change up and already try to step up their match or not when it comes to this game and this match only when it comes to the draft. Will they ban certain champions based on the last match as well? Because we did see and we saw the fact that some champions, they have so much. They got Olaf, but it's just not to full potential yet. So can they actually ban out Olaf instead of giving it over to one because it's not working on their side?
The problem of banning Olaf red side, you open up a lot of champions for first pick for one team. You still have to prioritize in banning Karma. You also have to prioritize banning the Camille kid. Cianio even is actually very good on the Camille champion. So yeah, I still think that Olaf will still be left open here.
Well, Jax is nowhere to be seen. We're looking over Yumi again, which not working quite well as well. We do know Yumi kind of buffed up here entirely.
Honestly, I would be very happy to see FLA just run the draft back, but with a couple little changes. I think I want to see them pull out the aggressive comp again. I want to see them try it again. One team might not be the best team to do it against, sure, but I think it's now or never, right? Like, you don't have that many games to play. Pull it out now. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, ditch it. Go back to scaling. Go back to slow play for the rest of your games. Pull out the Olaf Yumi again. Tweak the picks around it. Maybe Renekton. Maybe keep Ziggs in the bot lane. You need something to enable the Olaf pick. Like Riku said, right? You need something to hold them in place. They didn't have that. So change up the draft a little bit. Maybe you can still try that again.
Oh, J4 can hold everybody up in that
Yeah,
place,
but then Olaf is stuck outside.
Yeah, I know, right? But hey, Galio and also Camille will be banned now here in set as well. So we do know we have Gragas still. It's one of the best in every region. We do know Gragas is very good. But Ziggs again. So this time, one is really showing who's the better Ziggs player here.
Yeah, I mean, this pick just fits one team perfectly, right? What do they like to do? Sit under the towers, wait for the objective fights, push out waves. Ziggs?
And also Yumao is so good at this champion. I remember watching him dealing like 40,000 damage.
Every Ziggs does that, it's inflated.
almost 2,000 damage per minute for one game on that Ziggs. I know that, it's known to be a poke champion and the damage is relatively achieved.
Oh boy, that's what you were talking about.
Garen Yumi, let's go.
Garen Yumi. So this is going to be an interesting one. Definitely when it comes to map control and lane control, they can actually have it on the side of FLA. But the thing is, aggressive-wise, damage output.
Yeah, let me ask you a question here, Autolose. Have we ever seen a Garen Yumi bot lane combo?
Nope.
No.
At least not in our region.
I don't believe that's been played in Wild Rift.
Not any region yet. From South Asia.
Well, it's never going to be played because there we go. Just instantly answered.
Ooh,
Lulu in the Vayne is a very good counter against the Garen.
It's so
now
good.
it also opens up the option for one team to switch over this Vayne onto the Baron lane and have a Lulu and Ziggs bot lane.
True. But I do believe, given Yumal, what he likes to play, this is very likely going to be in the bottom lane. Do you like the Zed? I don't like the Zed here. I feel the Zed is going to have a very hard time trying to kill the Vayne Lulu.
I think they're picking the Garen one of the reasons because they want the Zed, so it won't be mid Garen versus a Zed because that's kind of a trend right now. And so Renekton might be fighting against Zed if they want to, if it's in the mid. So it's kind of a pretty normal kind of graph.
Like if you look at the laning matchup, sure, right? But if you look outside the lane, like just what does this Zed do? I don't think I can find you an answer.
The problem with a Zed pickup is that they are now forced to pick up a mage in the bot lane. Possibly go
Hey,
for
Yuumi is the mage, okay? Luden's Echo, Deathcat, let's get it.
I don't count Yuumi as a mage. I'm sorry.
What I'm looking over for the FLA draft right now, you kind of not getting it. Maybe they want to go over split pushing, maybe 1-4.
Yeah, exactly.
The 1-4 actually
The
can work
Banishan.
if they have Zed or even get around that side. It depends on how can they sustain to against the fight here.
He wants Flash FLA, they have to ban you Olaf right now. FLA have to ban the Olaf right now. The Kha'Zix is banned away. If they don't pick this Olaf on 4 and one pick the Olaf for 5, I think it's game over. Just like immediately game over.
Just
the Kha'Zix
because
is
of the
banned away.
Lulu, Olaf, and Vayne.
Yeah, I don't think
composition.
you have a chance. Like, I don't know what FLA can pick into that. I think you're out of options.
We're looking over Kha'Zix a bit better now. Lee Sin and also Shan.
And you can't pick the Olaf on 4 here for FLA because if you pick Olaf, you're playing Olaf into Vayne Lulu. It's just draft checkmate, I think. I don't think FLA have options.
Oh, they're not banning out all.
I should have voted 2-0 on one team. Darn it.
The thing here is, I'm okay with Olaf actually, because
For FLA?
Yeah, no, for
If one team take it.
If one team takes it, again, one thing that you cannot really counter with your with your Ragnarok is death or execute, right? And that basically is what Garen.
You have a Lulu.
Well, that's the thing. Are you going to invest your wild growth?
well
onto the
then.
Lulu? This is a
Domain
Ragnarok.
time, huh?
This is This is a combination that was made popular in the Philippines, and we call it the Meow Meow connection. You have the Blender and you have the Yuumi.
Hey, on MYSG, we're actually using the same thing, the Meow Meow composition. The cat's
Exactly.
usually something, sometimes they win.
What's
but it
better than
depends.
one cat? Two
Vi.
cats. What?
We haven't seen a lot of Vi here.
Where's Powder?
Oh my god, is that Vi from Arcane?
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm a big fan.
Wow.
This is very interesting, but it also gives them a very clear point of engage.
Yes. I really like the cat here for 2 reasons, right? Oh, I guess one big reason. I feel like team fight-wise, you are just done for. You don't have an answer to the team fighting of one team. So what does the cat allow you to do? It lets you side lane. You permanently put your Zed side. You play 2-3 side lanes. Your Rengar just keeps outing to the Zed lane. And I feel that's where one team's going to
What
struggle.
will be your last pick here? That's the question. Is this going to be a Morgana just to have a bot lane mage?
I think a mage for sure, right? But but then again, Danny on a mage. I know he can play it, but would you rather he play something else? I think the comp doesn't allow for it.
Oh, Lucian.
Okay, well, that's a
Interesting.
great bot lane combo as well, right? Lucian,
Lucian
Yuumi,
Yuumi,
extremely lane dominant.
I mean, like Lucian can actually flex in any lanes at this point, so you might get to see
No,
a
it's Lucian
Garen
Yuumi.
Yuumi. We might get to see the Garen Yuumi.
They won't
if
play
you-
that into Vayne Lulu. Like, it's impossible, right? I want to go through this draft really quickly. I
Mhm.
think FLA saved the day with their 4-5 picks. I think their first 3 picks, it was looking really doomed. But their
Mhm.
4-5 gives them 2 things. A possible dumpstering of the bot lane through the Lucian Yuumi, as well as the permanent ability to just side lane to split push to play 3-2 on the map. And I think that's what FLA need to do here. They're never going to win 5v5.
And those are the ones and zeros that we are talking about, or that you are talking about. But since I know these players, these are actually comfort champions for them as well, right? If we talk about Arise on the Zed, that's not, that's not a new champion for him. He's been using that a lot of times. And this is going to be against a Ziggs in the mid lane. So there is an opportunity for him to do that very, very remarkable solo kill.
That's true. And one quick point I want to bring up before we go into game. Calm here, he's playing the Garen. Kit is playing the Darius. It's one of his best champions. We know he's the king of the Baron lane. That's another possible pain point for FLA.
It got nerfed though.
It did, but it's still a really easy
It's
matchup
just an
to play.
attack speed, by the way, so it's fine.
It's very big for me.
Yeah,
it's
but-
big in this matchup where you need to stack
That's
passive. But I think the trading pattern of the Darius, you can overlook it.
But hey, I do want to see can actually Lulu trying to death mark and polymorph at the same time for that Zed, because if it does actually happen, it's going to be a bit of a problem for the side of FLA, which we're going to try over our wildest action ever, taking back to our casters here, Riku and also Grandin, take it away.
If you like
ang pagbabalik ng mga api, mga kaibigan. Ito nga ba ang hinahanap na comeback ngayon ng FLA against One Team Esports? Because this is the game 2 of our Series 2, mga kaibigan. At kitang-kita naman natin, nasa draft pa lang, medyo kinakabahan na ako ng bahagya. Ikaw ba?
Ako din sa totoo lang, kasi puro AD full attack damage ang nakikita natin dito sa FLA Earth. Pero at the same time, hindi ko mapigilang maging excited kasi dalawang highlight na nanggaling dito sa region natin, ang Meow connection at nandito din yung Garen sa yung Yumi. Parang gusto ko makita na isa pang highlight na ganun dito sa laban na to
Maraming beses na natin nakita yan, kumbaga, dito sa Pilipinas, kung saan talagang gumagana naman and very effective. Pero Kid, sobrang aggressive sa ating top lane. Ayaw niya pakalmahin si Calm, going for that aggressive playstyle despite the nerf that he received. Rise here in the mid lane, seeing that, of course, just giving the poke against Keshu, the normal. Wala pa tayong mga death mark and Megan from the mid laners.
Yeah, going back nga na dun sa composition itong dalawang teams na to. Sa team, in terms of team fight, lamang na lamang dito yung one. Pero si Yumao, medyo low doon. Pero dito na si Shanyo.
Uy, naku! Tumalbog! Nalog yung utak. Hindi siya nakatakas kagad kasi wala siyang flash. And at the same time, hindi siya makakapit. Kasi nga, na-knock up siya dito ng ating Vault Breaker.
Yeah, hindi na nga naka-react doon ng ating pusa si Arisen na tamaan ng suntok dito ni Shanyo. Pero isa din gusto ko na i-highlight dito na sa laban ng between FLA at ng One Team Esports. Ako din sa panel natin, si Danny, alam naman natin, isa sa pinakamagaling natin, kumbaga, hindi man ang pinakamagaling natin na Dragon Laner dito sa Pilipinas, gumagamit tayo ng mga marksman, habang ito nga, si Yumao, ang ating ngayong last game MVP, siya naman ang pinakamagaling na marksman player din galing sa Masters region. And nakita natin yung kanina ng Game 1 in full display, pumapasok siya. Grabe ang kanyang kahones, yung confidence niya papasok ng laban on that Kai'Sa. Pero going back into this game dito, si Arise medyo low dito laban kay Shu ngayon
Talagang nakikita natin yung pressure being given sa kanya at this early point of the game because, well, that's one thing. It's a mini champion. Siyempre, nahirapan talaga siya and to just, get the early advantage talaga na kaya niyang makuha dito sa ating laban because pwede niyang abusuin ng gusto by just throwing yung kanyang mga first kill dito against kay Arise. Pero yun nga, si Measure kanina, medyo nagkukulang tayo dito sa FLA. We'll see if this time they're gonna make it work kasi Lucian, Danny, sinabi rin ni Otolus kanina na actually Danny talaga in terms of damage, whole team of FLA is playing around yung strat na ginagawa ni Danny dito. So it's so important to protect Danny, bigay na yung support na kailangan niya. And top lane, Kid, sutukan sila dito, nag-proc na yung kanyang stacks. Ito, up na nga hindi, tumudugo si Cal, pero bot lane, nakuha na naman nila dito ang buhay ni Yumao. Pero double kill with the final chapter and the Kali Blaze. Susubukan pa nila maghuli dito, mga kaibigan, at triple kill agad with a 3-0 at top lane. It will fall down. Pinata mga kaibigan at 1-4 ang ating score dito sa ating first 3 minutes of the game.
Biglang sumabog ng aksyon ang laban natin dito. Game 2 natin sa ating best of 2 series. Naka 3-0 kagad si Danny. At kanina pinag-uusapan din ng panel. Pinag-uusapan din natin ng off-camera GG Spear na kailangan maaga pa lang itong Lucian at itong Yumi makalamang. Survey sa kagad. At may boots na. Kasi, hindi mo naman 4,000 yung pera niya. Papasok ito sa mga laban mamaya, masakit ang bawas ito. Pero going back nga doon sa point ko na kailangan ng Lucian na makalamang kaagad dito sa Vayne. Kasi mas alam naman natin lahat Lulu Vayne to. Ang lakas ni Vayne pagdating sa late game. Pero si Lucian bully to sa early game. So habang malakas siya ngayon, pwedeng i-push ng tempo ng FLA. Nakikita nga natin dito, kinukuha nila yung Mountain Drake. Ang One Team Esports walang planong i-contest. Nandoon sila ngayon sa repair, tinitake na nila at alam na alam ito ng FLA.
Yes, they have the information, they have the wards here. Yun nga lang, they're just gonna make it they're just gonna let it go muna for now because they were able to get the dragon naman. And tama ka dito, Crazy Apple, getting that early kill. Uy! Napakagandang pagkasok naman yun. Condemn, sabay tumble sa loob. At ginamit niya pa yung flash para moontog dun sa pader natin. Itong si Cam. And first tier it fall down. Nauna pa ang FLA sa first tier natin.
Oo nga, nauna nga sila dahil nasa pressure din dito sa bot side. Lumayo ng kalayo-layo ang One Team Esports. Hindi na rin nga nila sinama yung repair. Good call galing sa kanila. Alam nila, hindi na nila mo ko yung first turret. So, gamitin na lang nila sa ibang okasyon itong Rift Herald. Habang naman ang FLA, nakakuha doon sa bot lane isang turret at medyo na-pressure din nila itong mid lane si Danny at si Arisen. Andito pa yun sa mid lane. Sila na ngayon ang nagki-clear ng wave dito laban kay Shu.
Sobrang ganda. Going back ulit tayo dun sa nangyaring team fight in the bot lane. That was a very huge lead para kay Danny dito. Now earning himself a B of Sword. Probably gonna go for an Infinity Edge kung sakali man. And alam mo naman na kapag ganyan, hindi niya kailangan mag-focus sa attack speed dito. Kasi meron naman siyang Yumi buff na pwede magbigay sa kanya ng attack speed. And there, as you mentioned kanina habang nagsisimula yung draft natin, mukhang Luden's Echo talaga ang uunahin dito ni Ryzen. Kasi pwede siya mag-pure AP for healing galing at the same time damage for final chapter kung sakali man.
Doming.
Now, Doming, Drill of the Hunt,
Nakita
hinaharap
ni
si
Kid.
Kid dito. Si Kid na yung target. Tumama ang bola strike. Eto na ang pusa. Nagharap na magandang target. At pinagsakan ng espada ni Diba. Securing that kill once again in the top lane. Kid did fall down.
At ito ang FLA na gusto nating makita. Aggressive na FLA. Pino-push ang tempo laban sa one team. At ano pa ba ang pagkakakilala natin sa FLA sa Philippine region kapag sila ay may lamang early, hindi na nila pinapakawalan yan. Kaya na nang ipanalo ang laro from there on. Pero ang one team may sagot. Referred sinama nila sa mid lane, nakabangga si Sheridan, kaya low na yung turret. At ngayon nasa bot lane sila. APAC, FLA, papunta na dito.
Tayo Wardo, pero yung turret natin, 108, 900 lang HP dito mga kaibigan. Siyan yun na ibig sa Obligate Fennel pa para mabigyan damage, pero Child after ang huling halakhak ng kanilang damage dito. They're not gonna go away, they're not gonna be able to push the first tier turret sa ating bot lane. So, hindi pa naman tapos yung laban dahil ito ng next save ng ating million. Ang turret natin ay mawawala na, isang satchel na lang, pero si Calm, napalow yung kanyang HP, isang ubo na lang, pwede siyang mamatay dito, but they're now disengaging, and the first tier turret was finally destroyed by one team sa bot lane.
Yeah, sa totoo lang, ganda din doon ng ginawa ng one team. They were able to dodge a lot of the ultimates galing doon sa FLA. Hindi sila natamaan, so hindi nila kailangan mag-back away. Nachipoy-chipoy pa nila lalo yung turret hanggang enable na yung satchel charge na ma-execute na lang yung turret na yun. It's a great job for one team right there. And going back na sa history at sa identity ng Fennel Adversity. Pag lamang sila, hindi nila napapakawalan yun at yun na nga lamang sila ngayon. Pero isa pa silang identity, yung mid lane turret, kailangan hindi yun ma-down kaagad. Sobrang low na. Baka isa to sa mga pwedeng keys to victory dito ng one team. So kailangan natin tingnan kung gaano kaganda magiging depensa dito ng FLA. O yun na, naghahanap na si Dome.
Ito na ang pusang gala mga kaibigan. Ginamit ang Drill of the Hunt together with another Mingming. The Mingming connection. Ang mga pusakal natin na naghahanap ng magandang target dito. Drill of the Hunt. Yumao nasa bote. Yumao nga ba siya? Ito na ang prowling fire. Pumalon muna dito. Pero medyo hindi magandang pagpasok na nanggaling sa kanila. But the damage is there. And Yumao has to back away. Plus a burn flash para sa kanila.
Yan, nag-time out na yung ultimate ni Dome. Pero mukhang may isang laban kayo dito.
Malaban nga ba sila? Meron tayo dito ng push na pwede talunan. Pero yung Yumi natin ay palipat-lipat lang muna na kanyang pepestuhan.
Palipat-lipat lang. Pero 8 minutes pa lang tayo dito. Yung GG's field, dalawa na yung items si Danny, naka-Storm Razor, IE na sila habang yung Ocean Take yung burn down na one team pumipesto.
Pwesto nga sila dito. Dragon natin, half 9 kanyang HP. Here's the Vault Baker. Wala siya dito. Trillion Dota pwede magawa sa loob. Pero Mega Inferno ba? Mag-damage lang. Dragon secured para sa kanila. Si Cap medyo makunan. Kaling will po there. Tignan mo naman si Kid. Nanlambot. Na parang hindi si Darius. Nawala yung kanyang kapangyarihan ng Noxus dito. And si Xianyo naghihintay sa Genji. Meron siya ditong Arcane Vibe, mga kaibigan, na kanyang skin. Ganyan, gagawin mo na for now. Kasi yung turret natin sa mid lane ay buhay pa rin. And they really have to defend this one right now. Ferrell, ang next target nila dito. Drill of the Hunt is up. Ginamit nila ngayon. Kung si Ryzen ay palipat-lipat naman sa kanya mga target dito. Malon dito sa loob. And Yumao is super low na with the Infinity Edge and Storm Razor. Napakasakit ang damage si Kuya Dami.
Ang galing ni Arisen dito, nasa tolo yung mga Cloud Projecta niya. Pag tumatama halos kalahati ng buhay nila, kaya nakakakuha ng space dito. FLA, pinapatay nila itong Rift Herald, kukunin na nila. Pag nakuha nila ito, habang nakikita mo nag-recoil ngayon ang one team doon sa mid lane. Nakuha na nga ng Rift Herald, malamang isasama nila ito sa mid lane para sila ang maunang makabutas ng mid lane turret.
Ang problema dito, nauubos agad yung mana ni Arisen. Which is right now, nakita natin na super low na yung kanyang mana dito. They have to back away muna at I think this is it pansit. First tier turret in the mid lane will fall down. 1-5 yung lang natin ng HP doon at secured na yan para sa FLA. 9 minutes on the clock ha, at lamang na naman ang ating FLA with a 4,000 gold deficit against one team Esports.
Tulad nga nasabi mo, yun ang weakness ni Yumi bilang isang champion. Oo, pwede kang medyo mag-AFK lang, nakasabit ka lang sa isang kakampi mo, pero kada gamit mo ng skills at abilities mo, malaki ang bawas sa mana pool mo dahil mababa lang din ang mana pool nito ni Yumi. Kaya madalas mga Yumi player na iba nakikita natin nagte-Tail of the Goddess pero dito sa Arisen, hinahabol niya kaagad talaga yung damage output dahil nga ang victory condition dito ng FLA. Kailangan nila early on makakuha ng iba, hawakan yun at maitulak sa mga tore ng one team. Maipilit nilang masira kaagad yung mga tore hanggang makarating sila sa Nexus dahil the later the game goes, palakas ng palakas itong Lulu Vein natin. Pasakit ng pasakit ang bawas itong Ziggs galing kay Shu. Kaya ang FLE ngayon dahil lamang sila ng early on, kailangan nila ituloy-tuloy lang laban sa one team.
You have to keep the pressure on, ika nga, no? And at the same time, pag nabuo niya Ryzen yung kanyang Infinity Orb, masakit yan, ha? Alam mo ngayon, masakit na nga, lalo pag sasakit. Wall Breaker coming to Mushanyo para ambahan ang kanyang kalaban dito. They're not gonna go in muna for now. And the Rise slowly giving the pressure to top lane. Ito yung trabaho lang, walang personalan. Talagang binibigyan niya lang dito ng pressure. Itong One Team Esports. Could this be the first defeat of One Team Esports sa ating play-ins? We'll see about that. Kasi nagkakaroon ulit ng movement, mga kaibigan. Top lane, laban sa mid lane, sa ating Baron lane. You have the wards dito. Naku po, may CCTV dyan. Huling-huli kayo sa camera. Baka masoko kayo dyan pag nagkataon. And they're just backing off muna a little bit. Slowly going towards the top lane at muntik nang mahatak si Tobeng.
Yeah, sa totoo lang, ganda nga ng mga CCTV dito ng one team, no, laging tama yung pwesto. Laging pa naghahanap FLA ng talon, hahanap ng gank, nakikita sila at nakaka-back away doon ang one team. So kudos sa kanilang war control, pero at the same time, nakikita niyo naman yung pressure at respeto na binibigay ng one team. Kung ika nga kanina, nung game 1, no, ang one team, pag nakakita ng laban sa FLA, pag napipilit sila, bumapasok lang si Yumao basta-basta on that Kaisa. Pero ngayon, ito ang layo nila dahil alam nyo gano'ng kalaki ang labang kayo ng FLA. Kailangan nila i-bide yung time nila pagdating dito sa late game. At one thing na kailangan gawin dito ng one team ay masira itong mid lane. At hinahaya ni Danny, ginamit pa niya yung Kali para ma-clear yung wave.
Oo nga. Mukhang Blade of the Ruined King next item nito or nitong si Danny. Naka-recursive bow na kasi siya. Feeling ko, Blade of the Ruined King for attack speed naman kahit na paano para ma-compensate niya. Diba, yung kakulangan niya sa attack speed right now kasi more on focus siya sa damage kaagad at this point of the game. Pwede siyang mag-withend for some of for a little bit of a magic resist. But I think Blade of the Ruined is a better option para magkaroon siya ng life steal. Ayan na, up na yung kanyang Vampiric Scepter. And we now have the Infernal Drake up as well sa laban natin. Yumao na nga indeed! Ginamitan natin mga Justice at ang katarungan na yung pupunta sa Pilipinas dito by getting that first kill before this Dragon fight started. They're now gonna take this Dragon on their hands. Pero si Shanyo, ang bahan nga ba niya? May ward sila dito, nailawan sila dito at nagpupush naman sa top itong si Arise. Wall Breaker casting niya. Itong si Shanyo. Pero tumalon ang pusa natin, securing the kill para sa isa sana. And si Shanyo ay walang katakot na mamatay dito mga kaibigan. Tinamaan siya ng Polo Strike together with the Aces. And tumalon na
si Arise, baka
isa nga ba? Netmark, hindi ayos at sakto sana. Pero hindi yun enough sa ating top lane team. At least, second turret is down and Baron is going to be target of Fennel adversity. Makuha nga ba nila ito? I think they can get this one kasi wala namang Dragon or rather Smiter, Jungler ang kanilang kalaban.
Tama, wala nga yung smite. May Mega Inferno Bomb Tissue, ginamit ka ngayon pero hindi umabot. Ay, kumatay. Diyos ko po, buti nakatakas ka pa eh. Pero yun na nga, naka-recall sila agad. Ginamit na yung Baron. Na-recall nila dito para makarating sila sa Dragon. Dahil imbis na i-take nila yung Infernal Drake, which is nakita nga natin doon yung laban kanina. Ito nga yung replay, no? Pumasok kinalo ni Domin. Ganda na decision niya dito. Imbis na i-finish yung objective, they took the fight para makakuha pa ng mas malaking lamang dito laban sa one team. Kaya imbis na kunin nila yung Infernal Drake doon, diniretso nila yung Baron. Dahil kaya pa nila kunin ito Infernal Drake kasi sinisimulan ngayon ni Domin pero may CCTV na dito ang one team. Alam nila kung ano ngayon ang target ng Fennel at first.
Uli sa camera to pero I don't think they can defend this one. They can contest this one because for sure, with the bottom buff that FLA has, talagang they have the upper hand right now. You're now at the 14th minute of the game. And around 10,000! Si Shu! Nasa na! Shu! Nahuli siya doon kagad at tinalunan ng ating pusa. Condemn, pero di yan swapat. Walang damage na mararamdaman dito mga kaibigan. Itong si kaibigan si Danny. Alam mo naman si Danny, singer yan. Danny Misalucha yan mga kaibigan. They're gonna go for the inhibitor turret right now. May baron pa sila dito. Si Shanyo ang sakit! The prowling projectile, prowling lahat na ng damage is there with the items that he has. Void, meron ka dito damage of course. course. But there's going to be the death mark as well. Pero yung tulad yung kanilang target dito, si Yumao, muntik ng Yumao na naman. There's going to be the apprehend and Decimate coming in. Pero buhay pa rin sa Genji dito si Doming. Meron tayong heal. Yumao, free hitting na sa Genji pero napakasakit ng mga
Ay, Meow Meow connection.
Itong si kaibigan Cardo and Meow Meow connection indeed. Triple kill mga kaibigan. Nexus na walang didepensa. At kahit na natalo sila nung una, walang makakapigil sa kamantag ng FLA because they're gonna be winning the second game of the Series 2. Pitch lang sa kalam.
Yun ang script. Yun ang script ng Fennel at Versus. Di ba nga sa mga palabas, ang bida nagpapabugbog sa simula. Kaya natalo ang Fennel at Versus sa ating Game 1. Pero Game 2, bumalik sila, they came back stronger dito sa ating second game. At nakita nga natin doon, nilabas nila ang Philippine meta. At ano ba ang lamang ng meta ng Pilipinas sa ibang meta dito sa Southeast Asia? Malakas tayo gumamit ng Yumi at pinakita doon in full display si Alisen. Imbis na supportive ang kanyang Yumi, naging secondary AP carry damage galing sa Fennel Adversity.
Yes. Sa pang maganda dito is marami talaga pusa sa Pilipinas. Kaya maraming gumagalang pusa dito. So they have two cats, no? Rengar and of course, itong si Yumi. Overall, that's a pretty impressive matchup, especially coming from Fennel Adversity. They really proved themselves after that second game. At sigurado sa ating pagbalik sa panelist mamaya, nakangiti na si kaibigang Otolus.
Oo nga, agree. Nakangiti na malaki ang ngiti ni parang Otolus. At kung nanonood din kayo ng English din, malamang nakikita nyo malaki din ang ngiti ni Rico doon sa caster desk. At yun na nga, no, ang sabi din ng panel is that litmus testo para sa Fennel Adversity. Malaman natin kung pang ilan sila dito sa play-ins. At para sa akin, naka 1-1 sila dito sa one team. Talagang lumalaban sila bilang first place paglabas dito sa play-ins natin.
Yes, and I know for sure that sabi ko nga kanina bago magsimula ang laban natin dito, one team is going to be the biggest parang wall dito ng Fennel Adversity in our play-in sa ating bracket, no? So with this in mind, with this win that they were able to get sa ating second game and second series natin, talagang makikita natin that we have a bright future pagdating sa ating game. But mga kaibigan, that's just the series 2. Pagbalik natin mamaya series 3 tayo, we're going back muna sa ating panelists.
Oh wow, first match we have Doggy for the go at this time. We have May the Meow be with you. The force of the Meow is real, everybody. But hey, speaking of the Meow Meows today, Omo and Otolus, Omo, you got your prediction 100% up to this point.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Wow. What a guy.
Yeah, it's again, it's better than having a 0-2 hold because for me, giving 3 points to your opponent is actually cementing your status as the, bottom team for this play-ins.
I had a couple.
It was actually a do or die for me. I just think that every game really counts in this play-ins because it's so narrow, it's so tight.
I have to agree.
Yeah.
And we only have 2 teams for that slot though. If only everybody can actually go up there. But hey, it's going to be a fair game for everyone that actually really put in extra effort. They are up there somewhere. But hey, speaking of Yumi, Rengar, all the cats are in the match. And do you think it's going to be a meta of a Meow Meow today? It's going to be the Meow Meow era?
For me, it's hard to really do it if you haven't practiced it, right? Fennel Adversity just knew that Yumi will be left open because of what happened during the playoffs. It wasn't really picked. And so, will the other teams try to respect that? I believe in a form of a bad. But taking it away, if you haven't practiced the Yumi plus the Rengar or Yumi Garen composition, it won't really do you much good. So for me, for the other teams, if you haven't practiced the Yumi composition at all, don't pick it.
And will you agree with this?
Yeah, I do think that's the case indeed. I mean, when you look at the Yumi, I think they had a good answer from the side of one team in the form of Vayne Lulu. You outscale them. In isolation, it's a very good counter, Lulu to the Yumi. But the problem is, when you pair the Yumi up with the Lucian, then it changes the dynamic completely. And then you become a lane bully. Like we saw the double kill, despite an early gank coming in from Cienyo. Lucian Yumi can be very lane dominant. That's what we said from the get-go, and we saw that just here. In fact, you know what? Let me rephrase that. Just from the 2 sets of matches that we've seen already, I think Lucian is going to be very dominant.
Lucian received some buffs as well.
Yep.
And with Stormrazor being his first item, perfect.
Everybody's just going to go for... You
stars
used to
have
be Solaris Charge Blade back then all the way, but now that's going to be the secondary. But hey, we know what our panelists think about the Meow Meow, but what are the casters' emotions when they feel about the Meow Meow though?
game. Ooh, and they were looking at us, right?
I think Riku's eyes almost fallen out of the socket just because of that draft.
I've never seen anyone be more excited to see a Yumi locked in.
She's more excited than Karma.
I mean, we
Yeah.
do. We do. We
We
do.
were expecting Karma, right? But Yumi was a little bit of a curveball.
I mean, to us, especially with what happened during the regional playoffs, right?
Yeah.
It was taken out of the picture.
Yeah.
And now, this cat has become a meme in the Philippines.
I
to a
think that
point
clip
we
just
really
now.
love it.
That clip just now is a meme already.
Exactly.
For
right?
those guys, I feel bad for them, but
To coin a tag team out champion Meow Meow composition, right?
Yeah.
From the get-go, that just speaks volume as to how big our love is for the cat champion.
Yeah, and I do want to touch on the actual Yumi pick itself and how it influences the game as well as how it influences what FLA want to do. I think if you look at these two games that they played here today, it's clear that the Yumi has a lot of influence on their draft as well as a lot of synergy with the champions that they choose to pick. Starting the day off, I said to you, it's going to be a little hard swapping from Baron lane to support. The roles are very different. Well, not if you're playing Yumi, right? It takes things down a notch. It makes it a lot easier. Coming up next against FLA, I want to see teams that play against them ban away the Yumi. Two reasons. Challenge the support champion pool. Make him not have something that's too easy to play. Second reason, Yumi synergy with the champions that FLA like to play. Lucian, Garen, Olaf, Rengar. It's just too good. Ban it away, test them a bit.
But hey, I do want to see a Baron Yumi for once as well because it's really good. It's really good actually. Hey, no, I mean it. But we just relive the moment for a bit. We saw how first and second game kind of very different when it comes to the performance of FLA here.
Really, for me, the second game was really saved by Danny and Horizon's laning phase, right? They were able to get 3 kills without the help of Doming. And that is a bonus. That's not going to happen every single time. On game number 1, they played Jhin, but you saw how Yuma was so very confident in going in. This was what we were talking about, Omo, that the genius lane swap, putting Yuma on the mid lane, allowing him to free farm and not reminding the Jhin's laning prowess.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think we take away from these series kind of what we expected to see. At least for me, I thought these two teams, FLA was the better one. Coming to this, I do think FLA is the better team of the two. But I figured that there would be some sort of inconsistencies. I figured there would be some errors in draft, something that would let one team have a pop-off. And that's kind of what we saw. I feel like both two teams are kind of fitting into the mold that we put them in, or at least I put them in. And, I want to just point out real quick, Brandon was saying, oh, one team is so good, Masters is so good. Don't overreact to that win.
Straight smash on the Masters and everyone else, but hey, maybe they are just starting to study about the matches and also their openers because it's still in the play-ins. But the thing is, every game counts, and we do know every single point really counts. And we did saw this is the moment we thought they kind of baiting out with that dragon. And this is, I have to say, FLA played it so well. They know how to bait. They play the card. They're a bit patient and not all out in. Just I like how we saw in the first match. They didn't force it too much.
But that's because of the team comp, right? The team comp gives you more freedom
More
to
information.
do these things. Yeah,
exactly. The thrill of the hunt is like, a radar. If there's anyone in the vicinity.
It's a GPS now?
Yeah, now that, hey, your Grab driver has arrived.
But it actually is, though. Jokes aside, Thrill of the Hunt is so broken in Wild Rift. The first time I played Rengar and I popped my ulti in Wild Rift, I could see half the map. Like, it's crazy.
He's flexing. He's actually a Rengar player here now. Definitely. Almost just, I'm one of the best Rengar player. But hey, that was
a
really...
player, though.
Yeah, I like that side of the matchup more. Alien versus Predator, I go Alien.
Okay, he's the alien, definitely. He's flexing a lot today. But that was a nice game for both of them. That's a deserving 1-1. I have to say that was really fair enough. But
both teams, their wins were dominant.
That's kind of true. Each game, we saw a different side of them, a different coin side of them. We saw a bit shy at first for the side of FLA. Come on, you cried a lot. You teared up in the first FLA game.
That's just about it. But, I mean, it actually doesn't really throw away or give away anything to other opponents. They play the Yumi. Yeah. I mean, they play the Yumi twice in a row. So the next game, if it will be banned, it will open up another champion for FLA.
So we might actually see a lot of bans of Yumi and maybe even Rengar. All the Meow Meows will be banned out here today. But before we're taking the actions furthermore when it comes to the third series later, we might have new faces on our panelists as well. Be sure you guys stay tuned with us, and we're going to have a bit of a Coca-Cola during our break. And see you guys, and stay tuned.
myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, ripping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo.
Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupid. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Wet condition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around, I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now. Your love is what's most important. And no one's gonna take us down. So love me now.
I can hear whispers so far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers so far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. But I'm not ready to fly. I can whisper so far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can
We're already halfway done, and what a day! Welcome back, our White Links, to the first day of the WCS Finals. And also, we had a really great drink of Coca-Cola in the back just now. Hope you guys have a good rest as well, because we have more actions to go. And I'm your host today, which is going to be Choo Choo. And join me in here. It's going to be a very different look of faces. We have the very cute Riku, and also none other than our... I have to say scientist for Grandin,
Sure.
because
You
he's
can
gonna
just say nerd. It's okay.
Nerd, yeah.
I'm used to
It's
Leonard.
just-
I'm used to Leonard
he
saying it.
dissect everything so precisely about anything. You have to
It's
agree.
crazy. Yeah, I have to agree.
So we're halfway through here. You guys actually saw what happened in the first two series, and your predictions quite wrong in the first few. I'm sorry, I have to roast you guys. But hey, what do you think, and what are your thoughts about their performance? Are they ready for the next step?
I think they're ready, but when it comes to momentum, of course, FLA managed to come off from a win, 1-1. Evos, on the other hand, not so much. So I think momentum-wise, mood-wise, perhaps, I think it has to go a little bit towards FLA.
Brandon, do you think the swap of the roles and also the change of the players kind of works for Evos for now?
I guess Evos are looking to try and get something new done, right? This is their best platform to probably do it. They're up against pretty tight competition. I think in a lot of their matchups, they have the opportunity to potentially win. It's not clear-cut who's going to win in most cases. So I think if there's any time to really try out something new, this would be it.
So, I mean, like, they tried the first match and the series before. Are they still gonna try that for the second one, honestly speaking?
So my guess here is Evos have identified a major issue with their previous roster and have decided that, well, if that's going to be such a big problem, I think this is the lesser of two evils. And they've come into this saying that we might end up losing some matches here, but we can recover on day 2, day 3. So instead of allowing themselves to go into this one with a major gapping problem and then potentially make it into playoffs with that same issue still around, maybe by doing this, they get to isolate that issue, bring in G4, have G4 act as that shot caller, have a new face in the mid lane trying to keep up. You know, the issue here is that he hasn't been able to keep up, but once he finds his footing, and especially in some of these other matchups where there is a little bit more leniency, I think Evos looks just fine.
But hey, Riku, he did mention, Brandon did mention about they can come back second and third day, but we do know that time is very tight here when it comes to the planes. There's only 2 teams coming up, right? So I do want to know from your side, FLA, they got at least 1 point off today if you compare to Evos. But hey, do you think they still can actually push it through here?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Both of these teams still has a lot of adjustments to work around with. They have a lot to do. Like, we look at G4 from mid lane to support. And on the other side, we've got FLA has 2 Baron laners. And now Arisen has to adjust on that support role. And so far, it has looked really well on the side of FLA so far. So I'm looking to see improvements. Maybe not see the Corki this time around on the side of Evos in the series.
Hey, stop hating the Corki. It's not his fault.
I like Corki. Maybe just not with Hullbreaker. Maybe just not with Hullbreaker.
I agree with that. But you know what? I almost said, no, he's kind of good. But you know what? I'm liking you for this way. Because you know what I mean. But hey, I put that aside. We definitely haven't seen SLG yet. But we have to throw the predictions away when it comes to who's advancing for the 2 slot late in the grand finals. I know it's quite early, but this is where we make it happen. Maybe we jinx it, but maybe we're blessing them. So starting with Riku first. Who and why?
Oh my god, I have to go first. Top 2. Okay, so I'm going to stick with my power rankings. Even though I've already seen how teams have changed and performed even during the roster changes, I'm going to commit to my top 2, which is Evos and Cerberus. Hello, Philippines region.
This is rough. I like the fact that you're sticking to it, though. Now I feel a little bit more like incentive to actually stick to my initial predictions.
Yeah.
Because now I'm looking at this, right, and it's not looking too hot for me. It's not looking. I feel kind of like this. I feel kind of like this.
Oh.
Right? There's a fire burning in the back. I'm just smiling. It's like this is chaos. And,
But that smile is a bit creepy, though.
What if I randomize my emote? You know
what kind of
randomize my
random
emote right now, and then that's gonna be my destiny. Oh, clap! Okay, that means I'm right.
Yeah,
that means
definitely.
I'm right, Brandon.
I don't know. How did we get the same emote when I randomize it?
That's just the way it is. It's a bushfire in the back, and you know what? I'll take it. So that being said, I'm going to stick with my original predictions too. I voted for Evo's 1 team. 2 teams that are not looking so good right now.
That's why I questioned, because we do know there's only top 2 for the top 2 slots. So they lost 2-0 for Evos. And now we're looking over none other than FLA versus Evos. At least FLA has a better start, because we do know they have 1 point here. But hey, what do we know? But we need to break down when it comes to the matchup as well. When it comes to the matchup between the first series we're having, the 3rd series actually for the day, which is going to be FLA versus Evos. Well, both of you guys are kind of loving Evos. And you definitely, it's going to be Filipino pride. You have to tell to us, like, why?
Don't put me on
why?
the spot, even though I'm already in the middle.
I'm sorry.
I feel like I have to talk about this one first, because Evo's coming into this year, right? They've had such a rich backstory. Like, they do so well in the summer competition, but when it comes fall, for some reason, they just start losing every single match.
I tell you why. They change their players, right? Hello, Tipper. Are you there, my friend? Just, you have nothing to
Have you
back
seen
that
him?
up.
Have you seen him play with LFO and then become RSG? I think they saved themselves. They saved themselves potentially. Tipper, we had anticipated him coming into this as an incredibly strong player. I think Lloyd is doing just fine. I think that there was that decision to have him play as more like a facilitative tank style player. But in that difficult matchup against Noel, I think Noel popped off incredibly, and so they had recognized that, well, if we're going to allow Noel to do that, Lloyd has to step up as well. So having him play more carry, bruiser-ish, funneling more resources into him, having him be one of the main playmakers of his team, just looked so much better for Evos. Unfortunately, they identified that a little bit too late, which is why I say they lost their series against BRU 4-2, because I kind of identified it a little bit late.
So, to make it clear, when it comes to the top 2, your prediction will be?
Evos 1 team.
Evos 1 team. Yours?
I did 1-1.
That's going to be the top 2, by the way. The top 2 for advancing to this final stage, to make it clear. Evos in 1. Yours?
I went Cerberus Evos.
Cerberus Evos. Okay. But when it comes to this series, Evos versus FLA, you're going to go for 1-1.
Yeah.
She's playing it safe, basically.
No, I'm not playing it safe. Okay. My reasoning is that because FLA takes a while to ramp up within the series, and then Evos, I feel like they're not exactly a clean team.
They're just
not exactly
Evos.
So, yeah.
All right.
So
kick my team away.
So you're playing it safe. That's it. You're having a hard time to make up your mind between. I love both actually.
Those are my reasons. There you go.
So for the side of Grandin, the scores.
Yeah, I went Evos 2-0. I think this is a big moment for them. I think they have to have this win over FLA. I think that Cerberus, the loss against them was painful, but pretty much unexpected. I think that the panel had it entirely right, 2-0 across the board. Yeah, it did seem like Cerberus had good control. That being said, though, this is an important match for them to win. If they don't beat FLA here, things start to get a little bit dicey. There's a lot of momentum of them having 3 points for a win.
I have a reason on why FLA is going to have a hard time against Evos. It's because Evos feels like an RRQ to me. It looks like FLA has been here before. Grand finals against RRQ. Boom, they struggled. They won 1 game but struggled the rest. So.
I didn't mention about FLA is the stepsister of the Cinderella story. They got lost in last minute. But hey, we're done for that. But we do have the prediction of the second series, yeah? Between Cerberus Esports versus one. Now, for me, this is one of the toughest to actually make a prediction, honestly speaking.
Really?
For me personally, yes. Because for me, this is one the regions that have the most, I have to say, power when it comes to this entire region as a whole. As for South Asia, it's Masters and also Vietnam. We do know how they can actually really have to snowball every game. So we're starting off, okay.
Look, I'm going to keep it clear cut. I'm going to keep it easy. I'm going to keep it easy.
Yeah?
I voted Evos, one team to win, to go through into playoffs. I think that one team has to win against Cerberus now. I voted one team to win.
So it's going to be for Cerberus versus 1, you're going to pick over 2. 1.
Yeah, 1 is going to win 2-0.
Oh, that's bold. That's bold. Okay, very good.
We have contrasting opinions.
You're going to do
here.
the reverse, right?
I'm going to do 2-0. 2-0 Cerberus against one team. I put one team in my power rankings actually at 4th. So there you go, Grandin. We'll see.
It's going to be Cerberus?
Cerberus 2-0 on the 4th series.
They are fighting against each other. For me, my prediction is going to be, I'm with the Pinoys today, mabuhay. Yes, it's going to be FLA 2-0 for Evos, but this one I said is toughest, so I'm going to play it safe. Say what you want to say, it's going to be 1-1. Who cares? I'm loving this. But hey, speaking of which, are you guys ready? Because what are you expecting when it comes to the draft? You know it's a different region, but they are the powerhouse. Well.
Oh, the draft. Oh my gosh. Okay, so for FLA, they completely flipped the script, right? We dubbed them as controlled aggression, slow team, but they were the complete opposite in the prior series. So I feel like Yumi could appear again because just enables so many picks, either early or hyperscalers, so scaling champions. For one team, Ziggs is going to be an utmost priority for them.
But hey, let's just look at the matchup. Is it really going to be as what we expected? Will it be another loss or will it be 1-1? So at least everybody wins, right? Let's just get into our matchup right here, right now. Now, we talked about draft before. Certain regions love certain champions. Some of them are actually respect band between one of them, but definitely Galio, Gragas, Olaf. This is going to be the most famous across any region at all, but they both have a lot at stake here when it comes to both Team FLA and Evos.
Yeah, 3 days of play-in, so every game is gonna count. Every series is gonna count. So I'm expecting a Karma ban. It just enables so much. Karma just fits in every single composition. If you want to go late game, if you want to go mid game, early game, just fits everywhere. So we ain't gonna be seeing Karma, and I'm sad.
Are you sure about that?
I'll say this though, FLA, I feel like they have some of their best matchups to begin with. They face one team, a team that is quite beatable for them. Either way, I think the top 4 is incredibly contested. I think that the 2 opponents that they've drawn early on are quite playable. FLA Evos, I think this is also a match that they have to win. Try and pick up some tempo early and really get something going for them here.
Wow, I love this Rakan ban coming from the side of FLA, especially we're seeing Raf's name already on the support role this time around. That is definitely one of his best picks, but there's still a lot of respect, again, as well, for Fair Player.
Now, you mentioned about Rakan. The entire day here, we haven't seen a lot of trash and Rakan being banned now, or even being picked up here. But we saw a Yumi being banned. We definitely saw the Yumi for the entire 2 series before, so this might be a trend after this.
Remember, if Yumi is banned, Lulu is still open if FLA wants to unlock any of the Vayne and Kaisa compositions, so that's still pretty much open.
I mean, previously what we saw happen was when you had Karma and Lulu was basically the only 2 enchanters that were worth anything at all in picks and bans. You only have to invest the 2. Now you have 3 options that you have to get rid of, but there's so many things otherwise you still have to try and watch out for. Stuff like the Camille is still a perma ban, and so if you allow those options, now it starts to seem like FLA to get to have so many options here. I feel like something real, they could afford to go for something like the Gragas, could go for something like the Ziggs, you know, just pick up a strong power pick and keep things viable early on. Galio could work as well.
Or a Jax, because FLA loves their Jax. There you go. Never mind. It's going to be the Galio. Again, it's just so good to enable aggression. It is able, you can pair it with so many things. You have that delivery system already on the board, and it's really, it's very fitting against and with melee comp. So if ever Evos decides to do that, which, you know, they have the tendency to do so during the regional qualifiers, and there you go. That's going to be the set open this time around.
Yeah, Set, the boss I mentioned before, that nobody's actually taken. Usually we see Set quite early on being banned now, and this leaves quite a lot of flexing coming up from Evos. They are taking Varus first. Do you think that priority picking it with Varus is really that important here?
Not gonna lie, it's really worrying if you see a Galio on the opposite side and you pick up a Varus early. You're very low mobile. It's a very low mobile champion.
Here's the thing as well, Riku. Like, you can go for that, and then you can still see the Morgana come up from FLA.
That's true. Exactly, right? That's going to be absolutely scary. Imagine if everybody's tanky on the side of FLA. What can the Varus do? Nothing.
But hey, everybody is actually a melee, so they can actually kite it out, because we've seen that before. If they're actually playing too much of a melee and a bruiser, that's going to be a bit of a problem. If they actually have sort of like Ziggs, which is still out in the open, for any team actually to actually reach out to.
Yeah, the direction is very different this time around. You know, FLA placed a lot of big importance on the Ziggs just to slow the game down, but again, we are seeing a different identity from this team. It's
I think Rengar is so critical here. Like, you need something that pairs up well with the Galio, something to get them in. Camille being removed is a good option for them, and so they have something now that can reliably get the Galio into the fight and really find some impact. Domain did a good job of that. Now the Yumi removed, but we didn't see Yumi have that much impact with the composition either way because of how they were the nature of the composition they were trying to play for. They had alternative options, so Domain wasn't the only one they had to jump on. Calm was also a potential option, and it just means that Evos grabbed the counter pick with the Kazakhs.
I mean, like, for me, like, personally, I was hoping Kazakhs will be actually come out with the Galio. It would be really great to actually find anybody to pick off anyone with the Hero Centers as a follow-up. But Kazakhs, I personally, this is kind of a tricky pick from the side of Evos, because for me, the Rengar, because of the Trail of a Hunt, is sort of an anti-assassin sort of a champion that can actually just wrap up when it comes to fighting against assassin quite early on and quite easy.
Yeah, you have a lot of utility with the Thrill of the Hunt as well, and you have that longer time of invisibility to catch people off guard with the hero's entrance. So I definitely see the thought process and why they wanted the Rengar. And meanwhile, Evos is expecting a double assassin composition, so they're removing Akali and as well as Zed. So now what are your options? Remember, Arise plays a pretty good Diana. So I can see Diana as well being that big delivery system, Moonfall into the hero's entrance. That is a very scary 5v5.
We still haven't seen top lane matchup like definitively from Evos, right? So Evos could bring the setup to the top side, deal the Garen, or you can still play something else. Fiora's banned out.
Oh, right.
So now we don't have that option anymore. This could mean they want to try and play for something with a lot more initiation. The bot side, they want to go for the Thresh now, for example. They could still go for that option. Otherwise, I don't think getting another Enchanter or trying to boost something up is going to be an impactful, something that Nami doesn't do as well, in my opinion. So maybe just so either we see a really strong Baron laning come through or a support come through.
I want to see Gragas actually. Oh, never mind. It's going to be the Darius instead, which we've seen the power of a Darius work so well against melee compositions just because you reach everybody with your Apprehend. You basically have a lot of sustain with spinning around, and you just get a lot of value as this Darius. So I like this pickup and the adaptation throughout the entire draft for Evos and as well as FLA. It's an Ashe!
It's an Ashe.
Oh boy.
It's like, it gives them so much control here, right? Because what they need right now is they need consistent engage getting in. The problem with that is that now without some kind of support to enable Domain jumping in, the next best thing is to prevent them from being able to react when Domain does do that. And now they just have more team fighting, so if it's not Domain going in, it's going to be Arise. Yeah, it just looks like they have a good team fighting composition to try and get in. Evos need some kind of disengage here, I think, something to help keep FLA at arm's reach.
Yeah, we talked about the Gragas before. It's open. You can still take it if you wish to do so.
Where does he go, really? He goes mid lane and tries to play for AP, otherwise Set has to go there?
Gragas mid, Set, Varus support. Or you mix and match it. G-Fork, can play anything. Never mind, he's gonna play Assassin on the Fizz. So a lot of damage, double Assassin on the side of Evos. And I want to touch upon FLA real quick here because I don't know, this draft looks like standard FLA with the Ashe, and because of the volley poke, 4 melee on the side of Evos. How can you reach your Facebreaker? How can you reach your Apprehend if there's just so much slows coming from the side of FLA?
I have to agree, but I'm liking the Darius pick because the Apprehend really works quite well with a lot of melee champions coming up from FLA. But hey, sometimes a bit of a wrong rotations and sometimes a bit of a wrong positions can change the game entirely as well. But I do want to see can the Facebreaker and also the Showstopper work quite well with the follow-up coming up from Kazakhstan, the double Assassin. I didn't mention about the Rengar on FLA side. So if that Rengar really can turn the table around, it might just be the shutting down coming out from the side of Evos Thailand.
Okay, so really quickly, we have to talk a little bit about their compositions. I think this is a really tanky, good fighting composition for Fennel University. They want to try and scale up. They want to try and reach a point where they can just keep diving in, and they want to pick up the major objectives quickly and then try and close out the game before Evos can try and scale up. But even then, I don't feel like Evos has a really good late game composition either. This just feels like a team that's very suited for their personal taste and trying to do the best that they can there.
There's a lot of pick potential here as well with the Chain of Corruptions and Chum the Water. So I'm looking forward to the sneaky assassination plays.
Well, the terms and conditions are they have to hit the spot right on time because if they didn't hit, it kind of whiffed and nothing gonna happen. But let's, walk into the rival side with our amazing casters on the casters. That's gonna be Contra and also back to our amazing Omo.
Well, thank you very much.
At ayun, nandito na tayo, no? Kami ang inyo, tagapagsalaysay at tapagatid na matinding bakbakan dito sa NASP o Pinas. FLA versus Evos. Ako si Kuya Osiris at kasama natin ang ever pogi na si Kuya Dash.
And hello nga sa inyo everyone. Ito na agad yung game. Simula na agad tayo. Nakita na natin sila pareho kanina. Nagpakitang gilas na rin. And magpapakitang gilas sila uli dito. Meron ng point ang FLA kanina. Ngayon, kailangan nila makakuha ng marami pang points against sa Evos.
At ayun na nga, usapan na madaming points. Akala mo, parang hindi naman yata basta-basta magpapadami ng points tong FLA kasi medyo yung mga game 1, mahilig sila sa mga surprises. Kanina na surprise tayo ng Jin na may kasamang Kuya Arisen at ito naman ngayon si Kuya Ash na may kasamang Rafi.
May experimentation talaga lagi FLA sa mga simula nila. And nakita rin naman natin dito, meron silang Ashe na maraming utility together with the Galio and yung damage nila magka-come through lang talaga sa Diana at sa Rengar pick nila dito. Pero ang side naman ng Evos, meron sila, ang maganda dito, may Varus kasi sila, tapos meron taga-clean up na dalawa, which is yung Fizz tsaka yung Kha'Zix. Yun yung kailangan natin tignan if ma-execute yun ng Evos or maka-counter sila ng FLA sa dami ng CC.
So bale, poke game pala ang gusto nila dito in execution gamit ang double assassin. Pero teka muna si Kuya Ares at si Kuya Doming. At kita mo naman, Doming Phobia is back on the Rengar at alam mo naman na, alam ko nasabi ko naman na sa iyo. Pero teka muna, mukhang magkakaroon muna na bakbakan dito. Haymaker na may kasamang flash pero si fair player mukhang kailangan niya muna umatras. At tamang chill. Pero si Kuya Doming, they got the arrow, they got the info. Naka-camera na, pinakitaan ng drone shot. Pero ito na nga ba ang shot na kailangan gawin ng FLA? Pero rotations one after another. Fair player is still on the vicinity. Kasama na rin dito si Kuya G4. At nawardan, papasok ng tuluyan. Haymaker, gagamitin na rin. Facebreaker at mukhang mauunang ang tumumba dito si Kuya Fair Player. Pero magkakaroon pa kayo ng backup pero hindi kailangan ng prayer. Pati na rin dito si Kuya Doming ang siyang tutumba sa kamay ni Chums the Water. Pero hindi pa nga tapos ang bakbakan dito kahit si Kuya Calvo at si Kuya Valdus. Nagkakalaruan pa rin sila dito at the isolation taste their fear at mukhang mapapaatras muna sila dito 1-2. Lumamang ang Evos sa trade na yun.
Oo, ang ganda na nakuha nilang kill. Cat Satan binalik sa impyerno yung mga members ng FLA and nahirapan nga sila maka-weave dun sa fight na yun kasi nung naging 4v3 siya sa bot lane, wala na silang masyadong damage. Sila yung nabawasan ng piercing arrow nung damage talaga ni Cat Satan. At this point in the game, kailangan mo na nila irespeto to.
Yes, and kailangan nila mag-ingat pero mukhang gusto nila i-focus talaga itong baba. Nararamdaman na nga nila. At yun na nga, flash na may kasamang taunt. Pero this is looking bad na nga dito sa Evos. Pero mayroon pang Haymaker para sa shield. Si Kuya Doming aaray na bahagya, Hail of Arrows. At ito na papasok na Void Assault. At mukhang makakalmot pa nga sila dito ni Kuya Valdus. At si Kuya Dani rin, the chain or the power dito ng sunod-sunod na galawan ng Evos. 5-1 kaagad tayo, napakaaga.
Aba, Baldus with the bonus, nakuha pa nga yung double kill. And ito na, nakikita natin yung power ng isang Kha'Zix pag gumang talaga siya. And also, yung bot lane kanina, nakita natin yung damage ni Cat Satan per player. Hindi man lang sila nahawakan masyado. And yun nga yung sinasabi namin kanina, kailangan irespeto sila. Kasi if hindi, tingnan mo dito yung damage talaga ni Baldus dahil nga wala na sila talagang HP, napakatindi na i-execute. Piercing arrow sa huli, a bonus na lang para kay Cat Satan.
Ayun na nga, napansin ko rin no, Kuya Dash. The moment na ginurge niya yung kanyang Justice Punch, nag-proc yung isolation. And that the damage is enough to entirely take down itong si Kuya Danny. And itong mga ganitong experiment, kakaiba talaga para sa FLA. And right now, they are tuning up. Ito na nga yung usapan ng mga panel no, na limit testing ng Fennel adversity. And they are running in so many surprises para rin malito. Alam mo, mind games din kasi once na you make it work, i-consider nila si Ash na pwede niyong piliin, i-consider nila itong mga ganitong klase ng combo na pwede maglaro sa mind games. Kumbaga, rent-free ka na sa pag-iisip ng iyong kalaban.
Talagang ginagamitan lang nila ng Psycho. Yung first game talagang ginagamitan nila Psycho para i-ban yung mga champions na ginamit nila for the first game. And nakikita naman natin dito, yes, hindi pa siya effective right now, pero later on pa kasi magpa-pop off ng composition ng FLA. Later, pag nagka-first, kahit half item pa sila, pwede sila makalaban, pero may bakbakan sa top lane.
Kuya Lloyd, ang unat naman dito, a Rocket Belt na may kasamang Slam Dunk. Pero buhay pa rin naman si Kuya Kan. Alam niyo naman si Kuya Garin, napakakunat. Kumbaga, etong si Kuya Lloyd, mahihirapan basta 1v1 with the great one, si Kuya Kan. Pero Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto the edge. At mukhang hindi naman natutuloy pa.
Eh nakita natin sa top lane, no? Pag naka 5 stacks talaga si Lloyd, magiging deployed si Lloyd laban kay Calm. And napop nga agad yung barrier niya sa top lane. Ano to? Rotation agad yung nakikita natin for both of our players. Kailangan nila ang 4K gold lead. Napakalaki nito sa early game kasi this just means na meron silang half an item earlier than the members of FLA. And kailangan muna nila i-respeto to o kaya maghanap sila sa mapa ng way para i-close down yung gap nila sa gold.
Yes, at titignan mo rin, no, na gamit na yung unang Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Parang hindi pa nila nagamit sa isang malaking teamfight para entirely mo yung shutdown gold na meron ngayon sa side ng Evos. So ngayon, good pick. Actually, yung unang rotation nila is they wanna make sure na makuha nila yung momentum sa Dragon Lane. They want to focus pero 4-man converging dito kay Kuya Calm. Mukhang hindi magiging kalmado ito kanyang pwesto. Dahil mo yung napaflash pa pero tatlong nasa loob. Demasian Justice, hindi naabot pa Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Tumalanda nga papasok pero ito na ang Piercing Arrow. Ginamitan na rin ng Chain of Corruption. Wala na rin protection. Etong Evos, kaya kailangan muna nila mag-reset.
Kala ko ba fair player? Bakit 3v1 yung nasa top lane? Lugi ata si Calm doon. Unfair player pala siya. And nakita nga natin yung kill talaga doon. Naghahanap yung Evos ng advantage everywhere across the map. And nakikita natin na kukuha nila lagi. Successful sila so far. And FLA is yet to answer yung mga binibigay ng Evos sa kanila.
Yes, at ito na nga kung gaano ang ginagawa ngayon ng Evos. They are the ones who's proactive in terms of rotating, in terms of playing the map against FLA. Dahil nga sa kanilang, sabi nating step back nung early game. If they're having a hard time ngayon para mabawi yung mga ganitong klaseng skirmishes and mukhang nag-suffer ngayon si Kuya Kan and not entirely getting those easy startups. Pero mukhang, naku po, hindi nga nakapag-Tokyo Drift itong araw natin. Mukhang nabitin lang.
Oo, kulang yung araw. Konti na lang. Napatay na nga sana nila si Lloyd sa top lane pero naka-avoid agad siya dun sa Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And ngayon, hinihintay pa natin yung susunod nating objectives. Nag-trade lang sila kanina, nagkaroon lang sila ng business proposal. Pero mamaya makikita natin, for sure, itong second objective, kayang-kaya na lumaban ng FLA. Even though na may gold advantage, meron naman sila, may CC naman sila. Kailangan lang nila i-layer ng saktong-sakto para makakuha sila ng mga shutdown golds dito.
Oo nga yun din yung iniisip ko. Ang pwede nilang gawin dito is hindi nila pipirmahan yung business proposal para yung economy na itong Evos hindi mabolster. At the same time, sigurado mag-crash landing on you itong sila Kuya Dominic papunta dito kay Evos. At the same time, siguradong ragasain ng double assassin na parang Train to Busan pero kailangan yun i-counterplay ng Fennel adversity. Pero mukhang may araw na lilipad pero mukhang ibang araw na lang ang sasalo dun. Mukhang tatama din ng araw, balang araw dahil nga medyo hirap sila dito sa mga shots nila.
Row yung nangyari sa top side, hindi tumama, nakakaiyak naman, sayang. Yung mga araw na yun, kung tumatama yun kanina, nakadalawa na tayo.
Over 5 pa yata.
Uy! Baldo
Wala sa likod! From the back!
Boom!
At yun ang padala pa nga ng arrow, yun ang arrow na tumatama. That's the piercing and not the enchanted crystal. Dahil itong Evos are mukhang on point with the target. At mukhang papasok na sila dito. Hanghabol kaya sila. Justice Punch. Here comes the backup. Flash na may kasamang taunt. Pero hindi pa rin tatamaan siya yun of corruption. May kasamang showstopper. But the show ain't going to stop because they are still in it to win it. At mukhang nalapagan na nga ng espada. Si Kuya Kalmado galit na galit. Pero ito na. Agresibo si Kuya Lloyd. Masyadong malakas. Hindi na sapat ang one more chance dahil siya na ang siyang tatapos sa FLA. And this will be an easy mountain break sa Evos.
Sayang naman, hindi sila nakakuha ng kill doon. Nakakuha sila isas pero si G4 lang. Pero dahil makukuha nila si Cal papasok.
Hoy, ayun na nga, meron pa ditong pahabol si Kuya Kalm at mukhang susukit pa siya ng isa pa. Pero yung ating Ash, wala pang damage si Kuya Kalm. Tamang U-turn pero the taste their fear will be tasteless dito dahil nga bittersweet ang katapusan ni Kuya Kalm.
Oo, calm, slowly but surely. Pero at this point in the game, no, Osay, nakikita natin dito, Ponte, nag-flash!
Naku po, si Kuya Arise ang susunod na bibibiktima pero tamang rush lang, kaliwat kanan, sinusubukan makatakas, gagamit pa ng shield pero the bleeding will be enough para si Kuya Lloydy ang siyang tumapos uli sa kanya.
Hindi sapat yung ankle breaker, siya yung na-break in two. And ito na, referral, dinahanap na naman nila ulit. Magkakaroon tayo ng susunod na laban dito. Pero parang FLA, hindi na nila gusto i-risk kasi ang dami na nilang naibibigay na kill. And look at that, si Cat Satan, meron na siyang 4 kills alagad. Ang dami pa nilang item. And ang hirap right now for Evos na mga comeback kasi yung mga towers din nila, especially itong bot lane, makukuha na ata ng Evos.
Yes, at mukhang kuwang-kuha nga nila at kahit sabihin mo tumama ang Enchanted Crystal Arrow, makakaligtas man lang na bahagya but the next wave will be bouncing papunta doon. At mukhang magba-bouncing Baby Boys nga tayo dito dahil si Kuya Kalm na naman ang siyang pag-iinitan. Demasan Justice pero mukhang injustice dahil nga kulang ang damage doon. Pero fair player, mukhang unfair player talaga pero sasagutin na yan ni Domeng Ming. Kaya nga malakas mag-Rengar, nagkakahanapan, the thrill of the hunt, may kasamang taunt pero hindi yan ang priority ko.
Kahanap si Domeng.
Gusto ko na shutdown pero mukhang maganda ang connection dito ni Kuya G4 na mala 4G dahil siya ang siya po protekta sa mga tropa.
Oo, gusto niyang patayin si Valdos Bombardos sa top side. Hindi niya naabot kasi nga si G4 naghahantay lang na pumasok sila. Si FLA, kahanap talaga sila ng paraan para makakuha ng kill. Pero so far, Evos, nakakakuha lagi sila ng way para hindi maibigay sa kanila yun. Even though, na ang daming kill ng side ng Evos, ang play safe pa rin nila when it comes to the next objective. Talagang calculated yung kanilang mga hinahanap na kill.
Oo, na yun nga. Sa calculated na plays, nagtatrive ganyan ng Evos with the trade. Although nagawa nilang iligtas ng bahagya itong bottom tower nila, they are having problems no in terms of head-on, face-off against Evos. And na final adversity, they should be the one who's making sure na nakukuha nila itong mga ganitong kills, lalo pat meron silang Rengar na talaga nakita natin nung previous series na nag-trive. Pero parang alanganin, hindi nila nakuha yung momentum, hindi nila nakuha yung early game na kung saan after that point, they are free to do what they want. Pero ngayon, si Kuya Raph naman, ang siya magpapakitang gilas dito upang harangin si fair player. Pero remember, medyo unfair dahil lagi nga may nakabantay dyan. At ang thrill of the hunt, mukhang iboburn lang ng Evos.
Wala pa naman kasing objectives kaya hindi talaga sila naghahanap ng kill dito or the side of Evos. Pero parang gusto nila sa mid.
Oh, the flash into the face breaker. Pero aaray na nga sila dito na para bang icebreaker. No ice on the prize. Because i-deny ito ng Evos and even the Chums the Water will be present para i-zone si Kuya Danny. And walang threat na dala ngayon si Kuya Danny sa kanyang Ash. Kaya wala na rin siya magagawa dun.
Okay, something na napansin ko, no, naka-Fimble Winter itong si Danny. So gusto talaga nila siyang gawing volleybot lang. Talagang taga-slow lang siya dito sa side ng FLA kaya binibigyan talaga nila sila ng chance na magkaroon lang ng mana, maka-slow lang, maka-disrupt lang sa fight pero parang si Arise yung madi-disrupt dito sa bot lane.
Si Kuya Arise ang mauhuli dito at definitely use the flash pero stays their fear na may kasama Void Assault, Haymaker, hindi tama Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Mukhang tumama na nga dito upang mapigilan ang iba pang gagawin ng Evos. Kahit ultimo yung kanilang drone shot, hindi nila napapakinabangan na sobra at mukhang si Ash na nga ang iipitin mula doon sa likod. Pero sa Gedli, mukhang poprotektahan naman siya ni Kuya FR, kaya fast naman ang galawan nila Ina dito.
Oo, talagang safe right now sa side ng Evos pero may Cloud Drake na tayo. Kailangan nila i-risk Justice Punch. Hindi tumama. Sayang yun. Wala nang flash sila dito sa side ni Raph. So ngayon, hinahintay pa nila yung ultimate bago nila i-risk yung Cloud Drake and nagsiset up sila para makapunta sila dito. Pero si Danny wala ng HP kaya kailangan niya mag-back before. Kailangan nila ng buy ng time bago mag-Cloud Drake.
Naku, mukhang mas delikado pa to dahil si Kuya Arise ang siyang pang setup, ang siyang taga-moonfall. Mukhang hindi siya ang makakapag-setup dahil siya ang sinet-upan at siya ang nahuli dito. And they're not even going to bother na mag-focus na dito sa Cloud Drake. Mas gusto nila mag-focus din. Pati na ang portion ng Evos dahil hindi na makakapag 5v5 ang FLA.
Oo nga, hindi sila makakuha ng chance na makakuha nito mga Drake. 3 Drake ang stack na side ng Evos, and even though na sinasabi nga natin minsan talaga with the compositions it works pero sometimes it doesn't. Fair player.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow, sinabihan ng Jumong, and that might be the jewel in the practice para makapakawi dito ng gold. Pero Chains of Corruption, nagpapatuloy-tuloy pa rin sila dito at mukhang nahahatak na nga. 1-to-1 pa rin talaga ang nagiging palitan dito at sadyang masakit na si Kuya Lloyd at mukhang nakabubon na nga siya dito. Lalo pat ang dalawang members ng FLA hindi na makakapalag ng tuluyan dito sa baron na to pero mukhang susubukin. Mukhang itatry pa rin nilang kuhain 3 versus 5. Tamang paliwanag lang ang ginagawa dito ni Kuya Arise but this might be the uprising that they need. Pero mukhang hindi pa rin talaga sapat. Nakuha na ang baron and mukhang bars off na nga dito dahil nga magiging preso na sila ng nakaraan dahil unti-unti nang ubusin ng Evos at mukhang Evas na nga dahil save FLA dahil hindi na magagawa pa ng paraan. Dahil si Kuya kahit ito si Kuya Kat Satan, mukhang iipitin na rin talaga si Kuya Raph para hindi na siya makapag-defend sa second tower dito sa mid lane.
Nakuha nila yung Baron, gusto pa nila mag-push, gusto na ata nila i-push to hanggang sa third tier turret kasi kaya nga naman nila kasi meron silang Baron empowered minions. So yung mid lane, makikita natin ma-push na and parang gusto nila tapusin to, Osay.
Mukhang kaya na kanila tapusin. Redemption, papalag pa rin pero meron ng apprehend, hindi na ma-comprehend at mukhang hindi na talaga kakayanin pa ng FLA and this might be it as game 1 sa kamay ng Evos.
And yun talaga yung problema ko sa draft ng FLA kanina nung nakita pa natin before everything came in na wala sila talagang damage after nung Diana, after nung first burst ng Rengar, wala na silang DPS and nakita naman natin yun and hindi talaga nag-work in their favor.
Medyo yung early ni Kuya Doming na para ma-accelerate yung lakas ng Dragon Lane didn't really pay a lot, no? Nahirapan sila doon sa part na yun and I think that's something that they need to consider moving forward sa series na to. Kasi if ever na mag-continue yung ganong sablay ni Kuya FLA, no, may hirapan sila i-play si Kuya Danny, especially on an Ashe, which doesn't have a scaling factor.
Oo, sobrang surprising nga talaga ng Ashe pick na yun. Pero I hope na talaga yung Ashe pick na yun magamit nila in something different. Lalo na if ever magda-draft sila ng Ashe, kailangan talaga may kasamang damage na iba. Hindi sapat kasi yung Diana at Rengar.
Yeah, and napakadali na pasukin ng Diana ng isang Rengar once na on a roll na yung double assassin, especially Fizz. And itong si Kuya Kha'Zix na talagang the Alien versus Predator showing na talagang mas eminent na malakas ngayon ang Kuya Alien natin which is si Kuya Valdus. And so far, alam niyo na, 1 game pa lang naman to. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Alam niyo, it's the FLA strat. Sabihin na natin. Kasi alam mo naman, Kuya Dash, pagka binaliktad mong strat, magiging start. Strats, start. O, di ba? Starts. O, di ba? Ganon, Asay, pilit lang ni Kuya Asay. Ayun na nga.
Pwede.
Kumaga, pwede na. And pakinggan muna natin ang masasabi ng panel sa laban na yun.
What a domination game coming up from the side of Evos. I have to say, that was not flawless, but quite clean with that kind of score and very one-sided. But hey, the thing is, did really Evos side that's really dominating, or we saw Danny though? That item,
Yeah, okay, so it was very interesting to me that they put Danny back in utility again. When he really did well at their previous game when he played Lucian. He got a triple kill and he basically carried the game. So it was quite puzzling to me to see the Ashe and the way that they play the Ashe too. Usually Ashe is super good with 1-3-1 comps. Ashe, 1-3-1 comps rather, is not Fennel Adversity's identity. So it felt like they were all over the place with that one.
I kind of want to pull us back to like when we initially saw the Ashe pickup, right? Because I had the impression that it was going to be used along with Dominic to get him the initial the initial pickup. But then you go for the Diana as well. So you have a lot of team fighting power, but then you need some scaling, you need some disengage, you need ways to prevent the enemy from rushing in on you. I feel like that's what Evos had really well in spades. And then the fact is, because now you bring over Veldis, while you have G4 back in the mid lane, just opens up so much space for that.
Exactly, right? So I was imagining this comp to be amazing because usually if you have a team fight comp, you wanted some consistent backline damage, which wasn't there because it was Fimbulwinter into probably Black Cleaver or something on the Ashe. So unfortunately, even if they had a beautiful setup, they lacked the necessary damage to supplement that.
It's that big bait. It's a huge bait because you always feel like it's great if you had like the current call playing out. You have like the Ashe free hitting in the back line. You're like, yeah, this feels great. I feel like my marksmen are doing so much here. But then you look at your damage numbers like this much and like.
The draft seems like perfect, but the execution-wise and what we expected is way down the drain now. Because based on what we expected, it's going to be more than that. Hopefully, but you have to say that the draft was kind of stable. It's not the problem with the draft, right? It's just the itemization. So also we saw the players kind of swap in and out again. We saw Ravens playing. We saw also G4 is back to its mid. So what do you think about this? Does it really change when it comes to Evo's side here, Greg?
So I feel like with the moves, that's not really the main issue. So I know that Omo feels that Lloyd playing the Darius helped them a lot, and it did. For sure it did. But I feel like what really did help them was that Fair Play coming in here and playing with Veldis. They were able to move together again finally, right? So they had that kind of momentum going together. I know that G4 was around for a lot of those fights, but where did it really make a big difference? When you had some form of crowd control to assist the Kazakhs, and the Kazakhs was able to finish off kills, was able to get a good lead. You know, we saw what happened down to the bot side. I think all of us kind of lost our minds there when we saw the double kill happen for Veldis, and then they gave the last kill to Katzin. Like, that just gave them the start they needed because they were playing a composition that doesn't skill as well as FLA. I feel like FLA had, for the most part, a pretty good composition. It doesn't seem like an FLA comp very much, but they had a good enough composition that if they were left to their own devices, things would have gone decently for them.
You know what was lacking? The Jax. That was a Jax composition,
That's so
actually,
true. Something
right?
to side lane.
Yeah, something that can side lane, something that can arrow in global, set up for the Jax after a side lane, or split pushing rather. So it was very... It felt like a half and half kind of thing. Like FLA wanted to do two separate things, but in the end, couldn't do much against Evo's composition.
There are too much ideas in the plate right now, and only one can be executed, but they get none. But hey, we're done with our recap for a bit. Definitely, we're gonna see the highlight later on. But when it comes to the second match, we saw sometimes, and now this kind of equal out. We do know Evos now finally have 1 point. Same goes for FLA. They're kind of in the same point, 1 point now. But will it be a draw? Do you think it's gonna be 2-0 still?
I still feel like it's going to be a 2-0. I'm liking what Evos have been doing. I feel like that last game was them just really going back to their roots. I feel like the Fizz pickup is pretty much them just saying, like, this is an opponent that we know we can win. You know, G4 plays a lot of it. He plays stuff like the Zed, plays stuff like the Fizz. He's just going to go into it. I think it was one of the few assassins left that were decent. I don't think he even thinks it's that strong. I don't even think G4 looks at Fizz, goes, yeah, that's a strong pick. He probably just looks at it, it's like, it's all right.
Yeah.
And all right is enough for Evos here. I think that's their mentality going into this. They play for comfort and they just take down FLA.
Yeah, I think that's the strength of G4, right? He has that duality. He can play assassins, and he can play, Singed mid and be the utility or tank for the squad. So you never know what you're going to get, but I have a feeling if they want to double down on this 2-0, get more points, G4 is going to be back on that assassin again.
Do you think that, both of you think that since Evos kind of won their composition just now with a double assassin on their side, do you think they're still going to execute the same thing? Because if they actually do the same thing, definitely will be read out by the side of FLA.
Oh yeah, I think so too. I really think so because we talked about the similarities of Evos and RRQ. Both of these teams have a lot of legacy players, experience dating back to the League PC scene, and as well as.
Is this why you call them old?
Come again?
Is this legacy players? Is that a new word for us?
Hey, I think Otto said dinosaur at one point. I think legacy players.
Legacy players sounds pretty good. I like that. I like that.
Legacy. Yeah. So. And they have a lot of strong solo laners, which FLA struggled against back in the grand finals against RRQ. So, it's a little bit of that deja vu that FLA still has to, to take over, to get over, rather.
You know, when I watch VODs with Omo will look at the players and he's looking at the two of them like pivoting around on the turret. He's like, man, if that player, you could tell if that player felt 5 years younger, he would have gone for this dive. Like he's the only thing holding him back from the dive right now is the fact that he's not 5 years younger.
years of
He's a
experience.
legacy player now.
Yeah. Well, I did talk about their past draft just now for game number 1 in the third series of the day. They do ban out quite a lot of rock. We haven't seen any rock gun yet so far for today.
Yeah, I think this is the first time that's actually banned, and I do understand the thought process. But at the same time, you know, we got to see Ray finally in their in his first series, making his debut in the WCS Finals, if you will. So, you know, it's his best champion, and now they banned it just against a fair player. So, I was looking forward to that.
And Rico, I know you were talking earlier about how you were hoping to see something like the Jack, something like the Olaf, and I want to point out that for FLA, I understand why they wouldn't go for that, because they don't have the Karma, they don't have the Lulu, they don't have the Yumi. A lot of the Enchanter supports or Enchanter pickups were banned away. They just didn't have something that would have enabled that very well. I think that was the pressure they were feeling, and so they kind of avoided going for that option. At the same time, you know, if they end up playing towards that style too often, I feel like they also run the risk of kind of showing themselves as a one-trick pony.
Yeah.
I think as much as possible, FLA want to try to avoid that, especially against in the win against one team. You know, it's a little bit tenuous. I mean, right now we're looking at a bit of like a rock paper scissors situation where a bunch of different styles of play, styles of draft are proving to be effective against different teams and their personal drafts.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned rock, paper, scissors, right? Like earlier against one team, I see a Vayne, I'm gonna play Lucian because I win early. I see a Varus, I can't play Vayne Kai'Sa, I'm gonna get out-kited. I'm gonna be very sad in the early game, and I'm just gonna keep dying against, especially if you saw the Kazakhs over there. So it's one of those things where Fennel Adversity was pushed into a corner and said, okay, this time around, they have the Varus, let's just pick Ashe and just leave the rest for the
glad
carry.
he's saying Ashe instead of Corki, actually, because we're done with Corki for today. But hey, let's just jump straight into our draft in our best of 2 second game in our third series of the day. So we mentioned about the team composition, the draft just now. We saw double assassin will be different this time. You mentioned about both of these teams actually are very veteran, so they definitely have a lot of pool, oceans of champions to work with and multiple strategies to actually work on. But we do know right now, especially on the side of Evos, they are in dire need to get points there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially what happened earlier, Fennel Adversity as well, after getting that 1 point. The competition is basically incredibly close. You can't let your guard down, you have to win every single match. And again, as I'm seeing this ban over here, for the side of FLA, it's going to be a Galio, so none of that AoE enabler or basically magic shield, and as well as the taunt.
But we do have Gragas still in the play as well. We haven't seen a lot of Gragas being banned out, but hey, we might see a Karma, who knows?
Okay, sorry. If they ban the Garen, they're going to play Assassins. FLA has the potential to play Zed, Akali. I am expecting that, because usually, at least for the local region, Garen and Darius have been that big counter against double assassins, so Evos can actually use this ban against FLA and also pick double assassins like what they did earlier. It was no problem, you know?
I feel like if you show double assassins too early, though, it's pretty easy to counter pick them because you play a lot of tanks, you play things that work against that stuff like the Lulu, you know, you should be
They're banning all the tanks! FLA is...
I'm sure, I mean, Garen's taken out, but you still have stuff like Darius, Set, you know...
Rakan is still there, too.
Rakan's still there as an option, and you have some Enchanters as well, so I feel like, you know, we're actually going to see an Enchanter-type game unless they ban Karma.
Yeah, I actually like what Chu said, right? Karma is still pretty much open for the taking. FLA can first pick Karma, and either they pick up... Nah, I don't see them first picking the Jax at all here.
I mean, like, Karma's still out in the open.
Camille!
They're out to ban out Jace, and Camille kind of pretty good here. So we haven't seen Camille at all being played. It's all 100% banned so far.
Yeah, I feel like Evos is giving FLA the bait, right? Like, don't pick Karma, you pick Camille, we're gonna pick Karma for ourselves and enable this absolutely scary all-in type of composition, which just really shines so well for Evos because they're a very innately aggressive team. FLA, this is the first time that I've seen in a while that they're stepping out of their comfort zone.
I think that's exactly that, because Evos, I feel like, still know they have the Fiora as an option, so if they need to have someone to silent, there's still something that's playable. And on top of that, they get to have a really strong 1-2 pickup here. If they want to go for it, they could even go for like the Karma Lulu. If they really want to try and play for like an Enchanter's kind of like boost kind of composition, or they could play for double Assassins, just go for some strong wave clear. I think Ziggs is a really nice option. I think the second pickup should look to try to solidify the composition a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. Like, either they get the Karma over here, either they give it away, because I feel like they need to pick the Karma now, because it just enables so much of the aggression that FLA, because you already have the Camille right.
Oh.
No! Okay. Interesting. Okay, so giving that away, making sure that doesn't go towards FLA. So they were expecting Camille towards top side instead.
But that makes a lot of sense because if they don't go for the Kazakhs here, the FLE get to get a really strong pickup, right? But they do also get to play for something like the Olaf Karma here, right? So they still get to go for something to empower in the jungle if they really wanted to. I think the really nice thing about that is that because once you have like that Camille coming in, then you can kind of lock them in together with the Olaf. And it's very important that Evos get the Ziggs here because the Ziggs goes over to FLA, then what you might not have you might not have a Galio, but you have the Hexite Ultimatum Ziggs bomb combo, and that just does so much damage, and it just it makes it such a difficult position to fight from.
Yeah, 100% agree, Brandon. There's that backline access that usually is so difficult to reach Ziggs. It's so difficult to reach the Varus. And if you have the Olaf, never mind. They're going in here. This is the pick that Danny selected, the Lucian that won them that one game against one team earlier. It was that big triple kill. Now the biggest question is, will they give that, will Evos give that same scenario? Because this Ziggs can still go towards bot and deny any sort of kill pressure by just clearing the wave and have a nice day.
A little tricky here, I think, for Katsin, likely going to end up playing the Ziggs. G4 could potentially play it himself. In the beginning, he played a lot of Ziggs and Twisted Fate. Less so these days. These days he's played more, he's more of like a tankier player, more utility. He could try and play for this again, but if it is going to go in Katsin, I think there is going to be a little bit of difficulty here trying to play with the Rakan constantly initiating. I don't think there's going to be much backline support. And with that being said, with the Camille, with the Karma, I feel like there's quite a decent amount of threat there. I hope that I would like to see Evos try and draft for something that can peel off that backline, something that has enough threat in the front as well.
Yeah, I wonder what could that be, because earlier, what deterred FLA from picking up the Lucian was, I believe, the Varus. And I can imagine Cat Satan sort of strong-arming the bot lane. And we saw the Varus paired with the set. Varus Rakan also is a very similar configuration. I like this ban, though, coming from Evos. They see it coming. They're scared that it might be a Karma mid, and it could have still been a Rakan towards Wraith earlier.
Renekton works here, maybe something like a Xin Zhao for FLA, something to give them some consistent engage, not just the Camille, so Camille can FL to go to the side lane, maybe have something that can get boosted up, but also not overextend.
I like the Xin Zhao pick too. So if ever Evos actually picks Varus and Ziggs, that means it's a really good counter with the projectiles coming from the backline of Evos. And Lee Sin will solidify this engage. So now that spells Camille towards top lane for Com. So they do have that lock on and a lot of single targets on the board actually.
No, it's love. It's going to be the last one. I'm loving the side of FLA. This is going to be super aggressive team coming out from FLA from the start with Ari in the fray as well.
Yeah, they make that triple single target CC. We've got the charm, we've got the potential kick, we've got the Hextech ultimatum. There's a lot of pick potential that can happen. So I can imagine FLA boosting all their resources to make sure that Danny gets kills. And they have a lot of tools to do so.
This is not an easy composition for Evos to figure out. Like their last pick really has to round off the composition well here. Even then, they just go back to the Fizz for G4.
Yeah, it seems to me it's going to be Cat Satan here on the Ziggs, which is, you know, usually we never, I wouldn't say never. It's a rare occurrence to see him more on these AP carries. He's definitely more stronger on these AD carries at the bottom portion of the map. So it's really nice to see, you know, giving way, making sure that the Lucian isn't going to get early kills by just clearing the wave and just chilling.
We've really run it back to like a similar position for Evos since game one, right? So like this is like pretty much what we expected. Evos are just going to play for comfort. They're going to play for whatever they feel like is best for their team, or like the individual players, the things that they can excel best at. Whereas FLA, they've changed things up entirely. They've gone for a hyper carry on Danny, trying to accelerate that. They're not even going to play for a hyper carry in the jungle, so not deviating any attention away from Danny, really just getting this Karma to focus up on making sure the Lucian does as much as they can.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive duo lane, right? You have the shields, you can dash forward, you have that safety, you have that big AoE with the Transcendent Embrace to set up for that Lucian into the culling, so this is just so perfect. We'll see though if Evos allows them to execute that.
Well, I have to say, both teams are quite decent enough when it comes to their draft right now, especially keep your eyes out for their mid laner and also their jungler. Are they aggressive enough to make an early rotation out, to actually scaling out for mid towards the late game power spike? Because if they actually control early game quite right, everything will actually be the winning side. But hey, let's jump back into the wilderness of the risk itself, taking away our casters here contra Noosa Omo.
Thank you very much, Chuchu. And
Yan, at nandito tayo nagbabalik muli sa ikalawang yugto ng bakbakan ng Fennel Adversity at Evos. Na saan? No, makakasama natin si Ninong Osiris at syempre si Kuya Poging Dash.
Oh, yan. Ito na nga. Nakita na agad natin dito. Naghahanap sila. Expectations are being set dito sa ating game. Pero, set muna natin expectations kasi pupunta sila sa mid for sure. Wave clear agad. Easy level 2 for the side of Evos dito. Kaya yun yung ginagawa nila dito sa mid lane.
Yes, and alam mo naman ang Evos, no, kahit ng mga panahon pa ng sinauna ng dinosaur, no, sila yung madalas nagpo-pull off ng mga ganitong klaseng pwestuhan. Pero mukhang may mapapanish yata ang gaganapan dito. At hindi naman, easy lang. Sky's Bloom, makikita naman nila.
Nakakuha sila ng easy level up, easy XP dito sa side ng Evos. Pero alam mo naman, Lucian Karma, mahirap kalabanin talaga. Pero ayun, balik ako sa sinabi ko kanina, setting expectations, parang pareho lang sa side ng Evos yung gagawin nila dito. Meron silang Kha'Zix, meron silang Fizz. So most likely, pick-offs talaga yung hinahanap nila. May dagdag lang, parang nilagyan lang nila ng seasoning pa ng Rakan tsaka 6 sa AoE. Pero sa side ng FLA, same. Ito yung classic FLA na nakita natin. Pick composition. Dito sila komportable. And I hope na ma-pull off na nila dito. At least ma-1-1 nila tong series na to.
And kumbaga comfort pick na to, Kuya Dash, eh. No? Hindi na to yung last time na parang nasa experimental period. Pero nga, napag-usapan natin, FLA, mahilig sila sa mga 1-1 na mga kaganapan. At mukhang si Kuya Doming, isita lang naman sa mid lane na para maka-push ng bahagya. Pero rotations, mukhang maaga na naman at mukhang napaangat nga ng bahagya dito si Kuya Arising at si Kuya Danny, pero still warded ang parte ng mapa na yun, so they get to identify kaagad na huwag mag-overextend sa side ng Evos. Pero si Kuya Valdus may ispatan din, so medyo Valdsus ang dating.
Oo, sus na sus sila sa top side. Kaya nakikita natin, ito try nila i-wave clear to para makapag-back agad si Lloyd. And para makapunta na sila sa ibang parts ng mapa later on. Pero hindi nila alam, meron na ditong umaamba sa merong blue side nila.
Oo, yan na nakuha nila. Meron tayong mini-invade lang dito para i-deny ang blue buff. And maganda to, no? Para mabawasan yung high pace na ginagawa ng isang Kha'Zix. Pero nagkasilipan lang naman ng bahagya. And the wave clear na ginagawa ni Kuya Arise results into him moving into the map freely compared kanina.
Oo, nade-decelerate niya yung power spikes natin ni Valdus. Pag nag-level 5 kasi siya, alam naman natin, pag nag-evolve, mas lakas yung damage si Valdus. Pero mid lane, konting tusok-tusok lang.
Kala mo nag-quick lang sila dito. Tamang ano lang,
sarap.
Playful trickster, no? May kasamang Seastone Trident. Pero alam mo naman kung gaano kalakas ang Seastone dahil yan ang nagtatanggal sa mga sinumpang prutas nila Kuya Luffy. Kaya pagkakalaban mo yan si Fizz, medyo mahirap talaga, ano, sabay. Kasi nananalipay yung lakas mo at habang chillings lang ang mga kaganapan is different to compared nung Game 1 kasi yung mga Baron laners din natin, hindi sila kasing balagbag nung Game 1.
Oo, yung ano din sa mga hindi nakakaalam ko ano yung Seastone. Kryptonite na lang para sa inyo. Yun. Para same thing lang rin naman yung ginagawa nila dito. And sa nakikita natin right now, no, on the top side, classic tong matchup na to, Renekton versus Camille. Ina-expect natin na kaya pinektong si Renekton para matanggal agad yung mga shields, yung adaptive defenses ni Calm. Pero para pupunta na si Kuya Doming natin sa top side para kumuha ng gap.
Filipino Cardo Dalisay.
Oo. Ready na.
Lang, ito si Kuya Doming. Wala, hindi mo napapalag si Kuya Doming. Akala ko si Philip na eh. Papakitaan na sana ng action star na Malasini Mawan ang laban dito kay Kuya Lloyd. Si Kuya John Lloyd na, dapat yata sa atin yan kasi makakawa pang one more chance eh, no?
Oo, nakikita natin dito, one more chance na naman sa top side. Pero sa nakita natin, nagro-rotate na agad si Kuya John Lloyd natin sa top side. Pupunta siya dito sa Rift Herald later on. Nag-reset lang siya para may items nila para dito sa Rift Herald 5.
At ito na, mukhang sinimulan kaagad nila dito ang Rift Herald na medyo papabor naman, no, sa Evos as they want to control the map even further. They can also accelerate yung lakas ni Kuya Lloyd na nakita natin sa resulta nung Game 1. And ngayon, hindi naman magkakaroon ng casualty compared kanina na yung Dragon na ipinaglaban ng ating mga players. Pero mukhang si Kuya Calm, napakagandang hookshot naman nun para mailagan ang Chum the Waters.
Oo. Calm na calm si Kuya Calm dun sa nakita nating play na ginawa niya dun kanina. And wala talaga tayong nakita iba pa, kundi makaalis lang siya, walang ng items. Later on, advantage tayo.
Yes, at yun nga. No, ano lang eh, kalmado na. Kanina ayaw pakalmahin si Kuya Calm. At ngayon, ang
Oo.
Evos naman yung siyang nag-i-slow down. And mukhang nirespeto nila itong mga pickings na ginawa ng FLA. And nakukuha rin natin yung ating scaling na inaabot ng ini Kuya Danny. And right now, he
Oo.
got the Storm Razor at Ludens Echo naman para kay Kuya Aray.
Very smart. Bot side
Uy.
charm.
Uy, na-charm na nga pero mukhang oras na para makipagbakbakan at sinipa. Dragon's Rage sa makikasamang Sonic Wave at mukhang hindi nakareact ang Evo. Medyo nagulat sila dun.
Oo, nag-quickness pero hindi quickness, slowness yung nangyari
Oo,
doon
yun
kay
na nga.
player. And yun na nga, hindi nila nakuha yung kill. Pero at least, FLA gets the first blood advantage ito sa kanila. Hindi naman ganun kalaki pero at least nakakuha sila ng unang kill sa game natin.
Oo, kumbaga ito, ibang FLA na dahil nakita rin natin Hullbreaker para kay Kuya Calm. It means the split push will also commence para sa side ng FLA. Will cause some more havoc dito sa mapa. Kina-spreads itong lakas ni Kuya Valdos at saka ni Kuya G4. Kasi parang kanina, ito yung double assassin natin. Lagi magkasama to take down either Arise or Calm. With the Hullbreaker, they're going to choose kung sino nga ba ang kanilang ipaprioritize. And yes, nagamit na rin ang Rift Herald para sirain yung ating bottom lane.
Ang hirap rin kasi dito, Cyrus, na i-pick up nila itong si Calm. Kasi alam mo naman natin, pag naka-Hullbreaker, yung resistances na dinadagdag nito in stats, ang hirap lalo na pag mag-isa lang siya, it will take a long time and bibigyan nila ng chance sa FLA na makakuha ng objective sa ibang part ng mapa. Kaya right now, hindi na sila nagpo-focus ito, hinahayaan na lang nila si Calm kasi they know hindi nila kaya patayin si Calm at this point.
Yes, at kailangan nga nila mag-ingat, no? Kasi kung kanina, nagagawa nilang bulihin si Kuya Calm, this time, ayaw na. Kumbaga, hindi nyo na basta-basta mahahawakan with the hook shot, with how well Kuya Calm is controlling din itong kanyang wave. You have also the vision play onto the river na kung saan hindi pwedeng dumaan doon si Kuya Valdos. Since you are pushing the limit nitong lakas ng ni Kuya Calm, nakakakuha na siya ng attention, no? The field gank from Valdos, mukhang uulitin na may kasamang fair player. So mukhang magiging unfair. Pero ito yung hinahanap natin pagbasa ng mapa ni Kuya Arisen. Pero teka muna, magbabakbakan muna. Ruthless Predator, quick death at mukhang Culture Charm. Talagang na pa-flash. Pero ginamit na rin dito ang Shield Inspire. Pero ito na ang Karma. Meron pong mamarkahan. Pero hindi na nagawang iligtas.
Wow. Ang ganda ng prediction ni fair player doon. And si Arise namatay pa sa ibang parte ng mapa pero at least naka 1-for-1 ka doon sa bottom side. And nakikita nga natin dito, tower on the top side, reaction lang yung ginawa nila. Take off rin tayo ng tower sa bot para at least meron tayong equalization on both sides. Pero nakita natin fight kanina, tignan mo yung prediction dito, nung flash. Yun yung ginawa ni fair player kaya naging kill talaga in favor ng Evos yun.
Yes, and yun nga, medyo magandang play na mula kay fair player which is itong Rakan natin na isa rin sa mga pickings ng FLA. So ngayon lang din natin nakita makabalik itong si Kuya Rakan at itong Karma naman is currently displaying on the Ardent Sensor sa dagdag attack speed pero meron tayong vision mission dito at mukhang field of mission dahil hindi nakuha ang blue buff. Pero ito na muli, mukhang bakbakan na naman dito Kuya Dash dahil mukhang focus lahat sa Ocean Drake.
Oo, Ocean Drake. Ready na. Kukunin na to ng Evos for sure. Pero 2-2 naman tayo. Equal pa for both of our sides. Ito na yung magpapapalit ng tides ng battle natin. Dito na mag-shift yun. And gusto nila kunin pa rin yung Rift Herald. FLA, ayaw talaga nila pala lumaban. Nagsisteer clear sila sa kung nasan yung members ng Evos.
Yes, and mukhang kulang din ang vision game ng Evos as they put a lot dito sa Dragon side. Mapapabayaan naman ang ng Ocean Drake. Pero mukhang delikado ang sitwasyon dahil nga yung rotation muli, pwede nilang matahan si Kuya Arise pero mukhang mid lane ang focus ngayon ng FLA at ng Evos. Pero syempre, kailangan natin mag-split push. Kakapitalize natin yung lakas ni Kuya Calm ngayon.
Oo, nakikita naman natin si Kuya Calm. Yan, nakakuha na sila ng tower sa top side para ma-equalize yung mga tower dito sa kanila. And at least meron sila 1k gold pero makikita si Dome.
Uy, napasakit. Teka lang, pero na-charm, napatalbog pa nga dito si Kuya Doming at no chance to react. Although nakapush naman, naka-headbutt pa ng isa pa si Kuya Shelly dito sa ating turn lane.
Si Tita Shelly kumuha na naman sa top side niyan. Kumuha na naman ng playthings at least para makakuha pa sila ng extra gold. Pero dahil sa kill na yon, nawala yung kahit 1k gold din na merong advantage sa FLA. Ito yung ina-expect ko talaga for FLA na slow down, wait for Calm na lumakas pa siya kasi Hullbreaker siya first item, mamaya pa siya lalakas, mamaya pa siya sasama, and ito na
Uy,
si Arise.
teka lang, Kuya Arise, parang nag-face check siya dito at mukhang nabiktima ng karahasan. At mukhang iisa pa yata si Kuya Doming, meron silang wards dito, mukhang lalaro kaya sila. Kuha lang tamang dinay lang ng Raptors at Void Spikes. Para lang makuha itong mga chicken natin.
Oo, lang sila ng timings dito for Evos. Tama lagi yung timing nila, no? Pag nakakakita sila sa brush, especially pag may vision sila, napakadali na sa kanila para kumuha ng kill. And so far, sakto lagi yung timings ng Evos, and that's why FLA Hextech Ultimatum.
At masukin na nga nila dito, kinamit na rin ng Cham the Waters, wala mo lang lalapit, pero Mega Inferno ba, medyo aaray at mukhang makikipaglaro pa sa apoy dito si Kuya G4. At mukhang hahapon pa rin natuluyan na may kasamang flashing fair player at mukhang unfair na nga talaga ang situation para sa FLA. Pero dito sila nagka-tribe. Ito na ang backup. Pero kailangan muna umatras dito ng FLA dahil ang Evos sila ang ngayon na may malaking HP na pwedeng mag-settle for another objective play or mukhang invade.
Oo, nandito pa rin sila sa bottom side ng map kasi talagang pinapressure nila, kinukuha nila lahat ng resources pero si G4.
Uy, naku, napapatambli pa, playful trickster, pero mukhang tricky nga ang magiging kaharap doon ni Kuya Arise at even Kuya Calm will not be kalmado dahil nga, kalmado ang pagkapatay sa kanya doon at Kuya Arise, tamang defend lang pero syempre kailangan irespeto ang Ziggs. Cat Satan will take the mid lane tower.
Okay, ang galing talaga ng ginagawa ng Evos dito. Kasi sa nakikita natin, kuha sa mapa, kuha ng vision sa bottom side ng mapa para pag in-try nila mag-face check, makukuha natin yung kill. And so far, tignan mo yung ginawa nila dito. Wala silang vision sa top left pa na parte ng bottom side jungle. Kaya hindi nila alam na may nag-aabang doon na Baldus at Lloyd. And yun na nga yung nakita natin, easy kills agad for the side ng Evos.
Yes, kumbaga hindi nila ginamit yung kanilang vision towards doon sa sabi nating Rift Herald nung naipaglaban sila para dito sa Drake, sa Ocean Drake at doon nila ininvest na itong quadrant 3 ng ating mapa na kung saan na ilang words, 3 o 4 para lang siguradong every face check. And what worked yung nakuha nila doon? They got 3 kills, 3 to 4 kills nga para siguradong ma-deny yun, pero mukhang ma-deny na naman si Kuya Calm, pero Hextech Ultimatum para ma-dodge ang charm. Napakagandang play na naman mula kay Kuya Calm habang ibang miyembro ng FLA may ikipaglaro sa apoy. Sini papabalik itong si G4 at mukhang wala na nga connection, mukhang 3G na nga lang at mapapa-LTE na nga dito dahil losing on the end ang pwesto nila dito. Habang si fair player tumatakbo pa at mukhang muntik pa siyang ma-charm.
Oh, slowly but surely ang ganti ng api ang nakikita natin sa FLA. Hinihintay lang nila tamang timing para makakuha ng kill. Wala yung tower nila sa mid lane kaya medyo iffy yung position ng FLA. Pero sa nakita natin, Infernal Drake, eto na yung chance nila para makipaglaban.
Pero tingnan natin kung Death Rush ang inyong galawan kanina, may chance may pag-Death Rush din. Titinda mo, Banshee's Veil ang unang ginamit ni Kuya Arise dito. So anti-Chunk the Water, anti-Patalbog. Marami siyang oras mag-react para sa Fox Rush. And of course, wala nang oras para makasagot dito. Ang Evos, they got, FLA got the easy Dragon Infernal pa para sa kanilang scaling powers.
Ito. Talaga hinihintay ko yung nagkaroon na ng Triforce itong si Covenant to the Blade of the Ruined King. 3 items pa. Yung third item pa yung hinihintay natin para kay Calm na lumakas. Pero si Arise, naman, wala pa siya masyadong damage pero at least yung safety talaga yung kinukuha madalas ng FLA. Tignan natin si Baldus pa. Gusto makipaglaban dito.
Kuya Baldus, nakakatakot. Tamang face check lang. Kahit sabi mo 3 miyembro ng FLA yung nandun, no? Wala silang prior vision or lagpas sa mapa to have the guts na pasukin itong Evos. Kaya may nag-slow down sila. Once na masilip sila ni Kuya Baldus, hindi na sila nagtangka pa and the sweeping lens being put into play para i-deny na naman ang vision na ginagawa dito ng FLA.
Okay, so nakikita natin right now, Evos, really looking forward to what's gonna happen kung naghahanap lang sila, parang si Arise yung makikita nila dito.
Uy, teka lang, si fair player galit na galit. Quickness na may kasamang bomba pero nagamit na nga lahat. At ito na, si Danny Dalisay na kung saan nagpaulan na nga siya ng mga bala dito pero mukhang wala nang maaabala pa pero babala dahil andito na nga si Kuya G4. At mukhang being the playful trickster nga talaga ng harap-harapan pero Zonias, the golden time dito ni Kuya Danny. At mukhang they are done indeed dito sa mid lane. Habang itong si Kuya Calm, nag-cause pa rin ng havoc dito sa baba. Pero ito na nga si Kuya Kuya Fair Player, medyo sumasablay na nga ng tuluyan. No layers of CCs ang mapapakinabangan nila dito at mukhang papasok na nga si Kuya RX kasama Fox Rush at mukhang sure nga napapasok dito at patalbog din ni Kuya Fair Player na hindi na rin naabot pa. Medyo short-handed pero mukhang naabot pa rin dito si Kuya Calm against Lloyd para siguradong makapatay. Hullbreaker versus Hullbreaker pala to.
Dominus? Oo, may Dominus pa sila dito so gusto nila lumaban.
Uy, ayun na nga. Pero lalabanan ba talaga ni Kuya Calm? Kasi mukhang wala siyang mana eh.
Oo, sayang yun. Pero yun nga, wala nga siyang mana para mag-persist. Pagkakadars, Doming!
Kuya Doming! Nakahuli siya sa may kedi ng lumilipad na Ipis Dragon Slade siya may kasama flash para mamba out. Tamang safe lang.
Oo, yung Apis talaga natin, si Valdus, nakakatakot na talaga yung damage niya dito. Meron na siyang 3 items, kaya nakita naman natin yung burst kay Doming. Pero Khan talaga gusto ng 1v1 laban sa isa't isa.
Ayun, napapos. Sobrang init ng laban. 15 minutes into the game, Kuya Dash. And kung titignan mo yung mga items dito, ang sakit na ni Kuya G4. Habang itong si Arise, isang charm, pwede na rin naman na sila makapagligpit. Kaso nga, no, kung titignan natin yung overall na galaw ng Evos, nakakasabay sila sa gustong macro play na ginagawa ng Fennel Adversity.
Oo, yun guys, na nakikita natin so far for Evos. Nakakuha sila ng kills na early. FLA slowly but surely, gusto nila talagang makabalik dun sa power nila kanina. And yun sa FLA, yun talaga yung hinihintay nila. Magkaroon sila ng firepower, magkaroon sila ng damage. And after the third item, yun yung hinihintay natin na makakomeback dito yung FLA.
Yes, and yung nakuha nating momentum kanina no early game, medyo nakahabol itong Evos with so many brush play with the Drake being played down as well. So alam mo yun, any moment talagang pwedeng mapunta itong game na to. Hindi na to kasing one-sided kanina no game 1 and not also as one-sided as how Fennel Adversity won against one team no nung kanina. So medyo iba talaga yung naging pwesto nung sitwasyon ng FLA ngayon.
Yun talaga, nahihirapan lang sila sa mga rotation nila. Lalo na kanina, nakita naman natin yung mid lane turret nila. Sinabi rin kanina to nila Otto na yung mid lane turret nila, yung kanilang pinanghahawakan every time. And so far, dahil na wala siya, nahihirapan na sila mag-position. Pero nakikita na natin yung parang light on the cave. Yun yung nakikita natin. Kasi nakikita na natin, lumalakas si Calm, nakikipag 1v1 na doon sa Renekton. So yun yung hinahantay natin for FLA. Kasi kailangan lang, alam naman natin, may tiwala naman tayo sa FLA when it comes to team fights. And yun yung hinahanap natin. Yung third objective, yun yung magdidikta kung makakomeback sila dito.
Yun. So mukhang doon rin talaga, no, it's either a Baron or Elder ang magsiset nitong katapusan. Dahil alam niyo naman, no, kung avid viewer kayo ni WCS, syempre, there are most of the times na talaga natatapos ang laro with that single team fight na kung saan, no, na itong Fennel Adversity, they just play on the objective. And yun yung fine line na separation nila with Evos, na kung saan ang Evos nag-set up ng Death Brush, si Fennel medyo ando siya sa side ng safe play. So ayun, no, medyo mahirap na makipagsabayan sa Evos for now as the double assassin is currently ramping up, no, kumbaga pumakalag na, nanggugulat na.
Parang pag nakapasok lang talaga yung Fizz tsaka Kha'Zix na at this point in the game, especially yung mga malalambot nating players dito na side ng FLA, feel ko sasabog sila eh. Pag sasabog talaga sila, kaya nagpe-play it safe lang yung members ng FLA. Ayaw talaga nila mag-take ng fight unless it's a 5v5 kasi alam naman natin isolation damage, ang lakas o extra damage yun pag nangyari.
Yeah, and consistently rin itong mga plays ng Kha'Zix na nakikita natin kanina. No, Kuya Dash, kumbaga kanina, nararamdaman na natin kung gaano kasakit. Hanggang ngayon, nasa kamay pa rin ito ng Evos. And yun nga, medyo nabanggit ko rin no, na hindi rin ako ganun ka-high hopes pagdating dito sa Evos. Pero mukhang pinapatunayan nila, no, kahit ni Kuya Lloyd na pumapalag dito. Pero tingnan natin, tayo na yung magbabalik sa ating game na kung saan. Ito na yung sinasabi ni Kuya Dash na ikatlong objective.
Ito na, ilang seconds na lang yung Cloud Drake natin dito. Iniintay natin siya, 16 minutes in the game natin. And meron pa tayong Baron. So yan, meron na silang third items. Mostly sa FLA, tingnan mo naman yung positioning nila. Gusto nila i-contesto, ayaw nila ibigay. Kasi pag nakuha tong Cloud Drake, alam mo naman yung mangyayari. Yung extra damage, sa true damage sa Cloud Drake, sa Elder Cloud Drake rather, is makakatulong pa para makaburst.
Delikado to, parang nakita ko to ng finals sa Lee Sin, Kha'Zix.
Nako.
No, di ba? Baka naman. No, FLA, learn from your mistakes. Mukhang oras na para.
Nako.
para hindi tayo manginig. Tandaan nyo, this is Evos, hindi na to RRQ.
Oo.
So, Pilipinas
Tama.
lang, malakas. At
Oo.
ito na, makikita natin, set up muna sila dito.
Mhm. Yan na, parang gusto talaga nila lumaban dito. Fair player, oh.
Oo,
Meron siyang
teka
flash,
lang.
ah. Kaya-kaya niya.
Dani. Grabe naman, pakaba si Kuya Dani, no?
Oo.
Kung napatalbog yun na may kasamang lipad ng ipis, na may kasamang kagat, siguradong mamamaga ang buhay ni Kuya Dani. Baka nga hiblay pa ng tuluyan. Pero tingnan natin. Tamang pwesto lamang muli at mukhang ito na rin talaga. Yung kitang-kita natin doon ng finals, Kuya Dashi.
Oo nga eh. Parang nagkakaroon ako ng deja vu dito. Nakakatakot to. FLA ha. Alam naman. Feel ko naman makukuha to ni Dominic for sure. At this time around, alam niya na kung ano yung nangyari. Kaya yan, may mga GA pa nga sila. Kaya kaya nila makapag-fight parang longer times against them.
Oh, longer time indeed. Dahil mukhang itong si G4. Mukhang magiging G3 dahil bawas ang kanyang buhay at Chums the Water Zone niya ang gagamitin ni Kuya Dani para siguradong hindi na masaktan pa. Pero teka lang, meron delikado to. Mukhang pakita-kita ko talaga to. Pero Mega Inferno Bomb, nasalo nila lapat. Masyado masakit, pero nagkakahabula pa nga. Pero ito na, dakaling na mangyayari kay Kuya Dani. And ang protection ng FLA. Ang Pilipinas ang siyang magkakaboy against Evos at mukhang hindi na kayo haabot pa dahil kami ang siyang magwawagi sa bakbakan ng Drake habang si Kuya Calm o Habarts lang magdamag.
Oo, nagtatrabaho lang siya sa top side. Meron pa nga siyang GA pero si Lloyd parang gusto makipaglaban pero tumabog na yung inhibitor turret niya. So ito yung chance na hinanap natin sa FLA. Pwede nila tapusin. May 10 seconds na lang sila.
At bukas na nga, nag-reset pa pero ito na ang TP. Mukhang hindi naaabot pa. And this might be it dahil kuwang-kuwa na ng FLA ang game to 1-1. Gawin na nating LAF dahil this is the last lap ng Philippine team.
Ang ganda ng ginawa doon ng FLA, especially no last fight na yon. Si Kuya Arise mo parang naging QB sa Ninetales na charm niya tumama nga. Kaya ayun, yung nakita natin sa FLA, ang ganda ng mga ginawa nilang plays doon yun sa last part. And sinabi nga naman natin, sinet up na nga natin kanina yun eh, na hinihintay lang nila magkaroon sila ng third item. GA pa nga yung kinuha nilang third item, kaya nagkaroon sila ng mga second chances dun sa mga last fight natin.
Yes, kahit sabihin mo na salo nila yung Mega Inferno Bomb na definitely destroyed yung kanilang HB bars na gawa nilang bumalik. Nagawa nila mag-re-engage and even Danny at the last point na kung saan nag-Hail Mary play si Kuya Valdez na abutin si Kuya Danny. Pero syempre, Philippines ang Winnie Cordero at Lucy Valdez ang itong kabilang team.
Oo nga eh. It's a good thing na nakuha ng 1-1 yung FLA. And tama ka naman yung sinasabi natin kanina, no? Every first game talaga, binibigay ng FLA yung first game just because tinatry nila mag-expand ng horizons nila para if ever makapasok sila sa play-ins, magagamit nila yon. Yung ginawa nila dito, magagamit nila again sa mga team sa playoffs.
And yun nga, medyo kakaiba ang approach ng FLA na parang, yes, they somehow going for the 1-1s. They have Ryzen, the switch up. They have itong si Kuya Raf. Pero na every experiments, there is still a learning, no, na pwede mong ma-maximize, no, going into the playoffs. And alam niyo naman ng FLA, in terms of crunch time, doon sila biglang nag-god mode na bigla na lang nilang lararagasain ito mga, malay niyo makita tayo ng 2-0 on the future. Pero so far, 1-1 muna tayo and ang Pilipinas pataas.
Yun na nga, ang ganda ng ginawa talaga nila doon during that game. FLA, napakita lang talaga nila sa atin. Pero ito na nga, pupunta na tayo sa panel and panel, take it over.
Coming up a tie. I have to say that's a really tight tug of war. Even in the ending, till the end of the day, we thought they had it, but they kind of lose it, but they had it again. But hey, Brandon and Enrico, that was a really fun match. But speaking of fair play, we did heard about Casas mentioned about them there. What do you think of him today?
I think that's a great point to raise, right? Because fair play coming into this, he did a great job in game 1. Game 2, he was looking really good. He started off really strong. He had these amazing mechanical moments where he had predicted the flash on the Camille, intercepted that, set them up for so many great moments. And then what happened? Fair play just lost all momentum, started whiffing a lot of the engages. By the time he got to the late game, he wasn't initiating, he wasn't pulling the trigger. And we saw from FLA, they were able to execute a composition. They won with it, but it wasn't the way they wanted to.
Yeah, I think that was the problem. At first, I was a little bit worried about Fennel adversity, drafting the solution. Like, will they be able to get the triple kill again up against the Ziggs? Will they just bank on the Camille instead, which was Omo mentioned? But, Just as Brandon said, they got the momentum. Evos got the momentum, and it reminded me of Evos' performance back in the regional tournaments. They take so long to end games. Like, they get 16k gold leads, they have all the dragons, including the Elder Drake, and yet they take so long to end the game. And that's exactly what happened here.
I think they have a bit of a problem for their closing. Maybe one of the reasons because we saw the Hullbreaker on Camille, and Calm just keep on giving so much space for the team to actually work things around. I think he's the one holding the game for so long that making it Evo so hard to close it up.
Yeah, Calm felt great, right? Calm had 2 items and was able to execute on that, was able to put a lot of pressure
It
on
was
the
0-2-0.
It was 0-0. He was still pressuring the Renekton.
Yeah.
Like, we saw Lloyd have 3 items, go up against a 2-item Camille, and lose.
Yeah.
Like, Calm was in good control of the matchup. He was pushing, he was side laning really well, and very frankly, there's more value in them having the Renekton than them losing the Camille, right? So the Renekton was so important. Lloyd needed to be with the team. They just didn't have that as an option.
Yeah, and Omo brought it up as well, how the Renekton, Lloyd was forced to pick up Hullbreaker just to match the Camille, but that's you want that item slot for something else that can help you in the team fights, but you're just forced to adjust because of the pressure that Calm was doing.
But hey, we're gonna remind you what really happened in the first game.
Oh,
You're
that's true.
really not happy with the fact that the Ashe is on the utility side, and it didn't really work out for the side of FLA as well.
Yeah, it just basically enabled Evos to just run rampant, right, and just keep initiating fights. Again, we talked about how Evos is so innately aggressive, and that's exactly what they did. They don't have any damage to worry about because where is the damage? It's not
There's
there.
no damage at all. We saw how many times they try to engage and try to force it up, but it's just the ending is gonna be nothing because basically Evos know what's going on. They know exactly where to poke and who to actually zone out, and that's definitely a very dominant game. But granted, we compare with the second game, it's kind of a tug of war. It's a very tight game, very different. Even though the draft was pretty okay at first for the side of FLA, but second game outcome is so different if you compare it.
Yeah, FLA, they drafted very differently this time around. They had a lot more aggressive options on their team. They had the Lee Sin, they had Yari, they had the Lucian, the Camille, a lot of aggressive options that allowed them to do a lot. And when we take a look back at Evos, they were able to punish them. They were able to shut them down in the early game. Look at these fights that are happening right now on your screen. Evos Esports understood the assignment. They knew they had to shut them down, prevent FLA from finding their footing in the early game. Unfortunately for them, was that they failed to understand that when they got to the mid game, they had the pressure, they had the tempo still going in their favor, and they needed to pull the trigger. If they waited passively, FLA were better able to control the map. The Camille is the only one that continues to scale up throughout the rest of the game. So think about how oppressive Camille is. She has a pretty good laning phase, right? She can be a strong option at the start of the game, and she also outscales you late game as well. So Camille was just such a good pickup here, and we understand why it's such high ban priority, high pick ban priority, and it just looks like FLA knew what needed to be done.
And the thing is for Evos, we talked about how Camille was supposed to be permabanned, but Evos was so confident that FLA, if they do pick up Camille, it's something that you pick up because she's really strong, but it's not something that will let Fennel adversity shine. Because when we look back at FLA's experience, they're not a team to be known as a 4-1, right? They're not known to be 1-3-1s. They're really good at 5v5, so that's most likely the reason why they were willing to give up the Camille.
I mean, like, it's best to actually just ban out Camille because to counter is one reason. The easiest counter is just ban it out because if not, you have to think about how to control the game later on, how to control the lanes because you know that the fact that she's have very high mobility to hook shot away whenever she's being chased on. With Hullbreaker, she's quite hard to shut down straight away as well. And there's also the Hasta Ultimated pretty much can just, you know, if it's 1v1, she can still have a chance to win. We saw actually in the bottom lane just now, which is going to be the dual lane. But hey, that's only the third series. Still have one more series to go. That was, I have to say, 1-1, a draw. That's a total dub. What a banger of a show. But we still have one more series to go, which is going to be Cerberus Esports versus 1. This is also a tough one.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's definitely a tough one because wait, I'm pretty sure I know what I remember my prediction now. I was a bit worried.
now you're worried? Now you're worried?
Yeah.
And now suddenly your dementia is gone. You're back with normal people. But hey, we really need to take a break since Riku need her memory just jog it back and refresh for a moment with Coca-Cola maybe. See you guys in a bit because we have one more series to go. Stay tuned. Waddling, stay with us.
can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear it's all Tokyo. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top. Yeah, that show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on. Take a chance, let it go. You can have all that you want. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible.
Oh boy, welcome back everybody. Oh, Wildlings, how you guys doing? Are you guys having a great Coca-Cola break? But hey, we are finally back for our play-ins in the first day of play-ins WCS Finals, and definitely we have no clue what's gonna happen next. And I'm Chuchu, your host for today, joined in by our amazing, definitely mesmerizing panelists as well. It's gonna be Grand and also Riku, always. She loves anime. Guys.
The duality. Okay, already great to join me.
He's being forced.
It took me a second.
Okay.
I was like, all right, we got this.
But hey, we're talking down to the last series today. We're down to last one, and for me personally, this is gonna be the hardest one for me to predict and to say who's gonna win. Even the draft is kind of very open right now. What do you guys think about this?
For me, it's easy.
Oh wow!
Because I look back at the power rankings that I wrote, and it was. Evos top, second Cerberus, FLA next, and then as well as after that would be one team. So if I follow that, commit to that, yeah, I think it's gonna be 2-0 Cerberus.
I don't know. Evo's still looking hot for you. still looking hot for you.
That series was the first time that we saw that G4 was in the mid lane. So maybe they're trying to adjust again.
So he went back to mid lane, and with him mid lane, they get 1-1. They get a draw.
Adjusting. It's an adjustment period.
Adjusting back to the actual roster, the actual lineup.
Because the momentum broke because they had G4 back at support. Now they're back again, so they have to just
Guys,
do this a bit. That's
I think I have to remind you, this is gonna be only like 2.5 days. It's not the entire league. They want to readjust and adjust and readjust again. Yeah, they have to calibrate now because
they just need one series to adjust. That's my take.
I'm not gonna say much, but okay. Yes, Queen, if that's gonna happen. But hey, for me personally, it's gonna be really tough because why both teams that I predicted will be on the top 2 is gonna be playing. I'm sorry, if I'm right, you guys owe me a dinner at least.
Oh, I'm up for that. I'm down.
Okay.
She's always good for
I'm always down for anything.
What was your prediction again?
For the entire play-ins.
For this one.
For this one, I'm gonna go for 1-1.
1-1. Okay.
Because for me, this is both my favorite teams right now. They're one of the powerhouse regions, so it's so hard to predict on my side.
Interesting. So here's my take on this, right? So I put one team 2-0, but I know it's gonna be wrong, right? But I'm kind of grieving myself anyway. Like I'm like set up with 0% prediction rate at this rate. But here's the thing. In my opinion, 0% prediction rate is just as good as 100%. So that's my take on things.
Actually, 0% is harder because that's harder to do. 0% prediction rate.
That's the hardest thing.
Yeah,
that's the hardest thing. I try. You know what? You did great today, Professor. But hey, speaking of professors flustered with 0%, we're gonna watch over for our matchup on our last series here today. Oh boy, now definitely this is gonna be one of the most strongest region fighting against each other for their spot in the plains to advance to the playoff, and just, possibly they might be the one who will represent our region later on if they got themselves the top 4. But hey, what are your thoughts when it comes to the draft between CES and also One Team Esports, guys?
Okay, for me, I'm expecting one team getting the Ziggs again because that's a requirement for them to slow down the game, control the game, and allow the rest of the squad to either move if they want early, if they want mid, or if they want late. But just as I said it, look, CS just bans the Ziggs, never mind. Okay, Varus is still open. Varus is the second best thing you can put at the bottom portion of the map to clear the wave and just call it a day.
I think CS did a really good job in their first game. I think they really managed to show us a composition that does really well when you have an aggressive jungler, when you have someone that's trying to set things up. I feel like their read on the meta is really good right now. I know that there are some teams that are trying to push away with a little bit, but what we saw from FLA, for example, I think FLA also have a very viable read as well, and they are flexible enough to change things around depending on their matchup. I think here with one team, though, I feel like a little bit read out. They seem like a team that are pretty much, you can pretty much expect what they want to try and go for. Their best iteration was when they had that assassin in the jungle. When they lost that, they didn't seem to do as well. I think their main issue is going to be to deal with Mess coming in here. I think if they're able to shut down Senyo, just not much gameplay play for one.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's their arrangement right now. It's Shanyo being the first layer. If he wins early, then that's good. And the second layer, the last layer, would actually be Yumao on the late game scaling champion. So I am expecting Vayne, Lulu in this game, in this scenario, especially for one team.
Like, Kai'Sa was way easier for them to play,
Oh,
right?
that too.
Because they were able to execute with the Kai'Sa diving in, they had the Shen, they had the Yell. I mean, this was because the other team didn't know anything about what they want to try and go for. Now you have some information. CS know what one team could potentially want to try and play for. That being said, they're going to ignore those in the bans. They're just going to ban standard, traditional, Wild Rift, Ziggs, Jace, Camille. There's really nothing that touches one team's compositions.
And this is just testing out the water for both of the team right now. Do you want to see how they play stuff for both right now? For CES especially, we do know how aggressive they can get with a 2 or 3 ignite in the start. So definitely go dive in the turret if they can, if they have the advantage. And definitely we might see a Lee Sin, we might see a Kha'Zix on the side of the jungler. And we do know BMM, he's the controller when it comes to the early game.
I like how you say dive, because what enables dives, Set, Galio, Rakan, both of the three of these champions are really good enables for that sort of approach. And I'm going to backtrack a little bit. I like this Lulu ban. It has been banned constantly against Fly, by the way. So it not only bans Fly's champion, but it also bans a composition. You can't play Vayne, Lulu. You can't play Kai'Sa, Lulu anymore. So what's the next best thing? Ayumi? We've only seen that once ever on FLA side.
I think one trying to go for the Garen here is supposed to keep them flexible, especially because they still want to try and go for the Galio. I think the Shen could still potentially come into play if they bring Garen down to the bot side, for example. So there's some flexibility still left available here. I think with CES now, because they don't have confirmation that the Garen is going to go into the Baron lane, it's quite likely, but there's no specific confirmation. They might want to be a little bit wary about that as well. And so instead of going for a hyper carry bot side, maybe they try and play for a range mage bot laner like Morgana, for example. Then.
Yeah, I like how you brought up the Garen and the Galio still being able to be flexed, because we know that if ever CES goes for a double assassin or a single assassin in the mid lane for BMM, maybe even a Zed, you just kill the lane, you neutralize the lane by having a very tanky champion that is able to soak a lot of damage, especially early.
Now, do you know, Olaf, when it comes to have a lot of CCs, he's definitely one of the most valuable champions to actually run into the back line. And we do know Site will be played by the side of Fly, and this is going to be paired out with Genza definitely on the bottom lane. So I want to know how they actually scale out when it comes to the mid game, because we do know one, it's not that aggressive when it comes to the first few minutes. So can they resist and sustain when it comes to that aggressive start coming out from Cerberus Esports?
Actually, Senna Nasus, Senna Singed, that's a very stable lane. Senna Set, though, it enables more of that big aggression, whatever one is going to pick up for their bottom lane, because we still don't know what that's going to be, and they're saving that a lot for Yumao here, just to make sure if he's going to play safe. Are they just going to play wave clear by playing the Varus here, which is going to be absolutely scary, because Olaf is one of the answers to because you have easy backline access with Ragnarok, you just ignore everything, you head straight to that backline carry.
That's true, but it's also kind of counterintuitive here, because for one team, if they want to prevent their bot lane from being counterpicked, they also run the risk of just having the entire bot lane pickups being banned away by Cerberus Esports. So if they get rid of the Vayne and the Kai'Sa here, it just makes things so much more difficult. Yes, stuff like the Varus as well. You know, if you ban away the bot side now, one team is forced to play into a specific composition. I understand the desire to try and hold that out, and maybe also get a really strong Baron laner with the Riven, especially since it's one of the better matchups against the set anyway. But again, it just doesn't seem that it helps them that much when you consider that most of their priority is down the bot side.
Yeah, they need wave clear. What else is there? The other layer is now AP bot laners. We're talking about Morgana. We're talking about Lux as well, because now you remove the Corki. What other big wave clearers at the bottom portion of the map do you want to prioritize here? I can see a world where this could possibly be a Galio mid, and then you go lock in a different bot lane, and there you go. That's the Lux we're talking about.
Yep, definitely true. And also, we've seen a lot of one-shot final spot coming up from Lux. If the light binding actually works, things quite well. But we do know Senna with the Curse of Black Mist kind of can evade the entire team from being caught one shot off from the side of one. But hey, you mentioned about Corki will not be played here. Definitely that's a good news, at least for you, Riku.
Oh my god, I just said Senna Nasus is going to be a very calm lane, and Set Senna is going to make it aggressive, and now they're going for the more safer route here with Set top instead.
Yeah, it feels that way because they're going against the Lux. I think they want to try and outrange. I think if they play Set into the Lux matchup, the Lux just gets to poke them constantly. Even in the Shroud, you still end up being harassed. Then they managed to pick up the Lucian, so having some additional damage there. So you don't really have to worry so much about your bot side as long as your bot lane is able to sustain and survive. I think that's a big enough win for CBS. And once they have that utility there, it does look really good here because once you have that Wither, you're able to shut down the Riven entirely, right? So Kit doesn't really get to have much impact in the game if the Nasus is going to be nearby.
So we can tell Nasus and also Senna will be in the same lane, and this Lucian possibly going to be a mid one, and Sat going to be played by Taco here, because I've seen him played Sat once by Taco, but most of the time, Fly love to play on the Vietnam side. They really, on Vietnam region, they really love Sat on the supporting side. But here comes our Darius again, showing off. This time, you know, they used to be nemesis for Garen and Darius, but this time they're best friends.
Yeah, okay, we've seen the Darius and the Garen already in one team back in the local qualifiers, rather. And it's so good against melee comps. Look at that. That's, well, I wouldn't call Lucian melee, but when he dashes in, I guess he sort of becomes melee because he's close. But imagine how much value you could get just spinning around, silencing everybody else, and as well as getting sustain from the Darius. Imagine the resets as well with the pokes coming from the Lux.
They're so tanky, Rico. Look at that look at that lineup. It's Galio, Garen, Darius.
Yeah.
It's so tanky. Plus the Riven builds like hybrid. You're so tanky.
It's just bruises all the way, man. I mean, like, if they want to, they can opt out for Divine Sunder for the game itself just to fight on this kind of a bruiser lineup. But hey, yep.
But there's a big thing with Cerberus Esports composition because they have the set and set does percent damage based on your team's HP. That's a really big ultimate for them as well.
Oh, well, we have to see if the timing's right. That's a bigger thing, though. If he's just ulti with nobody else is there, it's kind of pointless where there's no follow-up. But this is going to be our final series of the day. Let our casters take into the Rift action we go. Contra Omo, we miss you. Take it away.
Thanks, Chichu, once again. And here we are at the final series of...
Maraming salamat, panel. Ito na nga tayo sa game natin. Pero ito, it is gonna be between and ito na nga tayo between Cerberus and one team na naman tayo dito sa ating game. Nakita na natin sila kanina, pero again, magpapakitang gilas sila dito. Kami ulit ang makakasama nyo. Ako nga pala si Dash, kasama ko si Osiris.
At yun na nga, no, nandito tayo muli para sa isa na naman bakbakan si Kuya Dash, no? Nakita natin kung gaano kabilis yung laban dahil nag-post agad.
Oo nga.
Excited na tayo kasi nararamdaman na, parang ang dami. No, kasama natin si Crazy Apple na nagdi-discuss din habang panel. And we're in. Na nababanggit nga natin na paanong gagawin dito ni Cerberus para entirely matalo itong one team. Kasi isipin mo, andito yung mga Brusco Brothers, kumbaga mga macho guapitos, no? Merong ang Galio, Garen, and then si Kuya Darius, no? Kumbaga Demashan. Although si Riven, somehow pwede natin siya i-categorize as fighter na may kunachi dahil sa kanyang valor na may shield. So I think malaking challenge to para sa Cerberus kung paano nila itutumba ang one team.
Oo nga eh. Yun nga yung laban natin dito, no? Sa nakikita rin natin on both sides rin, same question din sa side ng one team yun. Kasi yung members rin ng Cerberus, ang kukunat din, may Olaf, merong set, tas may Nasus ka pa. Pero at least sa kanila, good thing sa side nila, meron silang DPS at least sa side nila. Pero ito yung mga champions sa yung pag-build mo siya for sure, kailangan nila kay BMM ng Blade of the Ruined King para wasakin o para i-shred itong mga nasa one team.
Yes, ayun nga, no, kumbaga, yun lang yung pinaka-opening nila para entirely magasgasan o magalusan itong mga tangke natin sa kabilang side, itong one team. At napag-isipan nila, kung Black Cleaver ba? Kailangan ba nila mag-Ruin King? 10 para lang siguradong tumagos yung mga damage nila. Kasi medyo alanganin eh. And knowing na si Mes ilalaro sa kanyang Olaf, once mag-Ragnarok ka, sino yung priority target mo? Hindi ka naman pwedeng dumiretso lang basta-basta kay Lux, ignoring the other members, which is, di ba, categorized as fighters na pwedeng may pagsabayan sa kanya sa loob ng bakbakan.
Oo, kung magsusuntukan kasi sila dito, pwede rin siya pasabugin. Lalo na pag nag-Ragnarok ka nga naman, lumalambot ka, so mas madali ka lalo papatayin ng mga to. Even it's a Darius, it's a Dimashian Justice. Pag low HP ka, wasak ka. For sure dito sa combo nilang Darius at Garen.
Oo, isipin mo, kumbaga, nabi-bleeding ka na, you are dropping down yung health mo at pwede ka pang i-Dimashian Justice at the final moment. Pero teka,
na-force agad yung flash.
Nakuha ng one team.
Pero na-force agad nila yung flash dito kay Xianyo. Maganda na nakuha nila yun para later on. Pwede silang, if ever makita uli nila tong si Riven, pwede nilang patayin agad. Pero para si Garen, pupunta dito. Gusto ko kunin yung Scuttler pero hindi siya tutuloy dahil, si Mes at the early stages of the game, masakit tong Olaf na to.
Yes, lalo na pagka binatukan ng palakol, eh, hindi mo
Oo.
pwedeng mabato ng tinapay kasi masakit, tatamaan ka na eh,
Oo.
kailangan mo na umatras kaagad. And so far so good 'no, na 1-1 lang naman yung trade in terms of scuttle and, mukhang nama-manage din ng mga teams natin ang magkabilang wave. So wala pang overly aggressive dito sa magkabilang side. Ang una pa lang
Yep.
natin nakitang engkwentro is yung rotation lang sa Baron side ng
Mhm.
scuttler. Pero so far wala pang surprises, wala pang mga nasty rotations na ginagawa ng ating mga support. So talagang respeto lang at antay lang na scaling. And this might be a fight na matutunghayan natin paglabas ng Dragon.
Oo, yung nararamdaman natin ngayon, Osiris, is ang tahimik, no? Parang calm before the storm nga talaga yung nangyayari kasi
Oo.
nagbo-brew pa siya. Parang eto, mamaya bakbakan talaga to for sure dahil lang kukunan nila. Tapos matatagal na fights yung makikita natin. Eh ayun, chill muna sila, hinihintay pa nila tropical depression pa lang eh. Mamaya pa siya
Oo,
magiging bagyo.
Oo, kumbaga papasok pa lang sa ating responsibility no sa
Oo.
zone natin at mukhang
Area of
yun nga ang
responsibility.
nangyayari ngayon sa area of responsibility na nilalapag ng Spirit Fire ni Kuya Genza against
Oo.
dito sa Tandemerino ng One Team na mukhang magsisimula na rin mag-reset and this might be the
Ayan.
rotation na papunta sa mid lane to set themselves up para sa mga upcoming na objective. Pero titingnan natin kung ano nga ba ang magiging prioritization dito ng magkabilang koponan. Kumbaga, ako sa pananaw ko eh ang Cerberus kailangan nilang kunin ang Rift Herald para makabuo na sila ng karagdagang pressure kasi yung pagka makikipag head on bakbakan sila ang makikita lang natin dito Kuya Dash na hindi, bakit ba natin iniisip na gasgasan ang baluti nitong mga apports natin? Bakit hindi tayo
Oo.
mag-split push? Feeling
Oo.
ko, one thing na pwede nilang i-maximize dito sa Cerberus is split push and to do that, they need to prioritize the Rift Herald.
Oo, kailangan talaga nila kunin yung Rift Herald on their side pero sinisimulan na nga agad ng one team yon and parang malilate sila ng onti kasi si Riven sinisimulan na wala silang vision at that side of the map kaya hindi nila alam. Tignan mo, may vision pa sila, just sponge on the mid lane, tumama pa yung light binding and ito na nga, nakulong na nga siya kasama with isolation. Genza, 1 HP na pero meron pang hold on to Yumao and tinatapos na nga yung Rift Herald and distract sila sa side ng Cerberus.
Parang hindi rin nila pinansin yung Cloud Drake. So walang trade, walang kill. Wala pa silang Rift Herald. Naku, delikado yan, Cerberus.
Oo, nakuhanan lang sila. Nakuhanan sila ng candy na parang bata. And ito, nakita natin dito sa Cloud Drake, wala pa rin nagsisimula. And may timing na sila. Tama na yung timing nila si Yanyo. Meron pa silang Black Liver, nakapag-items pa sila. Kaya ready na rin sila lumaban dito sa Cloud Drake.
Kumbaga makapag-reset sila, pwede silang rumespo. At speaking of Hullbreaker, mukhang aware ang one team sa pwedeng gawing split na gagawin ng Cerberus. Kasi hindi nga nila pwedeng i-head on bakbakan itong one. Kaya Hullbreaker first item ni Kuya Shu, mukhang Oha Barks 24/7 ang magiging gawain niya dito na kung saan no, magke-create din ng karagdagang pressure if they can head on na balagbagin itong Galio na may kasamang Lux, eh kailangan pa nila i-consider na makipag-duel sa isang Garin.
Oo, natusunog sila, natutusta ng Spirit Fire ni Genza kanina, no? Kaya hindi ko alam kung ano gagawin nila dito. Sa zone out especially itong si Yumao, parang playing it safe lang talaga sila dito. No? Ayaw nila i-risk ito dahil nga sa Rift Herald, distracted na yung most ng members ng Cerberus.
Ang mahirap pa dito Kuya Dash, walang may Liandris na carrier dito sa side ng Cerberus. Pwede naman gamitin ni Nasus pero ang priority kasi nito kung di ako nagkakamali, Ludens Echo.
Ludens, oo.
Pero kailangan niya kasing pasiritin yung mga buhay nitong mga
HP, no?
tangke natin. At saka syempre, kung nagkakasunugan nila ng Spirit Fire, si Kuya Shu, magiging Shu-Pao, two-stage Shu-Pao. Para siguradong makakuha sila ng mga kill. Pero yun nga, no, considering na Ludens Echo, tagal pa, malayo-layo pa bago siya makakreate ng mga AP items kasi naka-tier din siya ngayon. So, mana-mana muna.
Oo, ang ginagawa nila dito, no, kinikip lang nila si BMM na distracted kasi kailangan sa fight itong si BMM eh. Siya yung talaga may DPS sa team ng Cerberus. Kaya sila nag-hullbreaker din kasi gusto nila pero pagsuntukan dito si Kid and hindi sila tutuloy sa laban. Talagang non-committal to, no? Yung mga to sa side ng Cerberus.
Oo, tamang pwesto lang talaga muna sila dito. Pero nagpapalubog, Kuya Dash. May posible kaya bumakbak na sila dito. Kuwang vision, tamang setup, tamang pwesto, sinimulan na ang Dragon.
Eto na, sisimulan ang commitment to the showstopper sa backside. Tumama agad nito. Meron pong hero's entrance, pero walang magagawa. Na-stop lang sila. Nakilag at the first blood on the side of Cerberus and babak na sila dahil wala na sila damage. Yanyo, may wind slash pero hindi natutuloy. And that's a Cloud Drake with a kill sa side ng Cerberus.
And that's the opening na napag-usapan natin, no, Kuya Dash, na iniisip ko rin na pwede palang gamitin itong showstopper dahil sa maraming help yung kanilang mga frontliners pagka binalibag mo ang isa sa mga tropa ng one team. Sigurado, maaaray yung kanilang buhay. Sakto, sa shock pa sila na ipaglaro sa apoy at nakain din nila, no, yung kabuuan ng lakas ni Kuya Genza.
Oo, kita mo gaano kalayo si Yumao dun kasi yun nga yung nakakatakot. Ang taas ng HP ng most ng members ng one team. Kaya pag na-showstopper talaga sila, sasabog si Yumao. Yayao na! Pero yung facebreaker agad ni Taco para hindi sila makatuloy sa pag-push dito sa botlane.
Si Kuya Taco, walang takot. Kasi nga, kayang-kaya niyang i-engage yun eh. This time, hindi pa natin nakikitaan ng threat itong magkabilang side. Hindi pa nakaka-snowball. Si Kuya Darius and Shando din with the setup. Tingnan natin ito sa replay kung gaano kasakit, di ba? And ilan yung kanyang inuntog sa kanyang biceps. 4 kaagad, Kuya Dash. Kaya wala siyang nagawa doon. Pakasakit na ng kanilang ginawang setup. At mukhang hindi pa gano'ng kasakit si Yumao, no, sa kanyang lock. So wala pang threat yung kanyang laser beams. At mas masakit pa ngayon si Kuya Taco.
Oo, yung big thing lang talaga naman sa threaten ni Yumao dito is mostly si BMM lang tsaka si Fly. Kasi sila yung madaling pasabugin ng final spark especially. Kaya right now, slowly but surely yung one team, naghahanap na naman sila ng sundukan, naghahanap ng laban, yung Red Herald up na. Kaya nakiklear na sila ng waves.
At ito na, mukhang set up na nila ito, Kuya Dash. Papasok na.
Oo, sinubulan ng agad. Nakuha pa yung Red Herald. Meron pa Division Justice and pumatay agad sila. Sumusunod pa nga with the taunt onto 2 members. Justice punch onto the backside. Tinamaan pa nga. BMM is gonna fall down. Susunod pa ata si Olaf. Meron silang hold para maging safe. 5 members still strong sa side ng one team.
Ay na nga, nag-holding hands while walking pa sila dito kasi nga nakade ng ginto itong one team. Kaya nagkaroon pa sila ng konting oras para mabuhay pero tamang snipe ng binding doon. At tore sa kamay ng one team. Ito, nakikita na natin yung results ng kanilang draft na kung saan dinire-direction lang nila, niragasahan nila itong Cerberus na nahihirapan mag-respond. Yes, it was a good last embrace para mapigilan sila sa kanilang trail. Pero the damage has been done. Meron na silang 2 casualty and even the tower onto the mid lane. And nagawa ng kunin ng one team.
Oh, yun yung mahirap, lalo na pag nakuha yung tower sa mid lane. Pero maganda dito, si Mess at least meron siyang Red Herald na hawak para pwede pa rin sila kumuha ng tower for themselves. Pero looking at the tower states natin sa side ng one team, ang healthy pa ng mga turrets nila. Pwede itong bot lane actually kung gusto nila ilapag yung kanilang Red Herald dito.
Akala ko sasabihin mo, pwede pa nilang dalhin next game eh. Yun nga, sige, pwede no, dalhin sa next game. Kasi medyo healthy pa nga. Even the Rift Herald, kailangan na nilang maximize. Kailangan nilang kunin yung pagkakataon. Pero ginamit nila sa mid lane at may laban na naman dito.
Taco. Gusto gumawa ng Takoyaki. BMM, wala pa masyadong damage pero yung calling ko patama na. A lot of bullets on the heads of Kid and he's gonna fall down. Kid, sit down.
CC's after CC's. At mukhang pag si CC nga ang ginawa ni Kid doon kasi nag-solo siya eh. And bilang bata, hindi ka dapat mag-isa. Dapat kasama ang magulang mo, di ba? Bawal yun.
Mahirap yun. Mahirap yun. Baka ano mangyari sa'yo. Yun nga nangyari kay Kid sa bot lane. Nakakuha pa nga sila ng turret. Pero ang maganda doon, at least nakasagot yung one team ng isa pang turret on the map. Pero may 10 seconds na lang tayo dito sa Infernal Drake natin. Alam naman natin paborito ng mga tao makuha. Extra damage, sino bang ayaw nun?
Oo, syempre. And yun yung magmamatter sa magkabilang teams. Kasi nga, syempre ang goal is to take down everyone. And kung ikaw mismo, may ikipaglaban ka sa mga tropa mong maraming baluti, gusto mo talaga ng dami.
Ay, wala ng HP.
Ang kati. Half HP ka agad dun si...
Showstopper na agad sa backside. Meron pa silang redemption para mabuhay. May shield pa nga siya, showstopper si Siyo. Tingnan mo naman yung mga buhay nito. Cyrus, parang wala lang. Yun nangyari.
Hindi na nila matastas.
Oo, tutuloy pa ata sila. Gusto pa ata nila ng set. Papight, ito nag-flash sa backside. Meron silang stun. Meron pa silang Dawning Shadow para magkaroon ng shield. Double kill agad. On the side of set. Tako talaga ang pinakamalakas. Meron pa silang 5 members strong. Pwede pa nila kunin yung mid-lane turret bago nila kunin yung Infernal Drake.
Naku po, nasobrahan sila doon sa engage. And syempre, nagamit na yung kanilang mga pang-set up doon sa bakbakan na yun na hindi nila nagawang yakapin lahat ng miyembro and the scatter technique na kung saan nakakalat lang itong tropa natin sa Cerberus hindi na nila nagawang hulihin yung mga key target. And speaking of, yun nga, no, yung Spirit Fire na kung saan babagsak din kasi ang iyong armor na kung saan napakasakit para sa ibang tropa natin sa one team. Pero ito nakaludin sa Echo at Pinball Winter na si Kuya Genzain. Even Turtle Stone Plate, so mas madaming damage na malalapag with the prolonged teamfight.
Ang laki nung ginagawa dito ni Genza during the fight. Sobrang low-key niya kasi yung Spirit Fire nakaka-shred ng armor, di ba? Tapos lahat sila naka-Black Cleaver. So most of the fights na nakikita natin, wala halos, o onti lang yung armor lagi ng one team, kaya nagagawa nilang i-shred and tulungan si BMM na makapag-deal ng maraming damage. And yun lang talaga yung kailangan nila gawin dito. Maging reactive lang yung Cerberus Esports, kayang-kaya nilang i-shred ng one team.
Yun nga rin kasi kung titignan mo rin na wala silang hard engage, kundi yung taunt lang.
Ito, nakita na natin agad sa top side. Talagang gusto nilang patayin si Mess, make a mess out of Mess. And ito sa top side. Gusto pa nilang kumuha ng tower pero wala silang makukuha uling objective doon. On the side naman ng Cerberus, okay na meron silang 2 Drakes and kailangan lang i-contest ng one team yung susunod na objective.
Yes, dahil nga ito na dapat yung part ng laro na napipick up na nila ang kanilang pace. Dahil nakikita natin si Yumao na pwede na siyang magkaroon ng Rabadon's Death Cup in a bit. Pero yun nga, meron din siyang more, Oblivion Orb, pang anti-healing galing. Kasi nga si Kuya Fly, kahit sabihin nating Sena to, hindi na ADC man, kayang-kaya pa rin magbigay ng buhay doon sa kanyang mga kit at mukhang magkakaipitan.
Okay, parang tutuloy sila. Ragnarok agad kahit makunat yung kalaban. Meron silang light binding, hindi tatama. Final spark para at least makadeal ng damage, mabugaw ng onte yung side ng Cerberus Esports.
At mukhang mabubugaw nga hindi dahil hindi na nila itutuloy ang pagbabanta sa Baron Lane. Pero mukhang mag-rotate naman sila to prepare para sa nalalapit na paglabas ng Mountain Drake. At ito naman yung ginagawa rin ni Taku, kumbaga trabaho lang din, trabaho marangal. Wala mang hullbreaker, kumbaga kaya-kaya naman ni Kuya Taku na mag-split push. And this needs to be answered by Kid na pwede rin makatulong sa kanya para ma-accelerate ang kanyang farming. Pero both of the teams, they want to play it safe. 14 minutes na pero andito pa rin tayo sa 4-2 na standing.
Kumbaga wala pa talaga tayo nakikita masyadong big fights dahil nga 6 ano ka nga naman makakil sa taas ng mga HP nitong on both first side at taas ng HP nila. Yung pwede lang nilang patayin yung mga malalambot na sobrang bilis lang rin naman mamatay. Pero ito, sa nakita natin, slowly lang ang side ng Cerberus Esports. Hinihintay lang nila magka-power spike. Pero at this point, ang lakas na ni BMM. Ang dami nilang armor shred.
Yes, and kita mo meron ng Ruin King and yung Serilda's Guard. Siyempre, kung isipin mo, melee itong mga to So may chance na kailangan nila lumapit. So pag tinamaan sila ng The Calling or the Ardent Blaze, may oras si Kuya BMM para mag-relentless pursuit. Para may position yung kanyang sarili. Kung baga, pwede siyang Ito na, tingnan natin kung makakahuli nga ba sila dito.
Nag-best na agad sila pero wala silang nakita. Walang nahagip side ng Cerberus Esports. Kaya playing it safe, Mountain Drake na lang yung hinihintay nila dito. Lalabas na siya in just 25 seconds. Nagsiset up na sila, nag-reset na rin yung most members ng one team. Try to get some buffs bago sila mag-start dito. Pero so far, nakikita natin Cerberus Esports malakas na yung damage nila. Kaya kailangan na i-respect ng one team yan.
Yes, and kumbaga in terms of Kunachi din, medyo kulang pa itong one. Kumbaga yun naman ang goal ng kanilang Brusco lineup is maging maunat. Pero kung tinan mo yung kanilang items, naka-black cleaver din sila. At mga damage items. Ito nga.
Ito yung sinasabi mo, Dakaling kanina, Osiris to mama, pero hindi pa sapat kasi sobrang kunat nga rin naman ni ang taas ng HP. Kaya ito, ang kailangan lang talaga gawin dito na side ng one team. Pag tumama, isang magandang light binding lang sa backline, pwede nila patulugin yung Cerberus.
Yes, at mukhang magkakatunugan na kaya dito. Medyo nagkatunugan na nga rin at mukhang makbaka na.
Ito na showstopper na backside face break. Saktong-sakto kay Yumao. Wala siya mapatama. Final spark. Walang magagawa. Heroes entrance ito para makasave ng teammates. Tignan mo naman, ang healthy pa ng Cerberus. Pero nasasabog yung isa si Taku. Sumabog. Pero ito gusto pa. Kung kumuha na kill si Sianyo ay lalapag na rin. 3-4-1 in favor ng Cerberus.
Grabe si Kuya BMM, tamang nakaw sandali lamang sa ganong openings naparusahan na matindi ang Cerberus at nakita mo naman may illusion kumbaga the light slinger, the black cleaver that stacks very well, talagang babagsak ang armor mo at mukhang igugo pa yata nila to.
Gusto ni CEO, alam naman natin gano'ng kakunat itong si CEO, nag-gargoyle pa nga pero hindi sapat yung armor niya para makasurvive dito. 1k HP and ito na nga, smite na, nakuha yung Baron, meron pa ata pa bonus itong si Genza, makukuha na si Ninja na tila hindi makaalis. Spirit Fire? Uy, kala ko papatayin niya pa ng Spirit Fire pero hindi niya tinuloy.
Ngayon, laki na tingnan mo dito at napakaganda simula na showstopper. Once again, the facebreaker na kung saan marami na naman ang nahuli. Si Hanyo doesn't have any access doon sa backline at kitang-kita mo dito si BMM. Tamang slide in, slide out lang even using the flash. At kaya nga kumbaga, kaya BMM best marksman.
Okay, and yun na nga, nakita na nga natin tong side ng one team ay nahihirapan na sila talaga makapag-deal ng damage. Sobrang crucial na at this point in the game na tumama yung light binding ni Yumao kay BMM o kaya kay Fly para mabawasan na onti yung damage and baka sustain yung most ng members nila dun sa susunod na fight after mawala yung mga damage sources nila.
Yes, at yun naman, kung saan, yun na, napag-usapan na rin natin yung gamit talaga na ni Kuya BMM, worth it na kung saan na talagang na-shred niya itong buong frontline at hindi na maka-follow up sa kanya at nabagit mo na rin na itong one team is they are really struggling dahil ito rin si Kuya Yumao hindi niya makuha yung mga key targets, yung mga one hit delete, light binding into the finals part, walang ganong kaganapan at saka yung last moment ni Kuya Shu. Ay, teka lang, mayroong laban. Trabaho lang kaya sa Anyo.
Oo, nakuha ni si Anyo. Hindi nagbaback yung members ng CIS. And ito, nakabalik na siya. At least nawala si Mes, nakakuha na siya ng distraction. Kulang yung members ng one team dito. Pero tila ang lakas ng damage nila sa members ng one team.
Yes, at kita mo naman, nagawa nila mission accomplished itong si Anyo. Pero hanggang saan na magagawa nila? Dahil kailangan nilang respondan, kailangan nila sagutin to, especially with the empowered minion dahil sa backing buff. Mahirap i-clear itong sitwasyon na ginagawa ng Cerberus against one team.
And ito na, sa wave clear na lang talaga nila dinadaan sa side ng one team. Nagba-buy time sila para sa selves nila para makapag-comeback pa from this match. 20 minutes on the clock, ang tagal ng game natin and we only have 11 kills on both sides. Kaya ito, pag nakita natin later on, fourth item, usually hindi tayo umaabot dito sa point na to. Nangyayari lang to pag mayroong sobrang fed. Tulad yan ni BMM na sobrang fed, ang daming gold nito. Pagdating ng fifth item, yun ay situational item na pag nagka-Guardian Angel siya, yun yung one thing na iisipin pa ng one team. Kasi it's like 6v5 na at that point.
Yes. And yun nga, yung kailangan nila i-consider na talaga ma-focus si BMM. Kaso, they're having a hard time focusing kasi nga, the setup coming in from Taku, the Spirit Fire, even Fly, which is low-key, supporting. Kung titignan mo yung kanyang item, Rapid Fire Cannon plus Iceborne Gauntlet. It means that they are layering more slows sa kanilang lineup. And they are playing on the prolonged team fight. They can kite out. You have the Cyrilda's Grudge. You have everything onto the timing.
Tumama! Yung light binding, patay na nga si Genza. Ito na yung hinahanap nilang chance sa side ng Cerberus, sa side ng one team. Pero itong Cerberus, nako, pinatay nilang spirit push pero so far, hindi pa sila nakakuha ng kahit na ano.
Oo, at mukhang mas nabuksan pa nga ng one team ang base militar nitong Cerberus. At titignan mo, itong si Siu na naglapag ng Demasian Justice, sabi niya kay Genza, see you again mamaya. See you later, ganun. Kaya hindi na nila nagawa pang bumangon, pero mukhang nagsilipan na naman. Tinanong tago lang dito sa mga anino at mga damuhan at baka na.
See you next game ata yung gusto nila sabihin sa kanilang side. And ito, hindi sila makapatay dahil nga merong Zonyas and hindi pa nila nakuha yung kill. Sayang kay Yumao, hindi sa Yumao, buhay na buhay sa side ng one team, pero hindi pa sila tapos kasi paatan ng laban. And ay tara si Taco, nakuha na face breaker sa backside, showstopper, pero wala pa silang makuhang anything sa side ng one team.
Yes, hindi muna nila kinumit yun. Gusto muna nila mag-reset at sobrang, sabi nga na kanina, 20 minutes and ilan pa lang yung kills natin. Kasi nga, maingat ang bawat isa. Ayaw nilang basta-basta nagpapabaya dito. And kung titignan mo rin yung ating mga items, bukod sa iniisip natin Guardian Angel, ayaw mag 6v5 Kuya Dash.
Oo nga
Gusto
eh.
nila si BMM all out
Full
damage
damage,
with that
oo.
Infinity Edge na kung saan, no, kasama natin si Kuya Infi na pwede niyong bisitahin sa kanyang stream. Pero kung
Oo.
nakakita mo naman
Check
dito,
him out.
ang One Team is kumpleto na rin, no? Lumalabas na rin ang kanilang baluti, especially si Kuya Ninja 7. Akala mo siya yung ninja na tanky na parang Shen dahil
Oo
nga
nga eh.
Deadman at Warmogs na may kasamang Randuin's Omen para ma-slow down si BMM.
Ninja na sobrang kunat. Pero ito, nakikita natin kung na lahat si Fly. Na-apprehend na nga si Fly. Patay na agad. That is what they wanted to go for. 1 team. Wala na silang damage on the side of CS. 5 stacks sa kanilang mga ulo si Kid. Hinahabol na nga sila si BMM. Wala pa sila agad na napatay. Yun na nga yung sinasabi mo kanina, Osiris, ang kunat ng 1 team.
Yes, hindi nila basta-basta maidaan sa kung anong damage dahil in terms of late game, talagang kompleto na eh. And even Sianyo proceeds on pressuring pa rin itong Baron lane. Kaya 50-50 yung commitment ng Cerberus. And napag-usapan natin yan na one thing na ang gagawin dapat ng Cerberus is sila ang mag-i-split. Pero dahil nga mas naka-ahead ang one and mukhang mas capable in terms of duel si Kuya Sianyo, you're going to have a hard time answering the splits.
Oh, 6K. Meron pa silang TP. Hinihintay si Mess yung target. Showstopper sa backside. Tumama na nga agad pero patay na nga Showstopper. Nabuhay. May Guardian Angel to the hero's entrance. Wala pa masyadong damage kasi wala nga si Fly. Si Fly nasa harap. Si Taku, 5 stacks sa ulo niya. Pwede na siya sumabog. And nakuha na nila yung kill agad kay Taku. Si Mess yung susunod. Maubos na yung members. Tumatakbo. Hinahabol sila ng one team pero wala pa sila makuha. Ito na ata yung comeback of potential on the side of Cerberus. Pero patay pa nga si Fly and one team. Meron pa silang 4 members.
Yes, and 50-50 yung nagigalawan nila doon na para bang 2020 yung vision dahil nahanap nila yung kanilang target. Kaya ang buhay ng Cerberus ay naging siyam-siyam. Pero nakita naman natin kung paano nila nilaro ng disiplinado. One team that re-engage. They are moving back and forth. Kung titingnan niyo dito sa ating replay, the hero's entrance at si Elder Dragon ay nakikisali pa sa bakbakan. Kita mo yung back and forth na galawan ng one team kung saan they took it slow na hindi nila pinrioritize, hindi sila nag-tunnel vision towards BMM. They dealt kung sino yung nasa harap nila and at that point, front to back na lang yung kanilang movement.
Oo, sobrang low-key ng mga ginagawa ni Yumao kanina ng fight na yung mga light binding niya, tinamaan niya pa nga si BMM kaya nakuha nila agad yung kill eh. And ito, nakakuha pa sila ng Baron in their side pero what? Nabasag yung mid lane turret nila. No.
Saan? Galing yun, no? Parang nung panahon ng e-play may nangyari yata. Pero feeling ko, ano lang yun, feeling ko huge wave lang na nung panahon ng Elder Drake. Kaya medyo nahirapan, no, na mapwestuhan talaga. Or siguro pinressure ni Cerberus towards that mid lane na mag-create ng humongous na wave para siguradong ma 50-50 itong one team sa kanilang hard engage towards the Ocean Drake. And yes, they got the prize, they got the Baron and even the Drakes. Pero this time, this will be the push na kailangan i-defend ng Cerberus.
Yeah, and ito nakita na natin sa side ng one team sila na yung may advantage dahil nga sinabi ni Osiris kanina pag makunat ka sila ay nakakapag-deal ng damage and nawala yung damage si BMM si Fly sa side ng Cerberus, mawawala na sila pero parang gusto nila lumaban. Hextech Protobelt, nakakatakot yun
Oo, parang umaamba si Kuya Kid. Kumbaga siya na yung mambabata. Pero medyo delikado rin na itong si Sianyo, parang ayaw niya pang entirely mag-split push. Parang nag-aalangan pa siyang ilabas ang bakba. Parang gusto nang tapusin ng one team with a one fell swoop na kung saan gugulatin ng Cerberus. Pero tingnan natin, dahil unti-unti pa silang kumakatok sa pintuan. At ito na.
Parang ito na nga, minamama na nga yung members sa Cerberus. One team, wala na sila agad HP. Half na agad. Si Ninja 7 nakakuha pa ng Hero's Entrance pero siya na ang susunod sa target sa crosshair na snipe pa nga. Headshot sa side ng Cerberus. Nakuha nila yung kill. 2-4-0 sa side ng Cerberus.
At ito na mukhang magkakaalaman kung paano nga ba ang gagawin dito ng one team at Cerberus dahil may gusto mag-split, may gusto mag-mid. Pero mukhang si Sio magpuproceed pa rin on trying to mess out kay Mess. Pero ang one team, ito si Kuya Kid at saka si Hanyo ang siyang magbabantay, ang siyang magiging guard. At kita mo naman yung wave na bumabangga dito sa Baron Lane, Kuya Dash. At mukhang gusto na nila tapusin.
Oo, pero parang hindi pa nila talaga matatapos. Nagbabay ng time yung 1. Meron silang wave clear kaya hindi talaga nila mapapush agad. Pero ito na, may super minions silang kasama. May kasama pang TP from the members of Cerberus. Ito si Super na nilirapan. Nakuha na agad nila yung damage. May showstopper pa sa backside. Si Fly, tinatapos na nila yung game. And yung Nexus ay sumabog na nga. Cerberus taking game 1.
Surprisingly, no, at the very last moment, the engage na kailangan ng Cerberus to turn everything around. No split push, just head on bakbakan, and the item locks prove them na yung scaling paid the price. Kumbaga, nakuha nilang yung pinaka-best setup para doon sa team fight na yan to change the whole game. Lumabas doon sa exact moment na kailangan nila mag-clutch play. And I think Xianyo with the error na hindi entirely mag-split push on the Dragon lane, that was questionable. Or even mag-1-3-1 sila for every Baron. Remember, Bruce Brothers sila. Hindi naman take a lot of time para mapatumba sila.
Oo, kailangan nila mag-invest ng maraming resources if ever tinry nilang patayin. Pero kung talagang, sabi mo nga, nag-1-3-1 nga sila, they could have taken the game doon. And sa nakita natin doon, at that point in the game, 5 items na yung meron yung most ng members. And at that point, mas malakas na yung Cerberus talaga sa kanila. Kasi remember, may DPS nga sila. Pero yung one team, gusto ko yung nakita ko sa kanila, nag-show pa sila ng potential even though na late game na.
Yeah, ironic no, na one team sila pero ayaw nila mag 1-3-1. Kumbaga, sama-sama. Kumbaga, siguro dahil nga one team, magkakasama tayo, pamilya tayo. Pero
United
kasi hindi mo na ma-maximize yung Baron power play na posibilidad. Si Siu, pwede siya mag-push sa Baron lane and then you can have Xianyo na pwede kasi pwede mo naman takbuhan lang especially that you're a Garen, you have all the freedom in your life to save yourself or make sure na mailigtas ang iyong sarili. Even si Anyo with the mobility ng isang Riven. So that was a bit questionable na hindi naman pang hard team fight yung lineup nyo. Pero nagstay kayo sa mid lane at entirely maximizing the open inhibitor onto the Baron lane.
Oo, and wala naman talaga silang malaking CC doon. Pero ito na nga, babalik na tayo sa panel. Take it over, panel.
We even have a close game. Aha! This is what we have right now for all faces of the panelists right now joining me in. It's going to be Riku and also Grandin is like, what? How? Grandin, how? Oh yeah, you're liking it.
This is the only appropriate response.
Wait, I will randomize again. Okay.
She got brain
I got the brain.
She got Galaxy brain plays. Actually, can we talk about how this game happened, right? Because this looked like a matchup where, for the first part of the game, one team looked like they had something going for them. You know, they were trying to play for something tankier. They had decent wave clear, right? So they had banned away. They saw off the good mage bot laners banned away, so they went for the Lux. I thought it was a pretty good innovation. They were hitting a pretty good mid game spike, and then Cerberus just took full control over the game. And suddenly, one team out macroing, going to the side lanes, putting the pressure on the Cerberus. Cerberus started slipping up. They started walking away. You saw it at the end of that game. They were playing on a timer. 10 seconds to the respawn out for the rest of one team. If they had delayed 5 extra seconds, if the wave was cut, if there was no minion wave crashing in, I think they could have just lost that outright.
Yeah, exactly. Like, on paper, this shouldn't have happened, just as we have been talking about while watching the game. Like, the composition that one team drafted was very heavy on early to mid game, and the rest, they're not going to have any damage. They're going to have a difficult time matching the damage output that Senanasis. There's the scaling, the infinite scaling. There's also the Lucian as well on the table. So what just happened? Just as Grandin and Homo mentioned, it was that side lane pressure. And there were a lot of things happening where, what do you call this? Cerberus is dying one by one. So that, because it was so late into the game, death timers are so punishing, and that's the reason why they got the Elder Drake. And I'm like, okay, they will lack damage, but now that they have the Elder Drake, this is going to help them supplement that damage.
We saw the turning point when the moment they got themselves the Elder Drake, they kind of have the chances to win, and we saw how much kind of being pushed back the side of Cerberus Esports. They kind of scared for a bit. You saw that coming, right?
Cerberus will have to thank Lucky Stars that they were playing for Dragons this game. Like, in any other world, one team plays for Dragons instead, right? Thankfully, Cerberus had the early game lead. They were able to maintain control. They had the Dragons and they played for that, and so one team wasn't able to close it out. But imagine if they had just one additional Drake, giving them a boost to the other Drake buff. I think that would have made a world of difference, and I think that's one of the key things here that we have to look back on. So Cerberus, because they had the early to mid game advantage against one team who should have been able to fight back at that point and didn't, that was the reason why they were able to close out as they did. But one team gave us a really good look into how to play that late game, how to maintain pressure in the side lane, despite the fact that we had a lot of criticism for Seal with the Hullbreaker first purchase.
Yeah, I have to agree there. That means, you know, that's the not plot armor, like the cracks in the armor. Wait, what? Oh my god, my terms. But anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. So.
Yes.
What do you call this? One team knew that they can't fight 5v5, so let's try to separate them, and that's exactly why the game was so long. It felt like it was going towards the 30-minute win condition that one team usually wants.
Double Bruiser go straight for the Garen Hullbreaker. Why not? We saw Camilla's pretty good with the first item Hullbreaker, but hey, the Garen just now kind of hard to actually split push because they're being forced to fight no matter what. They need all man, they were losing all the way, but hey, it did actually work out quite well when it comes to the mid game. Not really mid, it's like what, 20th minute? I think just around there somewhere.
Late game.
Yeah, like we went to a hyper late game. We were looking at teams at full build. You know, they were looking. There's not much more to be done there at that point, right? We were just looking to see which team had the better composition. I think towards the end there, they were a little overextended. They were trying to pressure the sides and potentially end the game if they were able to get in. I mean, let's take a look back at this draft, right? So one of the key things that I think stands out for me was the innovation to have email play as the Lux, which is really nice. I think that's something that one team has done before. They've played for like the Seraphine Sona before at some point when that was in meta. It's not something that they're afraid of or shy of, but that does move quite far away from what we saw previously from one team, where they were playing with the hyper carry in the bot side, with the Vayne, with the Kaisa, which is really good for me. I like that one team has some diversity here. Unfortunately, I don't think with this second draw, it's going to be easy to get first seed or even possible, but you know, it's something if they manage to close out the second game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like usually when you bank on, especially like an early game champion like a Lux, your damage should be coming off from somewhere, but because they drafted like 2 tanks, you're trapped in this corner of this Riven, which is not going to deal a lot of damage output. So you expect maybe a Kha'Zix there, something that can deal and catch up to the damage, especially when we look at the later stages of the game. One thing that I really love when it comes to the adaptation is we thought it was going to be a Senna set, which can enable the aggressive lane. But when they saw that, okay, Yumal is going to be on this Lux, let's just stabilize, let's just scale. So they shifted, they pivoted into this Senna Nasus and then put Taku on this set, which has been incredible, my god.
I have to say that's one of the best that I've seen so far.
Yeah.
Barely missed with a flash, a face breaker at the same time, and it's just always on point, caught them off guard, and 4 or 5 of them got caught in between. It's not just like 1% face breaker, you know, it's just the game changer face breaker.
Yeah, game changing, and then you have like the showstopper, and it does so well against the composition that one team have drafted themselves into. The fact that they have so much raw HP just means that set gets so much additional value, so much additional damage, and it's surprising, right? One team in an ideal world, Lux fires off a laser, fires off a couple of spells, and then Darius is just supposed to hit like a 5-man ultimate, chain one after the other, and it's supposed to clean up the rest of the enemy team. Thing is, we saw in a lot of these situations, Taku, because he's the one that initially engages, because he made the really smart decision of going for the start engage early. He was surprisingly and deceptively tanky. That's the most important part. It's deceptively tanky, and so in situations where Kid thought he could go for the execute and get the reset on his ultimate, he doesn't. They still ultimately kill Taku, but because there's no ultimate reset, there's no more threat for the Darius reset. I think that's such a key factor into why some of these fights did not go one team's way. If the Darius all got to proc once more, twice more, it could have been a very different fight.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, it was just so, it looked so good because, yeah, Poke plus Darius, we've seen that back in C-Champs actually, like Ziggs, Varus paired with the Darius because you have the Poke, sometimes you don't have the execute, that's why the Darius is there, but I don't think the Lux would be the best champion to do that, to enable that sort of scenario.
That's what we mentioned. The ideas are there, but the execution, we're gonna have to wait and see because we do know the creativity part that what's gonna happen. But hey, I did want to say, because of the face breaker, and also from Taco plays out, he knows how to zone out, and definitely nobody can reach out to BMM as well. We didn't mention about this. He's just freely auto attacked from the backside. So for the next draft, I do want to emphasize one more thing. Cerberus or the Vietnam region is very aggressive, but we compare to Masters region, like one Team Esports, they are scaling to late game, a bit stable, like mid to late game power spike. So this is what I mentioned before. Can they sustain for the next draft here to actually hold on their first few early game start?
It's really difficult to do one team things when a lot of the bans that allow these sort of scenarios are gone, like Ziggs, Varus, things that
Yeah.
help slow down the game. So and with proper scaling, especially the Ziggs, Lux doesn't have that same power, doesn't have the same power like the Ziggs when it comes to scaling.
Yeah, and there's not much time to kind of like to hold back, right? If you really want to join into the deeper parts of the competition, you want to get into playoffs, you kind of really have to start playing with a strong start. I think Cerberus coming into this with that first win already have so much tempo going for them. Hopefully they're able to pick up the second one. You know, if they're able to get 2 wins off the first day, I think they're in a really comfortable spot. I think for Cerberus now, they demonstrated to us that they can clearly play with a hyper carry with BMM in the mid lane. You know, if they have a jungler that's more farm reliant, that's more gold reliant, they're able to execute off of that as well. Biggest key parts for this though is that Cerberus had some issues dealing with that split push, dealing with the late game, the hyper late game specifically, which is something that we are not, I'm not going to discount because we have one team, we have FLA, both these two teams are quite good at playing for those win conditions. If potentially they see this hole in Cerberus's place, in this Cerberus plays, they could potentially try and punish that. They could really make that a pain point.
But hey, let's just get into the draft. The thing is, can they draft it a little better now? Because we do know that it's get wonky a bit when it comes to scaling to late game with only Yumao playing with Lux trying to deal a lot of damage. Yes, they do have a Riven, but it's just so hard to compare with Illusion just now. So first thing first, is it going to be Ziggs again to get out from here? Like usual, that Camille definitely is going to be banned, right, Riku? We saw how Camille can actually scaling out, how it can just adjust to the situation.
Well, if Ziggs is going to get banned, I feel like one should have the Senna this time. It's really good at slowing down the laning phase. And also, depending on your support pair, you can actually enable it to be more aggressive. And I am interested with this Gragas first ban on their side because that removes a lot of that big disengage and as well as engage with the body slam. So I wonder if one team is going to, draft this all-in type of composition, because what else is there for disengage? I'm thinking Janna, but I don't think she's going to make an appearance this day.
But this is side flip, right? One team have chosen blue side this time around, so I'm quite curious what this means if one team have a specific composition they want to try and push for. So you think about what blue side and red side do. Blue side is all about getting that really strong first pick and being able to dictate the kind of playstyle and composition that you're going to have. Red side's about getting counter picks. You get to have priority to determine what the enemy team, based on what the enemy team plays, what you're going to do against that. So one team going for the Ziggs really just seems like they fit back the narrative, Riku. They want to play for that late game. They want some wave clear.
Yeah, they finally get the Ziggs to slow the pace down. And we talked about this in the previous draft. What is the answer? What is your backline access? I mean, you have Kai'Sa, Killer, Instinct, but what is more reliable and as well that works early to mid, that's going to be the Olaf being locked in. And I like this Varus pickup as well because it matches the wave clear. You don't really have to be in range of any of the bombs to make sure that you can farm safely. So this is a really nice pickup from Cerberus.
Well, I do see that Kha'Zix is open, and also Gali is out there still for them to actually play on any support. We're not having any Rakan here to be actually banned out or actually being picked off yet. But hey, Garen again had a surprise. We have another bruiser into this match once more time.
And we know that Garen's like super popular, like the WRL, in the WCK, like just these regions in general love to play for the Garen, the tankiness that kind of affords and all that. It just seems like a good one, but then Cerberus, they come in with a pick that you would think comes from one team.
Okay.
I'm not feeling Hawkeye, honestly speaking.
Okay, this is a very safe pick in the mid lane, right? Corki. Like, it's just really good to pick early. And I feel like with this double poke composition, you have a lot of range. I have a feeling that they will need disengage. And what is there left? They actually banned the Galileo for themselves. So, because I see this Olaf, and I want something to be paired with the Olaf that can catch up to this. But I don't see anything. Maybe a Rakan can be available for Cerberus. I feel like that is also an option for them.
Well, I don't know about Corki mid. I do know BMM. He's more towards his full potential when it comes to like assassin type or more one power spike, one shot in, just get out of there. But here comes the trash. Finally, we have our first trash of the day.
I love it.
We had to pick up the Thresh, which is really nice for them. I think that we were looking for something like that. It does seem to have a little bit of redundancy because they already have the Varus. So I'm thinking that if this is happening, I want to see a lot of early game jungle support rotations from Cerberus, try and put some pressure across the map while that happens.
God.
It's an Akshan.
It's an Akshan with a Braum as well. So they still love their bruise on the side of one. But hey, we finish off. Maybe this last pick coming up from CS will change a lot of stuff here, Riku.
There's still a lot of flexibility going on, right? Like we've seen a lot of traditionally picked in the bot lane going over to the mid lane. So this still could be Akshan in mid or Ziggs in mid. We still don't know. But now that's a Shen pickup. So we talked about we need something that can help facilitate this Olaf. No Galio, no Rakan. The Shen is still there.
How troll is it if you get Aden Sensor Shen? Just so it shows that Olaf gets to run it even better.
Oh my
But
god.
honestly, for both of you guys, do you think which draft do you guys prefer for the start of Grandin first?
Yeah, I'd say I'm liking one team's draft here. I feel like they have some good layers to play from. I like the fact they got the Kazakhs again.
Yeah, for me, I like one team's composition as well. It's very clear, or rather, I like Cerberus' composition because it's very clear on what they want to do. They have a lot of pick potential with the death sentence into the chain of corruptions. They can easily snowball with this sort of composition as well. And as well as the Olaf, you have that Stand United after the Ragnarok, so I see what they're doing.
I do want to see the death sentence coming up from the Trush. Can it really work at this state? And also, it's a very different draft if you compare with the first match just now in the series. But hey, Cassus, what are your thoughts as well? They are really different in time. And Omo and Contra, just take it away. Into the Rift we go.
And nagbabalik na nga kami, everyone. Deadline ang headline dito ng Cerberus Esports versus One Team. And kami nga pala ulit ang magiging casters nyo. Ako nga pala si Dash and kasama ko dito ulit si Osiris.
At ayun na, ang pagbabalik ng duo namin. Tamang easy lang. Nakita mo naman, hindi pala easy dito. Ang Cerberus dahil dire-diretso gusto nilang harangin ang One Team.
Oo, gusto lang talaga nila. Same thing, no? Same thing yung ginawa kanina sa One Team na parang kami naman gagawa nito. Kaya punta naman kami sa bot lane para maka-level 2 agad sila.
Yung mga meta na nauso nga yung mga ganitong klaseng rotation na tatlong mid, tapos saka lang pupunta sa baba. Tamang kuha lang ng XP, pero ang inaantay ko dito, Kuya Dash, is sino kayang team ang magkakapitalize ng ganong ng surprise attack? Kasi parang by the book, matik na yun na may dadaan doon, may dadaan dyan. Sino ang siyang pwedeng pumarusa sa ganong klaseng galawan?
Oo, yun yung, actually yun yung dapat na gawin ng One Team kanina. Yung ginagawa nila, itatry nilang labanan agad sila by level 1. Kasi pag nagstay sila sa lane, yung gap agad sila sa level. Like, ano nangyayari ngayon? Nag-gap sila sa level. Di si Ninja 7, level 1 pa lang, kaya hindi sila makalaban. No?
Yun nga, hindi sila basta-basta makalapit. And I think yun nga yung pinaka-edge doon. Bakit ginagawa ng mga teams yung pagbisita sa mid lane. At si Fly, hindi rin siya basta-basta dito, nagpapatalo. Pag-poke din siya gamit ang kanyang karit ng kamatayan. At tamang rotation lang din naman for Sanyo, no si Cheesy Strats. Pero syempre, Cerberus, they are the ones who's aggressive. This time around, kumbaga nung nawala na yung Brusco Brothers, they have the freedom to pick these kinds of champion na pwede mag-accelerate ng kanilang mid-game. And syempre, ang Shen rin, na kung saan pwede makipag-stall game dito kay Kuya Kid.
Yun lang naman talaga yung trabaho ng isang Shen dito sa top side. Talaga isa-stall niya lang yung game against Kid sa top side. Kasi, kaya naman natin pinipick yung Garen para magkaroon ng advantage in lane. And pag hindi niya nagawa yun, medyo sa mid-game, late game pa natin siya makikita mag-pop off. Pero in the mid lane, na-exhaust na agad ni BMM and nakatakbo pa nga si
Yes, and that swing, para lang safe siya. And sabi nga, saktong-sakto na naman ang champion dito ni Kuya Siu. Pagka nag-swing siya, see you later nga muli. Pero ito, tamang kulitan lang naman si Kuya Taco at si Kid. At nabanggit nga natin kanina, na since nakagrasp na rin si Kuya Taco, stall game lang against Kuya Kid, and knowing that you have the protection ng kanyang espada, kahit mapaikot-ikot si Kuya Garen, pwede niya sabayan sa ganong klaseng mga bakbakan. Pero dahil nakita rin natin si Kuya BMM na nag-focus siya sa Lucian kaninang game na talagang worth it nagawa nilang manalo. Ngayon na merong Shen, mas pwede silang mag-funnel towards BMM or Genza to protect them all over. You have the Stand United para sabayan din kung magra-Ragnarok man papasok si Kuya Ness.
Ang galing ng fast rotation dito ng Cerberus. After nila makakuha ng advantage agad sa bot lane, ginamit nila yun para mapush agad yung bot lane, yung mid lane, and mag-gap ng onte itong si Yumao at si Ninja 7. Yun yung mga slow, mga low-key, macro na ginagawa ng Cerberus Esports na so far is talaga nakakakuha ng advantage, especially yung late game champion nila na to na si BMM.
Yes, and yun nga, mas may scaling na sila this time. And kung Brusco Brothers naman na makaharap nila, ito this time mas masakit na. But the thing that we are speaking about na kasama si Kuya Apple is how well they can protect etong si Corky, si BMM, Genza, especially Genza, knowing that he's playing on a Varus which is immobile. Mukhang mahihirapan siya towards protecting himself. Yes, meron tayong Chains of Corruption, meron tayong Taunt, meron tayong Play. May mga kit naman sila. But remember, this is a Kha'Zix and the Poke. Oy!
Yun sinasabi ko. Ito na nga, yung Devotion Justice Delicate Dates. Itong sa Cerberus, one team takes first blood.
Saber Sword! Nilabas ni Kuya Voltis 5, no? Na bumunot sa dibdib para ibagsak itong espada, no? Grabe naman si Kuya Kid. Pero itong si Kid, IDK, pagdating sa galaw ni Taco, no? Medyo kakaiba na yung, at saka ang bold ng gank na yun, to be honest, na Shen, ang gagank mo, no? At this point of the game, na alam mo makaunat.
Oo, hindi lang laser sword yung binagsak kanina. Swords of Revealing Light yung nakita ko doon. Ang liwanag di ba? Kaya ito na. Nakita natin sa bot lane. Package na ang meron si BMM pero yung una nila kinukuha yung Rep Herald. Tingnan natin kung makukuha nila ito. May Mega Inferno Bomb and hindi nila i-resist and try steal to. Sa side nila, konti na lang kala ko masi-steal pa yung Mao.
Hindi, mukhang pinrotectionan din ng Chains of Corruption para hindi na basta-basta lumapit, no? Kumbaga, sinubukan nilang siguraduhin na walang trap card na mag-activate gamit ang Jinzo. Pero bantay na bantay talaga dito ang tropa natin sa Cerberus, no? Ano sila dito, medyo mas kalkulado, mas maingat compared kanina nung game 1 na medyo umaalanganin sila against 1. Nabanggit din natin naman ang ating panel na this is a close game, sabi ni Chuchu, no? And pero ngayon, parang I don't see any closeness dito sa game na to once na makapag-set ng tempo ang Cerberus.
Oo, sineset na lang nila, sineslow down nila yung game, hindi man lang sila nag-risk para i-take yung Cloud Lake. Kasi oo nga naman, hindi na nga naman priority for Cerberus Esports na kunin tong Cloud Lake. Kasi sino lang ba yung may kailangan yan? Si Olaf lang. Halos lahat sila may ways to get out of the fights and in the fights. Si Gensa, sige, hindi. Pero still, hindi nila kailangan talaga yung Cloud Lake. So that's why both of them are not risking to take it.
Oo, kumbaga, si Genza, pagka ayaw niyang lumaban, sasabihin niya, Gains, pre. Gains ako laban dyan. Uy, teka lang. Gains, bro. Kaya pagka nagbuhat, no? Nagbuhat siya, may Gains ako. Yan, tama.
May Gains sila. Gold yung Gains nila. Dito sa side ng Cerberus, may Chain of Corruption na iba to pa. Pero hindi nila nakuha yung tower.
Pag nilagay mo yung A ni Genza sa unahan, against. Kumbaga, against siya sa one team, no? And again, din, na ginamit niya ang kanyang Chains of Corruption to zone out itong ibang miyembro ng one team, but entirely, no, nagawa naman nila saktaan itong Torre, pero 256, hindi pa rin pinapaubayan ng one team. Here comes a backup at walang takas, nakakuha talaga.
Gensa, nakuha na naman, parang kanina lang, again, nakuha nila yung mid lane turret in their favor agad sa early parts of the game. Sa Cerberus, masaya sila na makakuha yung advantage in tower pressure, pero Cloud Drake, umaamba ang side ng one team.
Oo, and feeling ko, anytime pwede rin nating pabisitahin to si Genza kasi baka taga Gensan, di ba? Genza. Oo. Pero teka lang, yun na nga, no? Tamang easy lang naman sila dito. And grabe, no? Kung nakikita natin yung game 1 na medyo mabagal ang ating mga kaganapan. Mas mabagal kaya, 7 minutes, 1-0.
Oo, wala pa tayo masyado nakikita.
At, ay, teka lang, BMM, Wallbreaker, Kuya Dash.
Uy, talagang gusto nila gawin to, no? Na yung hull breaker dun sa Corky para may potential siya na mag-try. Kasi ang ginawa nila, si CU nag-hull breaker. Sige, mag-hull breaker na rin to si BMM para pareho silang nasa side lane lang. And hindi pa nila natin sila makikita hanggang mamaya. And feel ko magba-black liver pa sila dito eh. So, utility lang talaga si BMM at CU dito sa both of our teams.
Yes, and kita mo naman na kumbaga itong mga martilyo, itong Hullbreaker, magpupukpukan lang tong dalawa hanggang sa makakuha sila ng objective. But the concern is, to be honest, magandang idea for BMM to puts you in a tough spot na kailangan niya pagsabayan in terms of Hullbreaker. Kasi once na sumali sa team fight ng isang action and doesn't have the damage, hindi nila mapapakinabangan ni Jet Revive B.
Yeah,
So alam mo yun,
yun nga
may time para makakuha sila ng tempo. And then syempre, knowing na meron kang package as a court key, pwede mo siyang i-maximize entirely just sa escape or set up ay good push sa ibang side lane. Pero si Kuya Flo, naku, siya yung kinalabit dito at mukhang mga bombs dito ni Kuya Yumaw.
Oo.
Yung medyo masakit.
Oo, ang mahirap dito, fino-force ng Cerberus mag-react yung one team sa ginagawa nila. Kaya even si BMM, nagtatry lang siya mag-split push, hindi siya sumasama masyado sa clash. Kasi yun naman talaga yung gagawin talaga ng Corky. Kailangan niya lang ng time para hindi makuha yung taunt, hindi umabot. Kita ko, kala ko yun na yung simula ng mga kills natin, pero wala pa rin. Pero parang Rip Herald, eto ata yung simula nung fight na yan
Oo, mukhang ito na nga yung bakbakan, Kuya Dash, dahil Kuya Pwes na Mega Inferno Bomb at Kama Pants.
Oo, tumama, Kamapans, makakatray ng damage. Rip Herald, half HP. Kailangan pa nila i-resto. Oo, Xianyo, wala na ring HP. 5 members strong. Wala silang package kay BMM, kaya medyo parang dapat hindi mo na nila i-try to kasi wala pa sila masyadong damage sa side ng CES. Ito, tumama na nga. Yung death sentence pero hindi nila itutuloy. Ibibigay na lang nila kay Xianyo yung nakuha nila. Chain of Corruption. Wala pa masyadong damage. Ito, nasa harap na nga. And sasabog na sila with the Dimension Justice. Si Mess ay sumabog. And meron pang 4 members dito. Still strong. And ito, mauubos na ata. Members sa Cerberus. Nag-flash in si Fly. Ay mag-fly away to death sa heaven. And nakuha nila yung 2 kill. Nakakuha pa rin. Naka-answer pa rin ang Cerberus.
At the answer coming yan from Cerberus. Nakakagulat no na muntik pa talaga magkaubusan. Pero syempre, ano ba ang pinaka-takeaway doon? Syempre, nagawa pa rin nilang i-secure yung kanilang Rift Herald, which is most likely naman para sa isang Kha'Zix na talaga makukuha yun. Pero yun din, nakita natin yung cons ng lineup ng Cerberus na pwede silang rumagasa. Pero you need to consider the Dimension Justice na ginamit ni Kid to entirely mess up itong si Mess na hindi na niya magawa yung kanyang trabaho na makapag-clean up. So, he needs to choose the battle kung kailan siya pwede mag-Ragnarok and mow down the entire team. And dito, kita mo naman, with the poke na naganap and even the Mega Inferno Bomb, nag-flash pa siya with the strike dahil naka-set up na doon si Kuya Shin, si Kuya Fly. Pero dahil nga, no, medyo malalim na yung kaganapan at nakuha na nila yung setups na gusto nila, hindi na naging okay yung pag-stand united nila dun.
Tapos wala pa sila sa timing kanina dun. Yung si Xianyo, kaya akala ko makakuha pa siya ng kill with that one. Pero hindi na siya nakaabot dahil hindi sapat yung damage niya para makuha yung kill na yan. And though, nakita natin yung confidence ni BMM and hindi ko ine-expect talaga to with the Corky na ganito. Siya kakunat, may Black Cleaver pa siya, hindi siya madaling pasabugin like your usual Corky. Kaya ginagamit nila sa advantage na yun para mag-invest sila ng resources dito kay BMM sa bot side.
Yes, at kita mo naman kung gaano ginagawa ng Cerberus no na i-slow down muli. Dahil nga tulad nga nung nakita natin na parang uso na yung galawang disiplinado ngayon. Kuya Dash
Ang lahat Fennel
Oo, di ba parang galawang Fennel muna tayo. Tamang chillings like a villains lang. Ang ginagawa nila dito is scaling lang talaga ang pinaka-goal nila. And answering the hull breaker, it tends to, alam mo yun, na mag-create ng pressure sa ibang parte ng mapa. Pero when it matters most, doon nagsasama-sama. So medyo alanganin ngayon laban sa Rift Herald, knowing na yung dalawang mid laner natin, his first item is hull breaker. Didn't entirely naging threatening doon sa nangyaring laban. And I was really expecting for them na gumawa na lang ng split push sa mid lane kasi parang hanggang ngayon, no, na hindi pa rin nahawakan yung mid lane ng Cerberus at alagang-alaga. Even the Rift Herald, they invested it doon sa Baron lane habang meron ng Ocean Drake na magre-respawn. The timing is really good para sa one team, pero how can they maximize this kind of scenario?
Oo, ang ganda ng timing ng Rip Herald na to, kaya kailangan ng Cerberus, if in-force sila yung Cerberus na mag-try mag-go ng fights, kasi may teleport pa nga itong si Kid, tumama yung death sentence, pero kay Ninja 7, kaya mag-ninja out lang siya after that. Pero doon na yung fight, Ocean Drake is up, tinatry na nila simulan, may stand united tayo kay Taco, pero parang magbaback pa rin sila. Ayaw din na talaga i-risk i-take to.
Pero mukhang maganda ng decision din dahil habang may Rift Herald, the Hullbreaker carrier which is si Kuya Siu is busy doing his work dito sa Dragon Lane, and a few exchange na makikita rin natin muli dahil babagana naman si Shelly sa second tower habang si Kuya Siu tamang tago lang muna dito. At mukhang magkakaroon ng kalabit-penge dito si Kuya Taku. Habang si Kid din, tamang contest lang. At mukhang hindi pa rin matutuloy ang laban sa Ocean Drake. Pero
Nakita mo naman yung pwestuhan, may stasis pa nga to the chain of corruption, Mega Inferno Bomb sa likod, pero nakapag-stasis siya para hindi siya papatay ni Xianyo, and ito na nga 5 agad ang napunta, may taunt pa nga silang kasama, and Taco ay mamamatay, walang follow-up sa kasapi, and si Siyu, ito na, may nakita siyang low HP, pwede siya mag-jet revive me sa side ng 1T, pero hindi na sila tumuloy, magbabak na sila, and nasa sides na sila ang Ocean Drake.
Medyo alanganin nga yung nagang pwesto na yun, pero good thing sa Cerberus na niyakap nila yung pader, pero magkakayakapan na naman yata dahil mukhang balagbaga ng tagulan na naman dito sa Dragon. At si Kuya Siu, tamang kalabit lang, tamang pwestuhan lang muli. At yung panawawala ang pagiging target ni Kuya Olap, no, na para si Kuya Mes, na para sigurado pwede silang may chansang pag napatay, ma-revive, mag-get revive B ang isa sa kasama ng Cerberus.
Oh, sumabog sa piercing arrow na Jomong yata ito sa 1 team, and wala na sila, 4 members lang yun nandito, wala ng HP, pwede po patay si Kid, meron siya Demasian Justice, and meron pa silang kasamang Taco. Ito na, most of the members are here, and makukuha na nila tong Ocean Drake sa side ng Cerberus Esports, and 1 team, babak na lang sila.
Ngayon nga, no, napasobra. And of course, knowing na wala nga si Xianyo, wala yung Kha'Zix, walang Taste Their Fear na may kasamang smite, talagang makukuha, masisecure na Cerberus slowly but surely. Pero slowly din po pasok dito sa Death Brush. Pero mukhang wala naman silang takot. Kahit meron pang Kamapans, it's going down. Dahil nga sa armor na meron dito si Kuya Taco, parang wala lang ang damage si Kuya Siu.
Oh, going down in Yelling Timber sa side ng 1 team, pero wala tayong napatay dito no? Meron pa rin tayong 1 tower lang na nakukuha yung 1 team, pero si Yumao yung target, wala lang kasi fly, could have been a kill on this side, pero si Taco iniikutan like a top. And ito yung ultra magnetic top nga ni Kid, kasama pang laser sword, parang si Voltes 5 sa side ng 1T, pero hindi pa sila tapos, gusto pa nila ng laban, meron pa silang si blow sa mukha ni BMM, habulin na nga nila si Xianyo, nandito na si Fly, ay mamamatay, take down agad sa side nila, walang magagawa yung package.
Grabe naman si Kuya Xianyo, mala fly high butterfly, and yun nga, wala nga nagawa rin yung kanilang package, pero ang kakaiba dito, Kuya Dash, is we are seeing double hull breaker sa side ng Cerberus, at trabaho lang no, umaga kahit walang hull breaker na ayun, kahit both sides. So nga no, kahit para si Kuya Kid, kaya pala nakasa loob mga X-Bait at yun nagkapang-abot sa pagliko.
Oo nga, may gargoyle na. Sobrang kunat pa yung Sterax nagpap. Hindi nila mabawasan ng marami. Itong si Kid na nila yung press back. Ito na si Xianyo, pero nag-flash ang dalawa sa side ng Cerberus.
Ayun nga, no, talagang gusto nilang makuha dito si Kuya Kid. Masyado ka ng bakulit, kailangan mo ng parusahan. At yun na nga, napalo siya. Napalo si Kuya Kid. Alam mo naman, ang mga kids, pag masyado ng makulit, napapalo. Nga, pinalo ni Taco yung yung pambambo.
Yun na nangyari, no? Kay Voltes 5, kay Kid, kasi wala talagang makulit kasi, kaya napalo.
Alam mo naman, ang Voltes 5, mga bagets pa Kaya pagka lagot sila kay Professor, pagka napasobra sila, alam mo naman, ang mga Buzanian fighters, anytime pwede ba? Ito, si Xianyo, mukha siyang Buzanian, hindi kakampi.
Totoo.
Kakampi si Voltes 5, hindi pwede.
Oo, parang magdidikit
na sila. Si Fly, yung pinaka-leader ng Buzania, yung pogi, di ba?
Oo, siya nga yun. Ang mukha pa, may 6-pack abs pa, pero papata ni Mes yung yung Ragnarok niya. So wala siyang Ragnarok dito.
Ang pangalan ni iba sa Tagalog, iba sa English pero yun na basta yun na si Prinsipe ng Buzania. Uy, teka lang, yun na nga, tamang lantern lang para sigurado makaligtas. At ito na, bakbakan naman sa Baron Lane. Tatlo, grabe, bantay na bantay sila dito. Ayaw na mag-give up ng any towers na ginagawa dito ng 1 team. Invest talaga lahat at mukhang hindi rin tatama. Ala ko, yun
yun na yun Iniikot-ikot niya na and hindi pa tumama sa side ni Fly. Fly to heaven na sana. One way to heaven yun sa side ng 1 team kasi naman yung tamaan.
Nako, fly high butterfly na sana talaga indeed. Dahil nga, na isang death sentence mo lang. Firmado na ang iyong katapusan. Pero dahil nga, easy lang. Hindi nila masyadong ini-engage. Pero 20 seconds bago ang sakuna, Kuya Dash. Kasi dito na nagkaano ng balag-bagan pagka mga objective. Pero dahil nga itong 18 minutes parang 2 na dahil 5-5 tayo ngayon dito. At parang gutom na yata itong mga players natin, no? Mukhang gutom na sila.
Dinner time na
Action!
eh.
Oo, kasi feeling ko oras na para balagbagin nyo to, Cerberus eh. Feeling ko magbanggaan na kayo, one team. At ito na nga, mukhang narinig tayo dahil pumipwesto na ng ating mga tropa. And in terms of vision, medyo ahead. May mga aggressive words dito si Kuya Cerberus. Habang itong one team, kung titignan mo sa mapa, hindi pa sila nakapaglapag ng ward to entirely have the knowledge. Yung pwesto at ito, meron na, may isa, pero nabulilyaso sila. No? Kumbaga, yung ninja is not so ninja. Dahil nga, alam niyo yung mga sneaky na yun eh. Kaya alam niyo yung mga lapagan ng wards. Pero yung lantern, ayaw pansinin. Wala na.
Ninja. Pero laki ng muscles no, itong ni Ninja 7 natin. Talagang paglaban, ihaharap pa yung pinto sa'yo eh. Sa side nila, ito parang gusto nila habulin itong si Sianyo. Nag-leap na nga siya, wala siya pang reset, hindi tinamaan ng chain of corruption. Tinamaan yung hindi yung target, kaya kinailangan nilang umalis yung Mega Inferno Bomb. Nakakatakot
may TP sa likod.
And ito na, may TP nga sa likod. Si Kid nandito na nga, meron pa sa Stand United. Hindi nila nakuha yung Demashing Justice dun sa tamang target. Pero wala pa rin sila nakukuha ang skill si Genza, low on HP. And tingnan mo si Siu, nasa harap pa nga. Itong si Siu, pero wala pa rin namatay on both sides.
Nag-heroic swing paharap sa iba to ng boomerang, kaso hindi tumama kaya hindi nag-extend yung range. Pero ito na nga ang extended team fight, kailangan nilang siguraduhin dahil this Elder is infernal. This is an integral part dito sa ating game. TPs after TPs, mukhang kailangan na nilang mag-dive, Kuya Dash.
Kailangan nila labanan. Elder Inferno Drake pa to. Gusto talaga nilang labanan. Nandito na si Kuya Mo Kid sa gilid. And parang ma-isolate dito yung members ng Zest. Talagang naka-ready lang sila lumaban. Ito na nga, 6k HP, unti-unti. Piercing arrow, Kisianyo. TP na, and yung Mega Inferno Bomb. Ngayon, mahirapan na sila pumasok. Nakuha na nila yung Taunt. Doon kay Ninja 7 pero hindi pa rin sumabog. Ito, may timing pa sila. Pero yung piercing arrow mula kay Jomo kay Genza. Genza, nakakill na naman. Ito, sa Cerberus Esports, gusto pa rin na tumuloy. Si BMM nasa harap. And nakikita natin gusto nila kung ito. Makakuha ba ito? Mananakaw ba? Hindi nila mananakaw. Pero na nakanakaw sila na kill ng isa sa backline. Si Fly to Heaven. Nakuha na nga nila. Meron pa members, 3 members strong. 4 members strong pa pala sa side ng Cerberus. Si Messi nahabol, making a mess out of Kid. And ito na yata yung magiging ace sa side ng one team. Last member standing. And that is it. Triple kill onto Genza.
Triple kill kay Genza. Tila bagets na. Itong bagets ay binata talaga ni Kuya Miss. Rinabol si Kid para siguradong tumumba. And this might be it. Kahit Ragnarok pa ang gamitin nila dito. Tipis coming in, Kuya Dash. Ito na ba ang katapusan?
Ito na nga ata ni Ninja 7 na lang nakaharap ang pinto. Pero kinakatok pa rin nila. Wala sila paki sa Nexus. Gusto pa nila na kill para may SN1 team ay natalo. Nanalo na ang Cerberus Esports with a 2-0.
2-0. Huge statement for Cerberus. Saan? Nasabi nga ni Kuya Omo, tila ba mapapa-oh no yung other region? Because Vietnam is looking good, no? Kahit naman yung nila, yung kanilang mga macro, yung kanilang micros, the split decision making. Kung saan nahanap nila yung kanilang mga targets, solid and crisp decision making. Game 1, yes, meron pa tayong close game, pero yun nga, yung, parang yung mental fortitude na ginagawa dito ng Cerberus to keep themselves intact towards finishing the game. And yun nga, medyo fell short lang itong one team, and we are seeing those sabihin na natin cracks into the powers ng na iniisip natin na magdodominate ang one team, pero parang parang it's Cerberus.
Oo, si Cerberus talagang nakakuha pa ng 2-0 for this day, and ang lakas talaga ng performance na pinapakita nila every time na nakikita natin sila magpunta sa late game. Yung team fighting skills talaga nila, even though na low HP sila, kaya pa rin nila mag-come back from the fight.
Yan yung back and forth nila, no? Yung pag-assess nila ng kanilang team fights. And ang ganda na ng flank na ginagawa ni Kuya Kid na parang gusto niya pumuesto doon sa 3-point area na mala Jason Kidd. Pero inaharang siya ni Kuya Mes. Kumbaga, hindi mo magagawa yung gusto mo. And that
Oo nga
Dimash
eh.
Justice at the Dragon Lane na medyo may natira pa kasing buhay eh. Hindi na nila nagawang tapusin yung bakbakan na yon, and syempre yung re-engage nga eh talagang solid para sa Cerberus.
And yun na nga, ito na nga, babalik na nga tayo sa panel. Panel, take it over.
We ending the night with a high note and a tough game coming out from the side of Cerberus Esports with a 2-0. Finally, we got a clean one. Somebody's upset right now, but congratulations to Cerberus Esports, but I have to say GGWP for both of them. That was a really tight game as well. Always, these two regions, it's just, but hey, Riku, you saw just now the compositions and the draft, and also you were saying about they might actually win 2-0 for 1.
Oh yeah, I predicted 2-0 Cerberus, and I'm happy with that prediction. And yeah, I feel like, one team was really going to struggle with the composition that they had because of the lack of CC. It was a composition basically waiting for Cerberus to come at them, and that's the time that they fight back. They do a counterattack. But unfortunately, you do not have that luxury, especially with the scaling that the Corki, the Varus also deals innate HP damage and as well as the Corki armor damage. That's why you saw even if Kid set up this really cool flank teleport in the middle of that fight, he was getting shredded down immediately.
I feel sorry for that Garen just now, definitely.
Yeah, I mean,
It's no room.
It's rough, but frankly, one team kind of put themselves in that position. They've been heavily prioritizing Garen throughout this series, throughout this competition in general. I think the WCS Finals play-ins, one team just looked like they really prefer the Garen. It's something that the WRL region has played a lot of, the WCK region has played a lot of. I think it's something that they still value quite heavily. And I know you were mentioning earlier that this is something that this is a one-team kind of competition, double ADC. You steal that away from them, and you make that hurt.
Exactly. I guess the funniest thing would be the fact that the double AD composition that we've been seeing this season is utility AD carry paired with AD carry. Yeah, exactly, right? But this one is different. This was AD carry and an AD carry.
Oh, there you go. Don't get confused here. Definitely you guys are confused at home, but this is the first match. Just to recap for a bit. This is where we saw the Naces kind of stack up with the side of Senna. So this we remember, but how Taku just set things up so well for the side of Cerberus Esports, Grandin.
Yeah, I felt like Taku did great in both series. I think was a pretty pivotal part of that. One of the things that were interesting to see was that Cerberus Esports demonstrated they were able to play the Olaf really well. There are a couple of key ideas into why this is particularly interesting for me, because first off, they're not really playing with a kind of enchanter on the Olaf. That's a very far deviation from a lot of the ideas that have been pushed forward in the narrative so far. It's like, yeah, we want to play Olaf, we need the Yuumi, we need the Lulu, the Karma, something to enable that. They say we don't need that very much at all. All we really need is some form of shielding, something that can make our Olaf have some additional value as he charges in. They find some great value in the Shen.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. It's like they were satisfied with just the Senna, donning Shadow, all the shields, all the heals, and as well as the Shen, just as Grandin mentioned. So they're looking at the Olaf and using it in a, not really in a different
soft
manner.
Support,
yeah,
right?
like a soft support, exactly.
But this is where it's a bit devastating for us to see the chase coming up from one team esport when they try to secure one elimination. It's just so hard.
Yeah, I see the reasoning behind the double serial this, right? Because they need some sort of utility to slow them down and make sure the bombs would hit, because they have no hard CC. Yes, they do have the bomb, but of course you want to use your ult as a big disengage, because you know that the rest of Cerberus, especially Olaf and Shen, are going at you. They're going to dive to you. So I think that was one of the main issue that I saw. That's the reason why one team had a very difficult time in this game.
But I have to say, they still put up a good fight for the side of one team esports. But hey, is this officially for day number 1 of play-ins? Cerberus kind of the one that actually winning every single match today, I think?
Yep.
Dun, dun, dun.
Cerberus won both their games, so 4-0 for today. I think one team went 1-1 and then 0-2.
Oh, you guys who want to change your prediction at home, be sure you change it now, since we saw a bit of a sneak peek into the future when it comes to this slot coming in for the playoff the next few days, because that's where everything gets heated up. Because we do know sometimes they like to hide out their secret strategy at first. There's so many things that they can actually play on. But speaking of which, you guys, tomorrow we finally get to see SLG as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. Very excited to see how they stack up against, since we've seen the rest already. So I'm so excited to see SLG perform.
Are you excited? Come on, Granny, you're gonna be a bit excited about it.
So here's the thing, right? Because the nature of the format that we're looking at, there's a lot of tempo that's gained for wins. So I'm thinking right now, with the lead that Cerberus are holding, it does seem pretty good. I'm looking forward to see if they're able to keep that tempo going. SLG coming into the mix, I'm not sure how much of a difference that really makes.
Smash your logic, they say. But hey, since we're gonna talk about later on what's gonna happen tomorrow, you guys have to stay tuned because right now we have a bit of a drink of Coca-Cola and see you guys Wildlings in a bit.
Never let me go, never let me go, no go from your love. Never let me go, go. From your love, never let me go, never let me go, no go. From your love, never let me go, never let me go, no go. From your love, this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love.
Looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Wow, the day has been, oh my god, it feels like so short for me for the entire day because the game has been accelerating. Welcome back, Wildlings. We are back on our panelists here. It's gonna be me too, and also we have Riku and also Grandin, always as good looking, always on the go, get go about their analysis, knowledge and everything. You just ask them away whatever you have in the comment section as well. But hey, we had a really great Coca-Cola break just now. Speaking of which, today we're done for all the series. definitely CS is dominating. For Grandin's first, what do you think of, is there any other team that we can actually see that taking down CS into the play-ins?
Well, looking at how CS are now, I think that it is still competition close up their alley. I think that they had good matches today, but I think the opponents are looking pretty good as well.
Who are the opponents that looking good? Which one? Which one?
Okay, well, I mean, it's not really, I wouldn't say like a specific one. I think that any team could have taken games off of Cerberus, right? So Cerberus had some good matches today. They played against Evos to start things off. They played against one team. Arguably, those are the teams that have been rated lower. I think Evos and Obo on a good track today with their predictions. But that being said, we had difficulty in the first place trying to figure out where everything was going because of how close these matches were. I think one team's issue is that they are kind of like a... They get the first game, and then the second game just doesn't seem like that is theirs, right? They have difficulty trying to close out the second. For some reason, once they start having to change like their play style, or once the opponent understands what they initially wanted to go for, they have a much more difficult time.
I have a feeling it's also because that the key champions that allow them to be one team is getting banned, like the Ziggs, like the Varus. I think that's a really big factor on why they're having a hard time, and that's why they have to deviate a little bit on what their usual is, what their usual style is, and I think that's the reason why they're struggling.
Why they just got themselves a Zig just now, but still didn't manage to actually secure it. Maybe a reason because of no CC, no 100% CC to lock everything down for them to actually do a bit of a damage. But speaking of which, we do know CES right now is dominating, but we do have example here, FLA. We also have Evos, Thailand here, who's actually currently sort of having a lot of draws. So the question is right now for Evos and also One and FLA, Alphavate kind of got one draw for 2 series, if I'm not mistaken. So these 3 teams here, do you have any specific that feels like they can actually bump up to at least the second place? Because we do have CS in the first place.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot to see. I'm pretty sure just what you mentioned earlier, there are a lot of teams that are still sort of hiding their picks, saving it for playoffs perhaps, and if their backs are against the wall, then that's the time we're going to be seeing some of the things that they've practiced on scrims and stuff like that.
So I'm going to make a quick I'm going to make a quick showing. So look at this right now, right? So you look at FLA. If FLA have got 2 draws and they have 2 points right now, CS have got 2 wins and they have 6 points. That's a difference of 4 points because they've managed to win 2 more games than FLA, right? So for every game that you draw, and this is going to be tough, the competition is pretty tight, you're going to end up only getting a single point for a draw, whereas in a full win, that's 3 points. You can start to see why this tempo really matters, why I think CS having that early win is going to mean so much for them. So SLG joining the competition, it's going to be difficult because they need to start strong. If they don't start strong, what we end up seeing happening is that the rest of the teams are going to start building up a quickly unsurmountable advantage. Thankfully for them, today ended with multiple draws. I think that's like what? We had 2 draws throughout the series. So because of that, it's a little bit closer. There is still some wiggle room.
But hey, CES, if they lost one more series, it's going to be kind of being catch up on the side of FLA, definitely, because it's going to be like 3 plus 2, it's going to be 5 points there. But first game for tomorrow, we have CES versus SLG. Now we got the debut for SLG here today, I mean like tomorrow. And also Evos Thailand versus One Team Esports. Now this one, it's going to be another tight one. We know this one coming. And FLA versus SLG. For the last one, again, SLG will be playing twice tomorrow for the series. Of all the series, I think you guys have to agree the toughest one is going to be Evos versus One Team. Sorry if I'm wrong, but hey, that's just, I have to say it out loud.
I think this is going to be a clash of like contrasting play styles, right? Evos wants to play fast, one wants to play slow. So it's going to be very classic. So I'm looking for what happens there.
You're not looking for SLG?
Okay, I'm looking for it. Of course I am. Especially the FLA one. I want to see what else is in store for them.
Brandon, what are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, I think there's something interesting here. I think that the Cerberus match is going to be the pretty pivotal one. I think that's when we start to establish where SLG are. So SLG are a team that have been pretty dominant in their own region. I think they've kind of stand up above the rest. Unfortunately for them, because we don't have a good track record with the Oceanic regions up to this point, we don't know exactly where they stand. So we have to kind of base them off of their first match, which is against Cerberus, who are running hot right now, the 2 wins. And if you think about 2 wins, they could lose the next matches. So if you could have 3 draws and you would have 3 points. You could have 2 wins, 1 loss, or you could have 1 win, 2 losses, and you also have 3 points. So think about that. There's so much more value in having just a singular win over any draws.
Yeah, my brain is exploding right now because there's so many losses and wins. Mathematically, I can't even brain it right now, guys. So yeah, that's Einstein for you on our panelist desk here. Just ask him anything, he can just do the calculation right on the spot. But hey, also, other than that, none of this is happening, even though we have one more day for play-ins tomorrow to determine actually who will get first, second, and third place. And the third day, we're having the second place versus the third place, yeah? And then they got themselves a 2-star. But we also have to thank none other than this, brought to you by Riot. And also Coca-Cola, always the good drink that we love to refresh ourselves. And definitely we have also Ghosty Gamers and One Esports. But hey, I think, you know what, tomorrow is going to be a very, very long day. Our panelists definitely give a lot of so many insights. You guys want to try back at home. But to all of our fans watching, thank you so much for joining us in the kickoff of our first day ever of the WCS Final. Our journey has just begun, and also the path to the greatness, the legendary, the myth, the legend, whatever you want to call it, isn't over yet, because we are just one more step towards the grand final, also into the playoff when we're done with the play-ins. Anything still can happen. We have no clue who's going to take away the throne and who actually will be the champions in South Asia region and get themselves into the Icons Global. But tomorrow will be the day to actually see who's going. So we'll catch you guys all for day number 2 later. Tomorrow, okay? Not later. And on behalf of the panelists and also casters and myself, stay safe, okay? Stay safe, stay healthy, be a good player. Don't troll in a game, but hey, and also good night. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, rapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupid. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop this now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop this now. Your love is what's most important. And no one's gonna take us down. So love me now.